Have you ever wondered what happened after the Dark Emperor Sung Jin, who used the reincarnation cup to turn back time? While everyone thought he would live a normal life with Cha Hin, something unexpected happened. After giving birth to his son Sung Suho, he suddenly disappeared for no reason. Suho then had to live with his mother without knowing his father's face, thinking everything would continue like that. But unexpectedly, Cha Hin also vanished suddenly when Suho was 5 years old, and today, we'll summarize the journey to uncover the truth behind all the mysteries since Sung Jin Woo disappeared from home. And our main character this time will be his son, Sung Soo, who starts the story as a mysterious narrator. The omnipotent entities that created countless universes since ancient times are called the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Beings continuously seek eternal life while constantly creating new universes. In the process, countless particles of matter, souls, and laws were born. This repetitive cycle. And the Supreme Beings gradually became bored and thought of a way to entertain themselves. That was to observe their creations fighting each other. Humans were merely pawns on the chessboard. For the Supreme Beings, the destruction caused by their creations seemed quite interesting. This meant that countless creations would have to fight continuously, be reborn, and repeat. This was necessary to fill the boredom of the Supreme Beings, and then what was meant to happen happened. However, a tragedy occurred, and one Supreme Being was killed by one of their creations while observing that endless battle. The Supreme Beings from different dimensions, upon hearing the news, gathered together to observe the world that had lost its master. The death of their comrade was caused by a creation they had made. However, the Supreme Beings ignored that. They all shared a common thought, and what they thought was that power, without an owner, would belong to the first person to obtain it. One morning at a school, Sung Suho arrogantly boasts, "I got into the Korean National University of Arts." His two friends, hearing this, are stunned. No way. It is hard for him to believe this fact. He looks at his brother and thinks, how could a loser like you get in there? Another guy then cries out, and I have to try again next year. Suho laughed. Haha. Finally, I am out of this hellhole. Suddenly, someone else comes up, making the atmosphere change abruptly. Congratulations, Sung-soo. I heard you got into art school. It turns out to be Lion Cheon. I did not know you were this talented. When did you get so good? You seem to be used to this. Kim Swang Cheon. It is you again. He angrily retorts. My name is Lion Cheon, not Kim Swang Cheon. But he casually replies. Really? The two of them go back and forth. Thanks to you. My plan to get into the school was ruined. Well, I graduated thanks to you. What about those girls? An Cheon is at it again. She worries. We are about to graduate. Why is he still so immature? They look at Sung Suho's calm expression, wondering why he has to act so rude to someone who just lost their parents. Suddenly, at this moment, Lion Cheon clenches his fist. A smile of delight spreads across his face. Suho, without giving him a chance to react, he delivers a knee strike to him. Then he casually says, why can't we get along before graduation? For some unknown reason, he suddenly widens his eyes in surprise. It turns out that the other guy is still standing and getting back up. Lion Cheon's nose is bruised, but he is smiling delightfully. What the heck? He is. He clenches his fist. A force so great it feels like a rush of energy. He throws a punch. Smirking. Doesn't hurt at all. He makes a swing that causes Suho to react and dodge to the side, and the locker becomes the unfortunate victim of his punch. He is terrified by that overwhelming power. The girls jump up in shock. The locker is now destroyed by Lion Cheon, dust flying out, leaving a huge hole. Even he himself is confused. Suho sits on the ground, shocked and bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Just like that, 2 years have passed. A young man is now standing dumbfounded, welcoming a gentle breeze. It is none other than Sung Suho, strolling down the street. Now a sophomore in college. Suddenly, he notices something by the roadside. It is a small evacuation. All classes in the main building should move to the annex. Please evacuate. He curiously walks closer. The hunters are currently raiding a dungeon. Everyone, stay back. A man in a black suit asks. How long has it been since the hunters went in? The guard replies. About 8 hours. Sir, since this gate is only D rank, they should be out soon. Sung Suho stands in the crowd, amidst the noise. Come on, everyone. It is dangerous. Please step back. Perhaps he is in the overthinking phase, wondering what would happen if they could not clear that dungeon. Surely the hunters would manage. His face bears a frown as he gradually looks up. Another gate. In the path, a shocking event occurred. The entire world changed 3 years ago with the emergence of the gates. Monsters flooded in. The gates are pathways to dungeons. Monsters in the dungeons will find their way out through the gates after a certain time, and some people stood up to protect humanity's survival. However, humans gradually changed, as if we were reborn to face them. Superhumans capable of controlling mana began to emerge. Called Awakened, an organization was formed. The chaos that everyone believed would last a long time in a constantly changing world was swiftly quelled when an awakened named Yujin-chun created the Hunters Association, aiming to gather all other awakened under the title of hunters. The pen was placed on the paper. And now the world has been divided into awakened hunters and unawakened civilians. Sung Soo-ho sits in class, drawing. Each stroke of the pen vividly shapes beautiful figures on the paper. While some people work hard like ants to become wealthy, others are simply given it. He has had a very tough time. This difference made those ants realize their limitations, and the strong Liunqian appears once more in his memories. No matter how hard the unawakened try, they will never be able to close the gap between themselves and awakened. His face is expressionless, his eyes hollow. The world would end if the hunters could not close the gates. In other words, while the unawakened can live without the awakened can live normally without them. He continuously moves the pen quickly, so everyone is grateful to the hunters. After all, are not they the reason unawakened like him can live peacefully? The strokes are evenly spaced. As a sense of worry begins to rise in his heart, Sung Soo-ho seems to fall into deep thought. Perhaps he is gradually getting used to having nothing. He thinks of the images behind his strokes. Parents missing. His life dependent on others. He also recalls the precious time spent with friends. Even the moments when he thought he could do anything. After losing them, the feeling of helplessness gradually rises in his heart. All we have are dense strokes piled on top of one another, and the silhouette of a man appears. His mother often said he was growing more like his father. So what would his father do to escape this feeling of helplessness? Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Starling Soo-ho." Soo-ho. It turns out to be Lim Du-gon. "You are focused today?" He replies.
Yep.
He then asks, "How can you enjoy drawing so much?" Soo-ho awkwardly replies, "I am just drawing what comes to mind. I am drawing ants. It is creative." He stands with his hands on his hips, adding, "Well, I guess calling it an ant person makes more sense." Soo-ho helplessly thinks, "Why am I drawing this?" It is a monster with a pitch-black body, sharp claws, and a fierce appearance. At that moment, at the dungeon, the guards are still on standby. Everyone screams as they see someone coming out. The hunters are coming out. They look incredibly calm and seem to be unharmed. They look too relaxed. They must have succeeded. A guard approaches, congratulating. "Well done, hunters." His expression is serious. "We encountered a new type of monster, according to reports. They are humanoid monsters with green fire emanating from their eyes and mouths. They attack with claws, but the attacks have no damage at all." The guard remarks, "Since I am still fine after being attacked by them, it can't be too serious." But, at this moment, someone interjects. "They are still a new type of monster that we have never encountered. It is fortunate they do not pose a threat," the young man says. Then Hunter Kim Jong-soo, "Please send a report on a person with green fire regarding that type of monster." He freezes, his whole body stiff. He drops his weapon, bowing his head, confusing the young man. "Hunter Kim Jong." The young man speaks again. But before he can finish, Kim Jong-soo suddenly opens his mouth, wanting to take a bite out of him. Green sparks appearing. In an instant, the security personnel are eaten before the horrified eyes of everyone. Having no time to understand what is happening, people witnessing this scene freeze. A female hunter resembles the security guard. At this moment, everyone is scared and starts to run. Some hunters with open wounds also begin to emit green fire. Screams of fear echoing everywhere. Sung Soo-ho in class can still hear the screams. Everyone starts to pay attention and heads toward the glass door. What is going on? What is that? But after witnessing the scene before them, they all instinctively frown. On the street, everything is in chaos. Everyone is holding their heads in pain, and the green fire is still burning. They are attacking each other. A young man in shoes exclaims. Their eyes are shining green. They are monsters. A girl speaks up. "Don't tell me it is a dungeon break." People begin to panic. "What are we doing? Run now. We have to wait for the hunters." The classroom becomes noisy. "You are an awakened. Do something." "I am just a minor." Sung Soo-ho at this moment stares at something. It is a person infected with green fire walking on the rooftop. Suddenly, he crouches down. Then he crouches down, preparing to jump. Soo-ho realizes and shouts, "Run." But everything seems too late. He charges straight toward the window. Then he unleashes green fire terrifyingly. All the students are so scared they turn pale, looking like ghosts. Sung Soo, trembling, sits on the ground, unable to stand up. Soo-ho struggles with his thoughts. Help. He tightly shuts his eyes. To save his life, he runs away. "I will call a hunter." He runs while thinking, "Damn it. Why did I say that? I just abandoned her. As an unawakened. There is nothing I can do." Soo-ho shuts his eyes tightly again. Damn unawakened. Nothing will change if I keep finding excuses to run away. Sung-soo, you need to do something. Anything. He remembers his father's silhouette. "Dad. What would you do?" In his mind, He gradually turns his head and opens his eyes to look at him. Suddenly, the person infected with green fire halts. The girl sees this and is bewildered. She is so scared that tears stream down her face. Trembling, and the monster with a blood-soaked mouth approaches closer. It lunges forward at the sound of her scream. Its mouth opens wide, preparing to take a big bite. Fortunately, at this moment, Sung Soo-ho appears and smashes a fire extinguisher into its head. His eyes become bright and sharp. If it were his father, he would definitely. Suddenly, a system appears. You have met the conditions to complete the hidden mission. The courage of the weak. Long ago, I had a dream. In the dream, everything was like a game. Sung Soo-ho smiles confidently. Now things are getting interesting, he thinks while staring at the steel gloves newly equipped on his hands. Name: Gangtai Konkik. Rank: Usage Level 1. Type: Gloves. Attack: 4. Alone. He charges into the group of monsters and easily defeats them. At that time, to defeat the monsters that kept getting stronger with each layer, a group of armored monsters kept fighting again and again. Sung Soo-ho charges in without hesitation, easily taking them all down and receiving a level-up notification from the system. At that moment, he has a cold, fierce gaze. The gaze of someone who has experienced many battles. His appearance confident and full of passion. I do not need anything. A man should fight with his fists. As the monsters grow stronger, I also continuously grow stronger. These monsters are the final bosses in the gates. He has had to fight many similar monsters, all relying on his fists as hard as steel, punching through their bodies. And then, after going through countless trials, Sung Soo-ho fights alone against many monsters. Not only the monsters moving on the ground, but also the monsters capable of attacking from the sky. He leaps high, aiming directly at a massive dinosaur-like monster. Facing such a terrifying monster, he shows no fear and delivers a punch, followed by continuous kicks, and finishes that battle with a spectacular kick. The monster is completely defeated. I finally reached the next level, and have been flattened and shattered into pieces. The final boss I faced was incredibly powerful, resembling a human, its hood obscuring its facial expression. Its entire body exudes an aura that instills fear in others. It holds a long knife standing there with a powerful demeanor. Although it is my enemy, I can't help but feel envy and even admiration for its strength. And somehow, the true identity of the final boss is... The boss places a hand on his head and gently pats it. It asks him with a deep voice, and Soo-ho instinctively looks up at it, his face still covered in a lot of blood, uncertain if it is his blood or that of other monsters. He questions back with a confused expression. A game. After clearly seeing the boss's face behind the hood, Sung Soo-ho exclaims in shock, "Dad, my father." It must be that the dream reflected my father's image in my memories. He remembers his strong and sturdy silhouette. My father is a very strong and reliable person. How could he have become that strong? Back to the present. Without hesitation, he picks up the fire extinguisher in front of him. Sung Soo-ho takes the fire extinguisher and charges at the monster, thinking, if it were my father in this unbelievable situation. The terrifying face of the monster draws closer, its mouth wide open, wanting to attack. Green fire bursts from its mouth and eyes, looking a bit terrifying. The fire extinguisher in Sung Soo-ho's hands suddenly appears right in front of it. He swings his arm with all his might, striking it hard in the face with the fire extinguisher before it can react. Brownish-red liquid bursts from the wounds on the monster after Sung Soo-ho's attack. His gaze now filled with determination. He looks at it, feeling a bit chaotic, thinking, what should I do now? I have heard that an unawakened person's attacks won't work on beasts. Without mana, it won't affect the monsters. I have acted a bit thoughtlessly. Suddenly, as he notices something unusual, his eyes widen in shock. He sees the monster get pushed back but not fall to the ground, maintaining its body in a strange position. In his mind, only a question mark remains. What is this? He turns to see the woman who was attacked by the monster still panicking and shedding tears. As her tears stop, he looks back at the monster in front of him, and it remains the same, showing no signs of movement. Sung Soo-ho is astonished. Time has stopped. A notification screen suddenly appears in front of him, startling him. 2 notification frames keep appearing. Notification: you have met the conditions to complete the hidden mission. The courage of the weak. Notification: you are now qualified to become a player. Do you accept? Sung Soo-ho stares at the notification in disbelief. In this situation, he suddenly remembers that when he fought the monsters in the dream, the same notification had appeared, displaying right in front of him just like now. Notification: level up. He is surprised and thinks, these things can move. Just like that dream. He recalls the dream, where he had enough strength to fight those monsters. The kind of power that could completely defeat them. If I can fight in that dream, then why would not I accept becoming a player in this dire situation? Sung Soo-ho is silent. He lowers his head, the darkness hiding his expression, as if having made up his mind. He decisively chooses to accept. Then a blinding light flashes in the place where he stands. The system continuously displays notification frames. Notification. Congratulations. You have become a player. Notification. Mission reward. Mission reward. Hidden mission. The courage of the weak. Blessing from the Great Mage Candiaru. Great Mage Candiaru has granted you a special spell. The blessing of Great Mage Candiaru ensures that you will always be healthy throughout your life. Notification. Mission reward. Permanent effect of longevity. Cures all diseases, poisons, and status effect, and sleep will enhance regeneration abilities. Notification. This system will assist players in their development. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful. Finally, there is a special status notification. Status window. Name. Songs. Level. Occupation. None. Spirit. None. Title. None. Health. 100. Mana. Strength. Stamina. Agility. Intelligence. Reflex. Current points. 0. Skills. No passive skills. Active skill. Power of the level 1 ruler. Sung Suho looks at the series of notification windows popping up. His expression a bit excited. The game status window is just as I thought, not letting him think much. 2 notification windows pop up in front of him. Notification. Mission appeared. Notification. Mission. Guide. Defeat the mist and level up. Increase by 1 out of 2 levels. At the same time, the flow of time returns to normal. The monster called Mist that Sung Suho pushed back with the fire extinguisher begins to move. The last of the mist monsters growls and starts to move. One of them is even an awakened mist rank. Sung Suho quickly realizes the time has returned to normal. He shouts loudly to signal the woman behind him, run. The woman, pale with fear, but she still manages to calm herself and responds. Okay, Sung Suho focuses on the mist monsters before him. He notices something unusual. Name tags appear over their heads. The leading mist monster can be named the awakened mist rank. The 2 mist monsters behind could be named the unawakened mist. He thinks. My opponents are 2 unawakened and 1 hunter undergoing transformation into a beast. The woman quickly turns and runs away. Sungs, holding the fire extinguisher, stand still while the 2 unawakened mist monsters begin to charge at him. He thinks. Weak. Sung Suho sweats profusely, feeling anxious and excited, his eyes shining brightly. I have truly awakened. Without hesitation, Sung Suho swings the fire extinguisher and strikes the unawakened mist monster in front of him. That blow causes the mist monster to stagger back, the fire extinguisher compressing into its body and slipping from Sung Suho's hands. That moment, the mist monster raises its arms defensively before lunging to attack. Sung Suho refuses to back down. He clenches his hand into a fist, aiming straight at the mist monster, and shouts, sorry, with just 1 punch. The mist monster that had attacked him was sent flying up to the ceiling and stuck there. Sung Suho is taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. The system then displays a notification. Notification. You have defeated the unawakened mist. Sung Suho looks at his fist. He feels a bit incredulous. Did I really take it down with 1 hit? At that moment, the other unawakened mist monster also lunges towards him. Sung Suho quickly turns and raises his foot. He easily dodges the attack from the unawakened mist monster and delivers a kick right to its abdomen. The mist monster is hit in its vital organs. As if shattered, it opens its mouth, spilling brownish red liquid from its eyes. Simultaneously, the system displays a notification. Notification. You have defeated the unawakened mist. Following that is a series of notifications. Notification. Level up. Notification. Mission completed. Guide. Notification. Mission. Guide. Defeat the mist and level up. Increase by 2 out of 2 levels. Sung Suho turns around. Behind him is still 1 awakened mist rank. The system continues to pop up 2 notifications. Notification. You have received the reward for completing the mission. Notification. Check your rewards. Below are 2 options. Accept or decline. Sung Suho does not make a choice immediately, feeling a bit hesitant. So now I am sure. Without hesitation, Sung Suho charges to attack the awakened mist ranked. In front of him, the sounds of their clash resonate, and he thinks, I have truly awakened. Sung Suho's punch distorts the face of the awakened mist ranked, blood flowing from its mouth. But it does not immediately fall. Sung Suho is astonished. It endured that before he can think much. The awakened mist in front swings a counterattack. Sung Suho only has time to lean away. The awakened mist ranked does not give Sung Soo-ho a chance to catch his breath. It extends its hand like a claw, slashing right before his chest. Hot blood spills from the wound, and he grits his teeth in pain.
Oop.
Then struggles to lean back to dodge the blow. Sung Soo-ho kicks the ground hard, his strength causing the floor beneath him to crack. He uses the momentum to leap back, keeping his distance from the awakened mist before him. Sung Soo-ho looks down at the scratch on his chest, the color soaking through his shirt, feeling a bit panicked and unwilling. Sweat dripping down to the ground. Damn. If it scratches me, I will turn into a beast. I just awakened, and now I am about to become a beast. But right after that, something miraculous happens. The system continuously displays 2 notifications. Notification: harmful effects detected in your soul. Notification: the effect of longevity has nullified that status effect, and the wound on Sung Soo-ho's body glows softly and begins to heal at a visibly fast rate. Sung Soo-ho's eyes widen in astonishment. He stands still, unable to believe his eyes. Longevity. Now that he thinks back, he remembers seeing that effect in the status window at the beginning. Without giving him a moment to think more, the unawakened mist charges at him. It lunges at Sung Soo-ho like a beast and knocks him down to the ground. Its force is so strong that the floor beneath him bursts and crumbles. Sung Soo-ho forcefully braces himself against the attack of the mist, sweating profusely, struggling, thinking, if I am weaker than an rank, who has turned into a beast? It means I am rank. I just became an awakened, and now I am already worried about rancor. In this critical moment, the mist resting on Sung Soo-ho's body opens its mouth wide, saliva dripping down. Looking disgusting, wanting to bite him, he thinks desperately, I must have something. Sung Soo-ho remembers something. He recalls the notification. Notification: mission reward. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 5 attribute points. Reward 2, 3 attribute points. Strength, 11 to 14. Sung Soo-ho gains additional strength and roars. Then uses his hands to push the mist monster away from him. Following that, with a beautiful kick, Sung Soo-ho completely kicks the mist monster high into the air and sends it flying far away. The mist monster tumbles in the air, annealing and landing safely. Sung Soo-ho does not give it a chance to react, as it raises its hand to retaliate against him. A series of attacks aimed at Sung Soo-ho begins. He struggles to dodge but still gets slashed by it. Numerous wounds appear on his body, causing blood to continuously flow. He becomes overwhelmed by its attacks, only able to barely defend himself. Yet another attack occurs. He bends down to escape it, but then realizes, even with the increased strength, he still can't defeat this thing. He quickly makes a decision. Then I will invest all my reward points. Sung Soo-ho clenches his fists, feeling the power within him increasing. An awakened can level up. He has never heard of such a thing. He does not think much longer and lands a punch right in the face of the mist monster. Hot blood splatters everywhere, as the level is determined when awakening, and no awakened has ever become stronger than their level. Sung Soo-ho ducks, dodging the mist monster's attack, and delivers 2 punches into its stomach. His strength is such that it causes the armor on its body to crack. Yet he does not know who decides the levels of awakened beings. Sung Soo-ho clenches his fists, his eyes shimmering, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. If I have the strength to break free from this damn leveling system. The wall-mounted TV in the next room suddenly crashes to the ground. The sound of it shattering is loud, and dust begins to rise. The wall where the TV was previously mounted starts to show water damage. The sound of the water breaking echoes. Then the wall seems to suffer a heavy shock and completely breaks down. The entire body of the awakened mist rank crashes into the wall, creating a massive hole. Sung Soo-ho maintains the position he just punched. Debris from the wall continues to fall heavily. He realizes, his entire face shrouded in darkness. But at this moment, his eyes look particularly bright. Sung Soo-ho pushes through the rubble and charges at the awakened mist, landing one more punch right in its face. The awakened mist rank is punched through the crumbled wall along with the TV and debris. Flying backward, Sung Soo-ho's clenched fists are still stained with blood, unsure if it is from the mist or himself. As he beats its armor nearly to shreds, the status window appears and updates. Notification: you have defeated the awakened mist ranked. Notification: level up. Notification: level up. Notification: level up. Sung Soo, almost exhausted, leans on his knees, sitting on the floor, feeling a bit incredulous. Muttering, Sung Soo-ho looks at his bloodied hands. He breathes heavily, sweat streaming down his face like a waterfall. With a few drops still dripping, Sung Soo-ho clenches his hands tightly, feeling elated as he hears someone nearby shout. He freezes momentarily. Immediately, he feels a surge of excitement. Turning around. I can do it. Considering that I have awakened now, I can save those people and resolve this crisis. Thinking that, he immediately stands up, stomping his feet hard on the ground. Then he charges without hesitation into the mist before him. A loud explosion echoes. Debris flies everywhere, and he easily knocks two mist monsters off to either side. Sung Soo-ho leans against the window frame, looking down and thinking, the situation outside is really bad. Suddenly, he is startled, his eyes wide open, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Sung Soo-ho is amazed. Before him is a mist monster holding a sword with both hands, leaping up to attack him. Its form is incredibly powerful, with a name tag appearing above its head. Awakened Mist ranked. It raises its massive sword behind its back, preparing to slash down. Shortly after, a huge explosion occurs in the building, black smoke rising thickly. That day, the sky was particularly gloomy, but the signs of an ill omen were clear as the city's loudspeakers continuously blared nonsensical alarms, and the sound of unusual winds began to rise. In the bustling city with towering buildings, the loudspeakers announce warnings. A dungeon gate has opened at the University of Arts Sisson. We request all residents in the area to evacuate immediately. The winds howl, as the University of Arts has been locked down. Inside, it is a haze, and you can faintly see the figures of the mist monsters. Outside stands a group of fully armed people, appearing to be military personnel. One of them, smoking a cigarette, expresses his displeasure. Damn. How many people have died while we can only watch? When will the hunters from the association arrive? The man holding the tablet beside him answers solemnly. It seems they are sending a B-rank hunter. It will take some time. The man smoking glances at him and asks again. A B-rank? Didn't they say this was a D-rank gate? The person next to him hastily replies. Actually, the association is considering the hunters being infected. He glances over to check on the hunters in the tablet. Hearing the man with the cigarette say, could it be? The man with the cigarette becomes astonished. That C-rank hunter has been infected. The person holding the tablet did not respond. His hand stopped at the file of a hunter named Kim Jong-soo. Rank C-class. Meanwhile, inside Seal Arts University, Sung Soo-ho was facing a C-class fog creature, and he was knocked down to the ground. His clothes were torn, and he reluctantly propped himself up on one hand to maintain his balance. Sung Soo-ho broke into a cold sweat. He found it hard to believe. What the hell? Did it jump down from a lower floor? Looking at the fog creature in front of him, a red name tag displayed above its head. The fog had awakened to C-class. Sung Soo-ho was astonished. A C-class fog creature. It even had weapons. It must be different from the previous fog creatures. Sung Soo-ho regained his composure. Keeping his hands in front of him, he watched it warily. But just now he had leveled up, wondering if he had a chance. The creature's massive sword charged at him, and Sung Soo-ho thought he could only lean aside to dodge. With just one swipe, it nearly brought the room down. Sung Soo-ho leaned against the wall, terrified and somewhat incredulous, looking at the fog creature with absolute power in front of him. It was raising its hand, preparing for another strike. Sung Soo-ho thought, this is crazy. The fog creature awakened rank. Without giving Sung Soo-ho a chance to think, it swung its sword down, and he could only grab the fire extinguisher on the ground to block. The fire extinguisher was sliced in half, and Sung Soo-ho took this opportunity to jump to the side. When the compressed gas in the fire extinguisher was rapidly released, soon, the room was filled with it, slowly drifting out the door. Immediately after, a strong force burst from the room, and Sung Soo-ho dashed out the door like the wind. He ran with all his might, but could not help thinking, there is no way I can face a monster like this. No wonder the awakenings rank. He worried and wondered, when would the hunters arrive? If he could hold on until they came. Sung Soo-ho dared not think too much anymore. He sprinted at full speed to escape the fog creature, but after just a short distance, it appeared at the door with its sword. Its eyes blazed with green fire, and its mouth exhaled flames, looking very terrifying. Suddenly, it did not chase after Sung Soo-ho but turned and went in a different direction. Sung Soo-ho was surprised to see it not making any moves and cautiously approached to test. He wondered to himself, what is going on? At this moment, the awakened rank was looking up towards the rooftop, where three girls were standing. The three girls on the rooftop were trembling with fear. One of them tried to reassure the others. Just wait for the hunters to arrive. The girl next to her held the other girl's hand tightly. They must be coming soon. Right. The last girl looked down, her eyes wide as if she had discovered something terrible. The awakened rank jumped from the lower window to the rooftop, swinging its sword straight at the three girls. The loud noise over there caught Sung Soo-ho's attention. He stood still, somewhat incredulous. The awakened rank was now on the rooftop, having destroyed a corner of it. The howling wind sounded somewhat mournful. Sung Soo-ho gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at it with a gaze full of resentment. Sung Soo-ho could not help but curse silently. Damn it. Without hesitation he jumped up to the rooftop. There was no time to wait for the hunters anymore. Sung Soo-ho angrily kicked right at its head. Dust around still had not settled. Knowing he was no match for it, he made a silent decision. He had to stop it. A kick with all his might and fury did nothing to the fog creature. It twisted its body and swung its sword to attack Sung Soo-ho, who quickly jumped up and back to dodge this strike, seeing the ground shatter into pieces beneath him from its slash. His expression turned grave. Just one hit and he would die. He glanced at the body of the girl lying nearby, but his heart was filled with anger and determination. He clenched his fists, ready to face the oncoming fog creature. He could not let it escape. Countless punches were thrown by Sung Soo-ho, hitting the fog creature's body. The fog creature showed no signs of weakness, continuously swinging its sword at Sung Soo-ho, who could only dodge by leaning aside, tightening his fists, his eyes shining. Soon after, another punch was thrown. The rage gave him more strength. He switched hands to attack it. A series of punches were unleashed. He seemed tireless. The fog creature's eye sockets were pitch black, its expression somewhat fierce. Its eyes flickered with green fire. Sung Soo-ho held tightly to the fog creature's head with both hands, jumping up to knee it in the face. At the same time, the fog creature raised its hand, swinging its sword towards Sung Soo-ho. Sung Soo-ho could not dodge in time and was hit. Blood gushed out of him. Sung Soo-ho was thrown back, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide in painful disbelief. That blow seemed to crush all of Sung Soo-ho's organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fog creature slowly approached Sung Soo-ho, who was slumped against the wall. Blood flowed down from his head, and Sung Soo-ho's vision became blurry. He slowly closed his eyes. His status display showed HAPE 1 out of 140. Sung Soo-ho knelt on the floor, one hand clutching his chest and the other propped on his knee, his head drooping, his whole body shaking as he mumbled, "Thank goodness. The system must not want me to go down yet." Sung Soo-ho's vision became hazy, unclear. In front of him, the fog creature seemed to see a streak of light gradually expanding like a crack. He stood up, trembling all over, trying to hold on, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sung Soo-ho saw the streak of light becoming clearer, accompanied by the crack and the sound of shattering growing louder. Before he could comprehend what it was, the awakened C-class fog creature lunged at him with full speed, wanting to attack. The system popped up a status window. Warning: 99. At the same time, Sung Soo-ho's eyes locked onto the fog creature, and the streak of light he saw became brighter. The space before him suddenly turned like a pane of glass, flashing a blinding light and then shattering into pieces. A dark figure burst out from the crack. It dove down from above, letting out a strange scream, sounding less like a human and more like a monster. At the same time, the fog creature's sword was about to strike down at Sung Soo-ho, who was collapsed on the ground. From above, a terrifying force suddenly struck down, easily severing the hand holding the sword of the fog creature before it could reach Sung Soo-ho. The power was so strong it destroyed the floor, debris flying up from the impact, coincidentally blocking the fog creature's advance. Sung Soo-ho still retained a spark of consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see the situation around him, but fatigue and sleepiness overwhelmed him again. He thought, "Am I dreaming?" It raised its hand, a pointed hand that was completely not human, surrounded by a layer of blue light. The blue light enveloped Sung Soo-ho and gradually healed his wounds. "All because I arrived late." It turned to look at the ranks. Fog creature, whose arm had been severed, standing nearby, and roared. Its entire body emitted a terrifying energy. "You must be." Its eyes lit up, looking like a monster with enormous power. But it emitted the rank sound that easily pierced through Sung Soo-ho. Its body exploded, leaving only an arm and 2 legs. Elsewhere, another fog creature's eyes shone with green fire. It charged towards the person holding a mop, screaming like a wild beast. The person holding the mop trembled in fear, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face as he stammered, "Is anyone there?" He panicked, dropping the mop, clutching his head in despair, screaming for help. At the same time, situations like this occurred. With just one wave of its hand, the monster that appeared from the sky dealt with the rampaging fog creatures effortlessly. It raised its hand. Everywhere it passed, it turned the fog creatures into corpses. It seemed tireless, moving from floor to floor in Seal Arts University, easily resolving the fog creatures without expending any energy. Faced with absolute power, the fog creatures could only accept being slaughtered. As it took their heads one by one, the building of Seal Arts University, after the battle in the sky, seemed to be swept by something, shaking the entire area, startling those surrounding the university, centered around Seal Arts University. That power swept through and spread across the city. The soldiers stood wide-eyed at this sight, their minds filled with questions. The monster descended from the sky to the ground. It knelt before the unconscious Soo-ho lying on the ground with utmost reverence. In the ruined scene, its voice echoed with an indescribable reverence. "Long time no see, Prince." Back to when Soo-ho was little, he was happily drawing a very cute ant. All around him were drawings of ants. Strangely, All the drawings he made were of ants standing like humans, while drawing enthusiastically. Suho suddenly paused. His gaze fixated on something, his eyes widened. His face gradually showing excitement upon seeing an ant standing like a human. The ant approached, picking up Suho's drawing. "Oh my. Little prince. Are you drawing me?" The ant was so moved that tears streamed down its face. "This Biru is crazy." Suho slowly woke up in the hospital. The previous memory was probably a dream. He opened his eyes, dazed. Not knowing where he was, he woke up with a dazed expression, surrounded by 2 doctors examining him. Remembering the dream just now, Suho seemed to vaguely recall something. An ant in the hospital. Suho's uncle was anxiously calling for him. "Suho, what is going on outside? Are you hurt?" Suho sat tiredly on the bed, continuing to listen to his uncle ramble on. "This can't be. This world is too chaotic. I will arrange for you a awakened bodyguard." Hearing this, Suho hurriedly replied, "Uncle." When Suho opened his eyes, 2 days had passed since then, and the media had been non-stop reporting on the chaos at the Korean Arts University, related to the incident at the Korean Arts University that had shocked the nation for the past few days. Due to many casualties, this incident had become sensational in various ways. Second was the emergence of the fog creatures. From the discovery of fog, the monsters could actually infect hunters, turning them into monsters like themselves. Third, even though the incident occurred right in the city, the Hunters Association's slow response cannot be denied. Finally, when the hunters arrived, before them lay a sea of bodies. One mystery remained unsolved. The fog creatures inside the university had been eliminated by an unknown cause. A boy being interviewed pointed. The monsters that turned into beasts suddenly erupted and exploded right in front of me. Suho sat in the hospital, watching the report on TV. He recalled the memory from before. His face suddenly brightened with joy, not asking in anticipation. Awakening was not a dream. Moreover, he was an even stronger awakened individual. Suho's status window appeared. Status window. Name. Suho. Level 5. Class. None. Fatigue. None. Title. None. 104 Geek. 104 out of 140. 14. Strength. 22. Health. Agility. 14. Wisdom. 14. Senses. 14. Available points. None. As if remembering something, Suho's face gradually became tense. But wait. I remember being slashed by a C-class fog creature. How am I still alive? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. It is because I. Birit. Remove that cursed being for you. Suho heard the voice, confused about where it came from. When a shadow of an ant appeared on the hospital floor, the shadow gradually transformed into a glowing smoke shaped like an ant. Long time no see. Little prince. The ant saw Suho and was moved to tears. Suho heard the ant in front of him speak. His mind went blank, and the ant continued. Little prince, since when did you grow up like this? I can't contain my emotions right now, like shattered fragments. Suho's memories gradually returned. He recognized the ant when he was a child. It was one of the dark entities that stayed with him. Why did he forget it until now? Biru exclaimed. Biru. Have crossed dimensions to meet you. Little prince. Suho looked at Biru and thought to himself. Why did I live with these dark creatures when I was little? I really have too many questions about it. Looking at the ant in front of him, Suho doubted. First of all, in my memories, I do not think you were this small. You are an ant. Right, Biru explained. This is the consequence of expending too much magical power while crossing dimensions. I usually am larger and more fearsome than this. The system window says you are at the individual level. Biru boldly introduced himself. Biru level 1. A joke. Biru is a general level individual. Yet it is an individual. That dumb system. Suho sat. Getting off the bed, Suho happily said. After all, my recovery is thanks to you. Right. The system may not be quite the same, but I am really a healer. My goal in coming here is to break your seal. But I did not expect you to exceed my expectations. Biru. Am extremely impressed. Suho wondered. Seal. Suho's fragments of memories emerged. Was it the seal inside my dreams? Biru comforted him. You can consider it a dream, but all of that is what you truly experienced. You have grown much stronger since you fought alongside me. Even the great Dark King Sung Jingu sealed his power in your memories, hoping for you to have a normal life. Suho became excited as Biru mentioned his father. My father. Just as I thought. You are related to my father's disappearance. He did not leave home. He is in the outer world. Let us put it simply, in the room. The shadow of the ant weaved together, converging. The great Dark King Sung Jingu is in a place called the outer world, fighting against those trying to invade this world. The black ant opened Suho's eyes to the image of the outer world. The figure of his father appeared. Is my father protecting the world? A black hand seemed to manipulate everything. It was Eterim. The gods of the outer world. The chaotic monsters tore at each other. Eterim was sending out their messengers, trying to invade our world before coming here to meet you. Little Prince, Birit, have also torn apart countless enemies. The truth is that the gates and monsters appearing on Earth are influenced by this war. Suho did not know what to say. Only sighed. Suho asked Barrett. So did my mother go with him? She disappeared with your father. So I thought they went together. Suddenly, the black ant began to fade. It cried out. Kiddick, the Hyun clone has disappeared. Itaram. The messengers of Itaram on Earth have made an evil plot. Is it because of those bastards called Itaram? Suho sadly lowered his head. So my parents could not come back? The black ant curiously asked. Does the little prince want to see them again? Suho clenched his fists. Of course. I have been alone for so many years. Then there is a way. Suho felt a rush of excitement at the mention of a way. The black ant continued. The Lord cannot return to Earth while the war is escalating like this. But if the little prince becomes stronger, you can search for and rescue Lady Hyun. The black ant looked at Suho with determination. Come on. Level up. Alert. A mission has appeared. The mission information window appeared. Mission. The Challenge of Darkness. You are the son of the great Dark King. However, now your innate power has been sealed. To gain that immense strength, you must prove yourself. Go into the Dark Dungeon and demonstrate your worth. In Suho's hand appeared a strange key. Item. Dark Dungeon Key. Rarity. Unknown. This is the key to open the door to the Dark Dungeon. It can be used in the shadow of Sung Suho. Insert the key and enter your shadow. Suho hesitated. Then slowly brought the key to his own shadow. The key was inserted into the shadow. When the key was inserted into the shadow, black streams of energy swirled around it. The key was completely absorbed, regaining all the power that belonged to you. Oh, little prince. Suho coldly gazed at the door before him. I still can't believe it. Suho unbuttoned his shirt. The outer world. The war of the gods. Dark Kings? It is also absurd. Suho resolutely walked toward the dungeon door. But if in Suho's memory, he remembers his friends. If I can meet them again by becoming stronger. Suho's eyes shone. I will level up at any cost. The black ant beside him looked at him with bright eyes. My monarch. Somewhere. A person gave orders to Barrett. Barrett. Return to Earth and break Suho's seal. Barrett knelt respectfully. Do you mean the seal of the little prince? The mysterious person replied. Yep. The invasion of Itaram may spread to Earth. The mysterious person continued. Restore Suho's memories and sealed powers and let him protect Earth. The rest I will allow you to decide. Looking at Suho determinedly walking forward, the black ant thought to itself. My decision. If you have left it to me to decide your fate, then I, Barrett, will be by the little prince's side and guide him to grow. Barrett and Suho entered the dungeon. The two entered, and the dungeon door slowly closed. The door vanished in the room as if it had never existed. Inside the dungeon, Suho was bewildered. The black ant beside him spoke up. This place is the land of the dead, where the living cannot step without the master's permission. This is the dark dungeon. The two had arrived, surrounded by a dilapidated landscape and corpses scattered everywhere. Sung Suho thought to himself. So this is the dark dungeon. It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon, but for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. Sung Suho was surprised to see a mission announcement before him. Mission announcement. Mission. Survive. The inhabitants of this dark dungeon will never accept a weakling as their master in this land. Survive for a certain period and prove yourself. Required time. 4 hours. Remaining time. 4 hours and 4 minutes. Oh no. We need to survive here for 4 hours. Barrett exclaimed. Please be cautious, my little prince. A voice echoed from above. The moment of hardship will soon come. Hardship. Sung Suho was ambushed from behind, but with his quick reflexes, Sung Suho flipped over and kicked the lone green goblin away. His pupils lit up. He said, this is quite unexpected. Goblin Scout. He was sitting on the ground. Grumbling noises. Sung Suho was surprised. A Goblin Scout. Barrett was also startled, meaning there were many more nearby. If that is the case, I need to deal with it quickly before it can call for its buddies, he said as he charged toward the Goblin Scout. Barrett cautiously said, Little Prince, goblins are indeed weak and small creatures, but rushing in recklessly like this one's name does not have a color, so it must be at the same level or lower than me. After saying that, Sung Suho swiftly took down the Goblin Scout and received a notification. You have obtained the item. Goblin Stone, you have defeated a Goblin Scout. He arrogantly laughed and turned back, saying, not bad. The stronger ones are marked with colors on their names. See now. Up high. Another goblin appeared. Sung Suho frowned in annoyance. It seems there is still another scout around, followed by a swarm of goblins. Goblin warriors. Goblin archers. Sung Suho sweated and turned to Barrett, smiling. Will you help me? Barrett replied. I wish I could assist you, my lord, but due to being too far from your position, my mana does not recover continuously. So I need to conserve my strength as much as possible, and if I were to get involved in this battle, the amount of experience you receive would significantly decrease. My little prince. So your point is, you won't be of much help. The goblins charged in to attack Sung Soo-ho continuously. Well then, let us. He swiftly unleashed strikes, taking down the goblins in quick succession. It felt like a skill engraved into his status window, as if he had an invisible hand. Skill. Hand of the Ruler V1. An active skill that does not require mana, allowing you to physically affect objects without having to touch them. Sung Soo-ho caught an arrow with his bare hands. There are archers too. Sending this back to you. He used his power to create a bow and arrow, shooting back at the goblin archer, causing it pain and knocking it down instantly. Beerut thought to himself, this adaptive skill is truly amazing. The youth of the little prince resembles the birth of a legendary hero in tales. From then on, he could use the hand of the ruler inherited from the king at will. However, that power was created to crush all things, so it was just a mere trinket in this peaceful world. However, now, as the forces of Aterum loom to invade Earth, the power of the little prince has begun to shine in this world. Notification. Level up. His pupils gleamed. He thought, it seems the limit of the ruler's hand is around 10 kilograms. At this moment, Sung Soo-ho was ambushed by a goblin stabbing him from behind. The pain made him turn and punch it hard in the face. Beerut anxiously called. Little prince. A goblin approached from afar. Goblin warrior. AB 160-190. Sung Soo-ho pulled out the dagger stabbed in him, thinking, that hurts. But Sung Soo-ho swiftly took down each goblin. I feel much more vigorous than when I was helpless. He was fighting vigorously. AB 118-190, HB 84-190, HB 53-190. Then came a series of level up notifications. After completely defeating all the goblins, he sat warily on a crate. Notification. Remaining time. 0 hours 0 minutes. You have completed the mission. That was truly amazing. Beerut. I never doubted I would pass this challenge. My little prince, he angrily said. You really did not help at all from start to finish. Did you? Notification. You have received a reward for completing the challenge. Check your rewards. Accept or decline. Check. You will receive the following rewards. Reward. Ancient Stone. Shadow Extraction. Ancient Stone. If I use this, can I learn the Shadow Extraction skill? Beerut joyfully said. Oh wow. The little prince is learning the Shadow Extraction skill. Now that I think about it, I also received a skill called Endurance while fighting. It seems I got skills beyond those acquired at level up after awakening. Skill. Endurance level 1. Passive skill that does not require mana. You possess an incredible stamina. Physical defense increased by 20%. Sung Soo exclaimed as he dashed. Compared to when I was not awakened, it feels like I have become a cheat character. Even my injuries heal after leveling up. This leveling mechanism is based on the system the king used in the past. It is a type of support system designed to ensure safety as you develop. My little prince. To summarize, I thought I was someone who was not awakened, but I was actually born with the strongest dark spoon. Or something like that, he said helplessly. Well. Anyway, I accept the reward. Ancient Stone. Shadow Extraction. You can absorb skills by breaking ancient stones. You have learned the skill. Shadow Extraction. Skill. Shadow Extraction. Dark power that does not require mana. Extracts mana from the body of a deceased and turns them into a dark warrior. The failure rate of extraction will increase proportionally to the target's stats and time of death. The number of times you can extract shadows. No more than 3. I can create dark warriors. It is a skill that can turn corpses into warriors like me. Shadow Extraction is truly the essence of the power that created the current Dark King, Lord Sung Jing, like a type of necromancy. But if I want to command my soldiers, I need to hunt them first. So I can only control those weaker than me. I have heard that summoning skills are not very popular in the hunter community. Shadow Extraction can be used on this type. Shadow Extraction. Please issue a command for the Shadow Extraction skill. He thought. Do I need to think of a specific command for the skill? If it is a command, it needs to be direct. His eyes gleaming, surrounded by incredible power. With the command of Sung Soo-ho, a stream of black smoke rose from the ground. He was disappointed. It did not turn out to be as cool as I thought, Iru explained. Usually, dark warriors are weaker in reality. And Sung Soo-ho asked further, are they smaller too? He hesitated and admitted. Yep. You seem to be even more curious about how weak they are. Iru uncertainly answered. Probably just a little. Sung Soo-ho gritted his teeth in annoyance. And moreover, they say they will disappear after just one day. Biru started to sweat upon hearing this. No way. Do not you have the skill to store shadows? He immediately crushed its hope. Biru sighed sadly. I think it is because of the intelligence stats and the level affecting the dark power. It sighed. But that is still a very good skill. That skill is really amazing. Sung Soo-ho had to comfort. I understand now. Do not be sad anymore. Biru, suddenly. His stomach growled loudly. He rubbed his stomach and complained softly. Thinking back. I have not eaten anything for 2 days now. Sung Soo-ho asked. Biru. How do we get out of here? Biru quickly replied. You can leave here anytime by using the dark dungeon key. He thought for a moment and decided. Then let us find something to eat first. It immediately agreed. Yep. The system announcement appeared. Do you want to exit the dark dungeon? Yes, a little later. Sung Soo-ho was satisfied with his hungry stomach. Rubbing his cheeks in delight, he continuously stuffed food into his mouth, savoring it while exclaiming. I did not expect the hospital food to be this good. Biru peeked beside him, clenching his fists. Speaking up, my little prince. Now I will explain what you need to do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. He began to list. First is to protect Earth from the outer world monsters. Sung Soo-ho immediately asked. So I should go to the dungeons and hunt monsters. Right, Biru did not deny. Yep. When you hunt monsters, you will level up. And the stronger you are, the safer Earth will be, just like your father used to do. It continued announcing the missions. The second, you must find Lady Hyan at all costs. Sung Soo-ho inquired. Is there a way to find my mother? Biru hinted. When you hunt outer world monsters, you will find clues. He sighed. So I still have to go into the dungeon. Suddenly, Biru's tone became more serious. And the third mission. This mission is very important. It held its cheeks, tears welling up as it revealed. That is to restore my power. I can't believe I am only at the individual level. I want to show you my true power. Sung Soo-ho was a bit curious and asked. How can I restore your power? Biru replied. I can absorb magical energy from the target by consuming them. This is an outdated method from before I became a dark warrior. But I have no other choice since I cannot absorb power from you, it concluded. In general, I just need to eat some magic. He pointed out a fact, which also means I have to go into the dungeon. After finishing his meal, Sung Soo-ho neatly stacked the dishes back on the tray, stood up, and told Biru. Then let us get ready. It suddenly reminded him. You need a hunter's license to enter the dungeon. First, we need to go to the Hunter Association for a magic assessment. Upon hearing this, Sung Soo-ho fell silent, contemplating the magic assessment. He was an awakened one who had just leveled up. Outside, the sunset gradually descended over the bustling city, while his mind was tangled with questions, wondering what level he would achieve. What if it was levels? After the evaluation, the staff at the Hunter Association handed him a report and announced that his level was 46. Hearing the result, Sung Soo-ho could not help but feel disappointed. He was in a class awakened one. Outside, the streets were bustling with people. He walked out of the association alone with his hands in his pockets. Biru poked his head out to comfort him, saying, I heard that a hunter's rank is determined by their magical ability. Since you have focused on increasing your strength, of course, your rank is lower. Sung's feeling dejected, interrupted him. I do not need your comfort. It only makes me feel worse. The feelings of unease and self-doubt surged, making him extremely uncomfortable, first losing his dark powers and now his rank. Could a class hunter like me really protect the Earth? Biru quickly offered advice. But you can level up. Sung Soo-ho looked at his rough palm, sighed, and said, I have heard that punishment teams rarely hire E and F class hunters. At this rate, just entering the dungeon will be difficult. Suddenly, he shouted as if he had just thought of something. Sung Soo-ho exclaimed, startling Biru, who looked confused. Maybe there is still a way. As far as he knew, in dungeon raids, the division of labor was very strict. The assault team would raid the dungeon, the transport team would follow behind to gather minerals, and the extraction team would harvest resources from the dungeon. So the transport and extraction teams could accept E-class hunters if the assault team was out. In other words, even an E-class hunter like him could still enter the dungeon. Thinking of this, Sung Soo-ho immediately joined an extraction team after a tiring work session. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat and let out a long breath. Phew. Then, Sung Soo-ho turned to the person next to him and said, Thanks for introducing me here. I just awakened. And you are the only one I know. He spoke softly. This is Lim Do-jiun. He is a lecturer at the Korean National University of Arts, specializing in crafts. And any class awakened one. Sung Soo-ho returned to work and added, Good thing I know a senior awakened one. Thanks to you, I can work here now. Suddenly, Lim Do-jiun called out, Hey, Soo-ho. And he turned to ask. Yep. He bowed seriously at a 90-degree angle to Sung Soo-ho, apologizing for what happened at the university. Lim Do-jiun gathered his courage to confess. I was the only awakened one there. But I was scared and ran away. He remembered how many people urged him when the monster appeared. Lecturer Lim, you are an awakened one. Do something. But Lim Dujian just waved his hands in refusal. I am just in a class. Then he ran away in fear. Currently, Lim Dujian was still bowing before him, apologizing for not being able to do anything. Sung Suho was taken aback and said, Get up. You are just in a class like me. He continued to reassure him. The Hunter Association advises E-class hunters like us to run away immediately upon seeing a monster. You were just following the guidelines. Lim Dujian was surprised and asked, You are in E-class? Sung Suho calmly replied,
Yep.
My mana stat is 46, which is still very low for any class. He could not believe it. Your mana stat is lower than mine. Lim Dujian recalled the earlier chaos. No way, he thought. I saw him fighting a monster on the rooftop while running away. Lim Dujian looked over at Sung Suho, who was focused on mining the crystal. Doubting himself. Did I misjudge? He adjusted his glasses and exclaimed. Any class awakened one fighting a monster and still surviving is truly amazing. Biru suddenly chimed in. That is right. The young lord is extraordinary. Lim Dujian jumped and looked at him. He screamed and fell to the ground. A monster. Sung Suho immediately blamed Biru for suddenly coming out. So he gave a brief explanation. Young king, you are now as weak as an ant larva. So I must stay by your side to protect you so that you can rest assured. Lim Dujian stood up, dusted off his pants, and stammered. What is this? Did you awaken and become a summoner? He replied, yes. I think so. He was surprised to hear that. A lot of rank hunters do not even have skills. You are really lucky, he said humorously. Let me tell you. I also have running skills. Sung Suho awkwardly agreed. So that was why he ran away so quickly. This word hurt Lim Dujian very much. He sat down angrily. He felt sorry for himself. I was just joking. Biru walked over to Lim Dujian and scolded him without any courtesy. He was truly lacking a king. You have made him collapse. Sung Suho did not pay any attention to them anymore. He turned around and looked into the deep dungeon. Thinking back, this was the first time he entered a dungeon other than the dark dungeon. He wondered curiously. Was the assault team hunting monsters up ahead? Indeed. Inside there were a few hunters who had successfully killed a magical beast. A bored person pulled out his sword and lamented. This dungeon has nothing. Lai Wangho also felt impatient. From the beginning until now there was only one ghost appearing. The craftsmen gathered to discuss. It was not worth much. Sometimes their corpses contained essence stones. So we had to work hard. Do not be too disappointed. We have to go all the way to the end of the dungeon to know. Just then someone pointed to a corner and shouted. Captain. There is something on this shortcut. Kim Jong-soo said excitedly. I told you so. The whole team went inside and found an ancient ruin. Everyone looked around with great vigilance. What is this? What are these ruins? Should not we go out first and ask for help? They checked for a while and concluded. My detection skill can't find any magical beasts. There are not any here. What is this place for? We have to find out. Some people were still worried. Who knows? What if there was a hidden treasure here instead of a boss? They just happened to see a treasured sword stuck in the middle of the circle. Kim Jong-soo exclaimed in surprise. Damn. Who would have thought there was really a treasure? The whole team rushed in to look. Happily shouting. What is this? This weapon. We hit the jackpot. Lai Yangho bent down to touch the sword's body. We have to judge it to be sure. But it is really cool. Someone immediately stepped forward to remind him. Treasures like this often come with traps, so we have to be careful. But Lai Yangho still stubbornly did as he pleased. Back off. I will pull out. Kim Jong-soo hurriedly shouted. Wait. Lai Yang. Hey, I told you running treasures often have traps around them. Lai Yangho held the hilt of his sword and said arrogantly. Even if it was a trap. I am still a master of drinking and cooking. I can handle it. He had just pulled out a bit when he felt a terrifying demonic aura rising up. Lai Yangho was horrified to find himself standing in a pool of blood with sharp teeth protruding from it. What is this? He was instantly swallowed by the monster, which revealed terrifying yellow eyes. And at the same time the sword was completely drawn out. Kim Jong-soo saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was no trap. He sternly warned. This Li Yangho. But he was like a different person. His teeth growling. How could anyone dare? Be careful next time. Kim Jong-soo had not finished speaking when a sharp sword slashed through his head. Lai Yangho now revealed his golden skin. The scene just now scared the other hunters to death. Lai Yangho's entire body twisted. His entire body revealing a strange red murderous aura. Questioning. Who dares to covet the sword of the Fang King? The mysterious voice in Lai Yangho's head kept urging him to kill the invaders of Lan Vong's territory. He kept moving closer to his panicking teammates. Lai Yangho swung his sword heavily. Killing. All Lai Yangho saw was blood and his teammates falling one by one. Kill. All Lai Yangho saw was blood and his comrades falling one by one. Killing. He roared like a beast. Killed. And stepped over their bodies in a shower of blood. There was only one command in his head. Kill. On the other side. The mining group was still diligently digging for crystals. The hunters beside looked at the gun with surprise. Ah, what is that? Lim Du-jian pointed at the dark goblins who were busy breaking rocks and asked hesitantly. Is there such a skill that can endure this kind of damage? He thought in confusion, hearing that a summoner could only summon 1 or 2 creatures at a time. But he could summon 3. 4 if counting that talking ghost. Lim Du-jian looked at his calm face and speculated. Is not the power of the coral too abnormal? Sung Soo-ho was extremely satisfied with the goblins. Although he could only summon 3 resurrected creatures, and needed a corpse to use the projection, so it was a bit inconvenient. But getting a corpse from the haunted dungeon was not bad either. It did some errands for him without betraying the group, so it was also convenient. He turned to Biru and said, Biru, this ball-throwing skill is good. Just like the person said. It was annoying to remind him, young king. Do not just order them around and praise me. Should not you be in the dungeon leveling up instead? Sung Soo-ho explained that because E-rank hunters cannot enter the dungeon by themselves according to the rules of the Hunter Association. I heard that the measuring device still has many errors, because they only recently started to rank the hunters. So I am planning to check it again, when the mana increases after leveling up. The 2 hunters in front continue to work, saying to each other, the newbie will dig them up while I am distracted. Let us show him the true strength of our senior. Wait, Sung Soo-ho reminded Biru of something. But do you still remember your 3rd mission? I can do it here, he asked doubtfully. Restore my power. He pointed at the awakening crystals lying on the ground and said, you said you can recover by eating things with mana. Even the magic stones on the ground have mana. Biru gradually understood. Without a king, could it be? The right-handed Sung Soo-ho gave the order, since people could not collect the magic stones. While waiting, they should just eat the magic stones on the ground. It obediently flew out and bit a few small ones. Suddenly something like a signal brushed past its 2 thorns. Biru hurriedly called Sung Soo-ho. Young king. He turned his head and asked in confusion. What is the matter? He immediately recounted. Just now I felt the presence of the king. As soon as he heard that, he exclaimed in surprise. Your Majesty. Does that mean my father? Biru immediately denied it. There is more than one person with the rank of monarch. If it were our monarch, my strength would have recovered immediately. It turned towards the back inside the cave to speculate. This beast scent was probably. The hunters also seemed to realize something, confusedly asking each other, what must that scent be? They looked into the endless darkness inside, where the attack team came from. Suddenly 3 pairs of scary red eyes appeared. The hunter saw the magical beast clearly and retreated in fear. Right now facing them were 3 ferocious wolves that were roaring and ready to attack. The magical beasts were here. A quick reacting person promptly commanded. Why are the magical beasts here? Everyone run quickly. He mustered up his courage and hit the monster with an axe, shouting, do not come near me. But it directly opened its sharp teeth, grabbed the axe and then bit it to pieces. The hunter was terrified when he saw that his weapon was broken and broke out in a cold sweat. He was scared to tears, stuttering and unable to speak. Help! Just at this moment, a figure flew past him and stabbed the axe straight into the head of the magical beast. The hunter called out in panic. Suho. He urged him urgently. I will buy you some time. Quickly get out of the dungeon. He hurriedly ran away, not forgetting to say, thank you. After making sure the others had left safely, Suho carefully glanced at the herd of magical beasts. He noticed the caption, the house design. Secretly guessed. Their names were orange, which meant they were at the same level as the low-level Blood Mist he fought at the Korean University of Fine Arts. He could completely win. Sung Soo-ho glanced behind where Lim Dong-yoon was standing, feeling a bit annoyed. If he was alone, he had to remind him to run away. But he refused. Soo-ho, you want to help everyone evacuate. I won't run away alone anymore. Hearing that, Sung Soo-ho did not chase him away anymore. Then when I meet Nai, I will have to rely on you. Then secretly order the elves and goblins to protect him. Sung Soo-ho took out his bag to choose a weapon. He quickly drew out a sword to fight. The goblin weapons he collected in the dark dungeon were at least much better than this bird country. This made Lim Dong-yoon very surprised and thought. He even recovered his weapon. What kind of skill does Soo-ho have? Sung Soo-ho stretched his legs back to gain momentum, then shot up like a bolt of lightning, facing off against the swarm of demonic beasts. One opened its wide, toothy mouth to attack him. But before he could do anything, a sharp sword stabbed him in the throat. With just one basic stroke, he cut its huge body in half. The system immediately announced that you had defeated the house thief. Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely excited. Sung Soo-ho opened his mouth slightly to recite a spell, stood up, and then a thick stream of black smoke rose up. He raised his hand towards the dead beast's body and sucked its soul. A dark demon simultaneously dissolved into black smoke before everyone's astonished eyes. Sung Soo-ho raised his sword to block the bite of the magical beast. On the other side, the black gas formed a vortex and bit the remaining one. Biru was very excited and exclaimed, young king, that day was used to fighting with the power of darkness. For me, I am quite satisfied with my way of doing things. Summoning and chasing does not cost any mana. Once I have more mana and the number of chases increases, I will be able to create an army. He thought of something, put his sword back and prepared to counterattack. Well then. One more, said and done. Sung Soo-ho quickly stabbed the magical beast's snout, ending its life. The system continued to announce. You have defeated the homemade iron, he shouted loudly. Stood up. And immediately the second dark demon vanished into smoke. The remaining demon stopped being evil and watched its companions disappear. It warmed and groaned, then shed tears because it could not be transformed. While it was crying, a mechanical sound rang out. Leveling up. As a result, there were 3 more ironclad men on Sung Soo-ho's side. Lim Dong-jiun could not stand it anymore and urgently called out. Soo-ho. He was very broad-minded. His physical abilities were not at the E level, and he had even subdued a dead magical beast. Sung Soo-ho hesitantly replied. That. I have difficulty thinking. I am too excited. How can I explain? In the end, he chose to play dumb and insisted. You really gave it to me. Yet Lim Dong-jiun continued to doubt. Not to mention Soo-ho was an imposter who deliberately concealed his rank. Suddenly he looked back at the board in front of him. The system searched for the notification again. There is a new mission. An urgent mission to defeat the enemy. The creatures around here are trying to kill the player. Take them down and protect your safety. The number of enemies to defeat is 1. The number of enemies defeated is 0. Sung Soo-ho looked into the deep cave in confusion, wondering. What mission? There is only 1 enemy. But I have already dealt with all the Iron House wolves, which means there must be other enemies. Suddenly footsteps came from inside. They both looked at him skeptically. He rushed up wanting to ask for help. You saved us? The monsters just suddenly came here. It could have been a disaster. At that moment, Sung Soo-ho seemed to sense something was off and hurriedly called him back. Wait, he shouted loudly. Danger. At the same time, the glaring golden eyes of Lee Yang-ho were revealed. Lim Dong-jiun was frightened by that terrifying gaze. Lee Yang-ho fiercely slashed a sword toward him. Fortunately, Sung Soo-ho was quick enough to pull him back in time to avoid a disaster. The heavy blade of the sword struck the ground, causing chunks of earth to crumble. Sung Soo-ho caught the unconscious Lim Dong-jiun. Shouting, attack the wolves, he commanded. Attack. Instantly, the wolves lunged forward to tear Lee Yang-ho apart. Sung Soo-ho struggled to pull Lim Dong-jiun back, angrily cursing. Damn it. Another crazy hunter. When did hunters start turning into monsters? Notice the red text. The hunter has been possessed. Above the enemy, making him suddenly alert. Especially the color of his name. Sung Soo-ho felt a little uneasy. The redder the name, the more dangerous the monster. He had experienced how strong a red-named monster was at the Korean National University of Arts. It was probably best to escape with Lim Dong-jiun. But he turned to Bi-ru, asking, Bi-ru, he is not a king like my father, right? It explained. Even if he possesses dark energy, he is too weak to be called a king. But that does not mean you can face him in your current state. Sung Soo-ho searched through his bag again. Let us. His actions caused Bi-ru to panic. Young lord, do not tell me. He pulled out a pile of weapons, embedding them into the ground, and said, you said the system would support us to ensure my stable growth. Right. Since it has assigned me a mission, it means I have a chance to win. More importantly, to meet my parents, I must get stronger as fast as possible. Ahead, Lee Yang-ho was brutally attacking the wolves, his distorted face gradually revealing itself in the thick smoke. Awaiting him was an A-class awakened one with chaotic energy and a line of weapons. He was determined to defeat him and quickly become powerful. Bi-ru, in spirit form, called out to Soo-ho as young lord. It had witnessed him bravely fight against enemies many times, and despite facing insurmountable challenges over and over again, the young lord had never run away. Bi-ru's thoughts about him were very genuine. Within that fragile shell, it could see the shadow of a king deep inside. It saw the enemy that the system requested to resolve and confirmed. His true form is a sword. If severed from its host, it would not be able to move anymore. Soo-ho still had not grasped what was happening. Half believing it, is that Lee Yang-ho, having been possessed, had become a wolfman. Staring at him, his eyes were like a cat's in the night, glaring at everything with a fierce demeanor. To contain the wolfman, dark creatures similar to hounds charged to attack him. One of the hounds had bitten Raken's fang, testing whether it was tougher or sharper. Soo-ho was surprised by his own small actions. They really stood up after I poured mana into them. Bi-ru explained the special principle to him. Dark warriors like us basically take the form of souls. As long as there is still mana, we can recover. Who would have thought? Just as it finished boasting, a hound was cleaved in half by a sword. Do you see the power of dark warriors? No different from the outcome. Another dark warrior was also hit by a sword, flying out as it charged forward. Another one had just raised its claws and was immediately pierced by him. Soo-ho turned to ask, are you losing faith in the power of that dark warrior? Biru awkwardly sweated, then scolded him back. This is because the young lord's power is still too weak. He remained astonished by the swordsmanship of Li Yang-ho. How is this possible? The sword he wielded radiated not only murderous intent, but was also incredibly sharp. Li Yang-ho was still arrogant about his sword skills, scolding Suho. A pathetic creature like you can wield the power of the Dark King. Suho felt more curious than angry. What? He can talk? Meanwhile, Biru was tense, quickly asserting his identity. How dare you call the bloodline of the king a pathetic creature? All of Li Yang-ho's teeth were sharp. He was becoming increasingly mad. The bloodline of the king. I did not expect to meet you here. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, something was launched toward him. Enemy of the king. Li Yang-ho fell into a state of rage. Flustered by the unexpected attack from the axe, it turned out that was Suho's intention. Currently, he held the axe in his hand. I should test his strength a bit. He swung a blow toward him. And at the same time, the wolfman struck back and dodged Suho's power at the last moment. Predictably, the red-named monster was just as expected. He could easily counter this attack. He hesitated when faced with many weapons embedded in the ground. Then, Li Yang-ho was screaming madly because he had lost his senses. Suho finally dared to make a decisive decision. I must win with numbers. He was surrounded by the techniques he created, aimed at countering the attacks coming from all sides. Biru behind him opened its eyes wide, watching Suho's back and marveling. This is the talent of the ruler. The power of the dominator. Possessed since birth. However, each technique of Li Yang-ho was powerful enough to worry him. But despite that, he should convert the weapons Suho sent flying into pieces in the air. Li Yang-ho brandished Raken's fang aggressively, charging forward with eyes shining like stage lights. Suho did not lose heart. He still raised the axe, ready to fight to the end. But he had to admit, Li Yang-ho's strength was terrifying. A single blow shattered his axe. Suho was deep in thought as he saw him. With just one attack, he had destroyed the goblin's weapon. Now, he had no weapon in hand and could only dodge attacks. If it continued like this, would not it be no different from being unable to retaliate? His mind was filled with thoughts. In front of him, a scene played out where if he recklessly charged in, just one blow would finish him off. If the battle dragged on, he would have no chance of winning. Li Yang-ho was clearly taunting him. How long will you continue to run like a coward? The Dark King is just a coward hiding behind soldiers. Biru did not let his master speak first and immediately retorted. You jerk? Suho released his grip from the broken axe, firmly asserting, slandering someone's mother is rude. Swung Raken's fang straight at him. Suho could only jump aside to avoid the blow. Despite the provocation, he did not have enough confidence to defeat him. Damn it. If only I were stronger. Suho was very puzzled, noticing that nothing had changed. Biru. You know, if the seal has been lifted, why has not my power returned since I climbed the tower? It provided a reasonable explanation for his doubts. The young lord's power has been sealed since birth. It is better to think that you are currently regaining power from that time. If you possess that power, you can definitely fight a Taram. Meanwhile, Biru concluded, making Suho appear disappointed. However, that was situated between the real and the unreal. It was simply a test to see if he could showcase his talents. Regardless of whether his physical strength surpassed the test, it would still vanish. Suddenly, Biru manifested a hand, not forgetting to remind him. In short, it is just a game. Your experience in the tower is not useless. Remember your feelings and fighting spirit. Li Yang-ho relentlessly unleashed attacks towards Suho. He still vividly remembered the emotions from that time. In the tower, he fought only with his fists. If only he still had those old gloves. He recalled Biru's previous words, which calmed him down. Dark warriors like us basically take the form of souls. As long as there is still mana, we can recover. Suho thought carefully, to make the right decision. Recalling that he could change Biru's form at will, it always stood behind him, encouraging him. Young king, helping Suho gain more confidence. If that was the case, instantly, the dark warriors arose, and the giant hound appeared. Arise. Li Yang-ho craving victory, bored because his opponent did not seem worthy. Mock. Don't you see that those tricks are utterly useless? Just as he was about to use Raken's fang, two hounds were already ready to charge at Li Yang-ho. I will send you off first. The hounds of the present were vastly different from before. They stared at him without blinking, but it was incomprehensible. The dark warrior suddenly had numerous holes in its body. Suho had to provide them with strength, extending his arms to pour mana into them. Meanwhile, Li Yang-ho wanted to deliver a decisive blow to deal with him. Dust flew everywhere, but it could not obscure his triumphant smile. Li Yang-ho abruptly halted his smile when a protective barrier shielded him. Suho used all his remaining strength to block Raken's fang. You truly live up to your name. Wolfman. The system indicated the skill he was using. Wolfman level 1 transformation. Steel Gauntlet. The system sent another notification. Notice. The skill Shadow Extraction has leveled up. It also informed him that the skill Shadow Extraction level 2 had evolved, allowing him to transform Dark Warriors without the need for mana, freely changing their shapes. Sung Soo-ho regained his confidence, brushed Li Yang-ho's sword away from his head. With this, I can fight you head-on. Both he and Li Yang-ho refused to back down as their attacks clashed against each other. Biru could only watch, wide-eyed in astonishment. It trembled, finally daring to exclaim, "Oh heaven!" Turning Dark Warriors into weapons. The image of a person with dark power appeared in Biru's mind. It always used the best words to praise him. The Dark King. You surpass countless levels, standing freely to control the darkness. However, the young lord has just learned the dark power, merely equivalent to a newly hatched ant. Yet he leveled up his dark power without anyone teaching him. Biru thought about his quick reflexes as he fought against Li Yang-ho, escaping until now. An axe sprouted in mid-air, positioned behind him, and just as Biru said, he possessed the talent of a ruler. From that ordinary weapon, the axe was powerful enough to slice through, injuring him. The angry expression on Li Yang-ho's face was the clearest evidence. He was extremely surprised by the power Suho had, and Biru was also quite astonished by Suho's abilities, especially now that he was using dark powers. It could only scream in its thoughts. Suho's eyes still shine even though he is exhausted. My king. Li Yang-ho appeared in pain, his body riddled with cuts as he was about to charge at him. Then he received a punch from Suho that sent him flying into the wall, causing rocks to tumble down. Dust billowed up, clouding the scene after the endless battle. The incident did not stop there, as Li Yang-ho stood up again with Rakan's power. Suddenly, water stains appeared on the ground, and the wind blew dust everywhere. No one could have expected. Numerous axes were neatly arranged on the ground. All of them flew from their positions, controlled by his mana. Biru could hardly believe its eyes. Suho not only held one in his hand but also had the other axes charging at Li Yang-ho. Young lord, be careful. Rakan's power was driven out of Li Yang-ho's hands by him using his techniques. Suho truly deserved praise from Biru. He was genuinely a genius. Sung Soo-ho was still conversing with Biru. His name is Red, so I am a bit worried, but in the end, I managed to defeat him. Biru still had great faith in Suho. I am sure you will win. Young lord. Suho knew Biru was just trying to encourage him, comforting him. Don't he lie. Although the outcome was not perfect, Suho still felt a bit lucky. Thanks to this battle, he learned a new way to fight, so it did not seem too bad, and Sung Soo-ho smiled. He excitedly said, "Now, let us take a look at what the reward is." The system sent a notification. Notification. You have received a reward after completing the mission. Do you want to view the reward? The notification board displayed yes or no. Of course, Suho wanted to see, so he replied. Yep. After selecting, the system notified again. Mission reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. The reward includes Ancient Script, Whirlwind Slash. It sent another notification. Notification. You have learned the skill Whirlwind Slash. The system also diligently introduced the new skill to Suho. Skill, Whirlwind Slash Level 1. Active skill. Mana cost, 50. The power of a swirling wind envelops your sword, allowing you to attack multiple enemies at once. Suho was enjoying his reward, a skill that was the one he desired most, and he intuitively understood how to use this skill. Suho curiously thought, let us give it a try. Suho began to utilize the new skill. He looked at the sword, and regarding this weapon, a thought rang out from somewhere. How humiliating. I can't believe I was defeated by the bloodline of the Dark King. Suho started using a new skill. Suho looked at the sword, and regarding this weapon, a thought suddenly echoed in someone's mind. How humiliating. I never expected to be defeated by the bloodline of the Dark King, but he still was not impressed by Suho's victory. However, it was not over yet. Human greed knows no bounds. Suho gripped the sword tightly. The other guy seemed quite pleased with his actions, feeling quite self-satisfied. As soon as someone takes hold of my sword, they will be consumed by their own greed. Suho's hands moved toward the sword. Just as the other guy had hoped, it did not happen. The system announced, you have obtained Rakan's Fang item. Suho picks up the sword to evaluate it, and it is definitely better than the goblin's weapon. That guy is surprised. I inherited the power of the Clawed King. But is there really a guy in this world that I can't control? Suho is excited with the new sword in hand. He draws the sword. Alright. Let us see how the skill works. The system sends another notification. The blessing of Great Mage Candiaru. Great Mage Candiaru has granted you a special spell. Upon receiving Candiaru's blessing, you will gain a strong and sturdy body. He grips the sword tightly. Suho raises the sword high. The system messages. Skill activated. Wind slash. The ground is slashed apart by Suho. Each stone seems to crack. Suho assesses. Using the skill will drain all my mana, which feels a bit deceptive, but I like its destructive power. Biru comments, compared to now. Your reaction to the skill of shadow abstraction was too indifferent. The power of darkness is 100,000 times better than this. At this moment, Suho's brother slowly wakes up. Suho is surprised. You are awake. He clutches his head in pain, curiously asking, what happened? Suho, before he could fully regain his senses, he was met with a horrifying sight. Mouth agape, knowing that he is agitated, Suho speaks up. It is a long story. Do you want to hear it while we go outside? In the bustling city, Suho speaks first. I am going to check if there are any survivors in the dungeon. Suho's friend agrees. Okay. Alright. Watching Suho's figure gradually fade away, he silently evaluates Suho from a distance. A renowned hunter with summoning skills. Even in small skirmishes, he does not stand out much. How can Suho be this strong? His gaze looks at Suho with suspicion, but then he quickly brushes off those thoughts. Whatever. Thinking about this now won't help. The crowd on the street continues to bustle by. They reassure each other. Do not worry. I am not hurt. How did this happen? Now you realize. The important thing is that Suho saved all these people. The fierce dogs are barking loudly. They charge at Suho to attack. Suho calmly deals with each one. The system notifies continuously. You have defeated a wolf beast. You have defeated a wolf beast. The leveling notifications keep coming. Suho finishes up and tells Beerut. There are still many wolf beasts inside. Beerut reminds him. It is all experience. So do not waste it. Suho is startled. Wait a minute. You questioned Raken's Fang. Why did your attack power suddenly drop? Raken's Fang replies. A bit lagging. A bit quick. You think I will cooperate with someone of the Dark King's bloodline? The information panel appears. Item. Raken's Fang. Rarity. Undetermined. Type of sword. Attack. From 30 to ±5. With stat adjustments. The sword is made from Raken's Fang, King of Wild Beasts. The soul of Raken is contained in this sword. And if you... Low-level hunters will have their bodies taken over. Raken's Fang. It is all experience. So do not waste it. Suho is startled. Wait a minute. The information panel appears. Item. Raken's Fang. Rarity. Undetermined. Type of sword. Attack. From 30 to ±5. With stat adjustments. The sword is made from Raken's Fang, King of Wild Beasts. The soul of Raken is contained in this sword. And if you... Low-level hunters will have their bodies taken over. The sword's effect terrifies the weak, causing the designated target to fall into fear for 1 minute. Many stats are nearing 50%. Effect of fatal wound. With a 15% chance of dealing double critical damage. Beerut comments to Raken's Fang with disdain. You have a skill to fight against weaker enemies. That is truly shameful. Raken's Fang retorts disdainfully. Shameful. What hunter aims for prey stronger than themselves? Beerut says sarcastically. You may be stronger than the king by a little, but he still defeated you. He responds hesitantly. Vague. As if wanting to brush it off. Suho is speechless with them. First a talking bug, now a talking shadow. It is really chaotic. Suho laments. He stands still, observing. Suho gradually steps closer. There. A strange red light is emanating. Countless people who have sacrificed themselves lie strewn across the ground. Suho silently watches. Suddenly, Beerut reminds Suho. Who has been standing there? They are all dead. Raken's Fang responds. I only kill those who invade this place. My mission is to guard the territory of the Claw King. Suho suddenly grabs Raken's Fang, catching it off guard. Suho angrily shouts. Slam it into the ground. Be quiet for a moment. The system reminds. You can use shadow extraction on this target. Suho is surprised. Shadow extraction can be used on humans too. Beerut politely replies. Yep. Young king. You can turn all corpses into your soldiers without caring about their race. Suho extends his hands. He grabs the one lying sprawled on the ground. He quickly addresses the pile of corpses lying there. Beerut asks in surprise. Are you not going to prepare to use shadow extraction? Suho answers nonchalantly. Yeah. Suho speaks with sympathy. They are already dead. But forcing them to fight is just like a punishment. Seems Suho really does not have the heart to do such things. Beerut is speechless, exclaiming. Young king. Raken's Fang is also silent, unable to say anything. Everything has been resolved by Suho. He suddenly speaks. Beerut. Beerut. Is this a sanctuary of a king? Beerut confirms. That is right. Suho asks further. Was my father also a king? But he killed other kings. Right. What were they? And what do they have to do with Atarim? Suho wonders. Beerut answers as per his knowledge. You can see Atarim as the current enemy of the king, while the other kings are his past enemies, totaling to the kings, including the great king. Beerut proudly recounts. Introducing the kings. First is your father, the great Sung Jingyu, the king of the dead, the dark prince. There is also the king of wild beasts, the fierce-toothed lord, the queen of the cursed, the lord of the plague, the king of humanoid monsters, the iron king, the king of demons, the white fire king, the giant king, the origin king, the snow people king, the ice king, the king of evil spirits, the lord of transformation, and finally, the king of the furious dragons. They all show no signs of fatigue, even though each king possesses power unimaginable to ordinary people. When the other 8 kings invaded Earth, they all met their end at the hands of the great king. Suho was surprised, feeling a bit sad. Did my father really do that? Raken's Fang suddenly speaks up. That is right. The king of darkness is the enemy who killed my master. The fierce king, it begins to grumble. If only my power were intact, I would have torn you apart. Being of the same bloodline as the Dark Lord, I would shatter your body into pieces and feed you to the wolves. Its voice begins to threaten. Suho remains silent, then speaks sympathetically. I can understand your feelings. Suho defends his father. He must have fought against the other kings to protect the earth, and you just want to protect this place from intruders. Both sides want to protect what is important to them, so they acted this way. But Suho still has a lingering doubt in his heart that he cannot resolve until now. But I still find one thing puzzling. You keep saying you have to fight me, because I have the same bloodline as the Dark Lord. He continues. If your mission is to protect this place, then being hostile towards my father is very foolish. Raken's Fang is startled. What did you say? Suho says. I want to meet my parents. But because of the intruders from outside, I can't meet them. Meaning, if I can achieve my goal, then I can use any power necessary. He still asks, if Itarim starts invading, then this place will also fall into chaos. Right, if you help me, then I will help you protect this place. He makes a deal with Raken's Fang. Raken's Fang is confused. Cooperate with someone of the same bloodline as the Dark Lord. It looks directly into Suho's eyes. Suho tightly grips Raken's Fang. What do you say? He kneels down. Darkness and Fierce Tooth become allies with each other in another place. On a beautiful day, many people are present to enjoy the reporter Dangbu's interview with Lim Doggywool. Can you tell us in detail about the incident that happened in the dungeon yesterday? Pale Manager, they continue. Lim Doggywool, the survivor of yesterday's event. Doggywool agrees. I will tell you all about it. Let me tell you everything. Doggywool thinks to himself. Although he is just a minor character, if recognized, Suho's fame will surely rise. But this is a good opportunity to repay my debt to Suho. That night, an article appeared online. It detailed the incident of a renowned hunter rescuing other hunters in a dungeon. The article also included accounts from those who witnessed the renowned hunter bravely charge towards the beasts to save everyone, along with the countless people he helped. In the office, Kim Young-jun taps his pen on his head. It is time we hire some porters. In the management team's dark hall, Young-jun's subordinate receives the order. Quickly agreeing. Yep. The collection team is clamoring for more staff. I think we need to hire more renowned hunters. Young-jun nods in agreement. He suggests, now I will send you some candidates. What do you think of this one? The staff member receives the information Young-jun sent. Me see. A renowned hunter evacuated while fighting beasts in the infamous dungeon and rescued the raid team out. The subordinate's jaw drops. A renowned hunter. Young-jun replies, if a big organization like ours gets him, would not we be on the front page? They look over Suho's profile. A hero rising from obscurity. Young-jun decides, I will contact him right away. The next day, after checking on the work, Young-ji slams his phone down on the table. Young-jun asks his subordinate, has Hunter Suho responded yet? He has been invited to the Dark Hall as a level hunter. He will love that. That is my guess. Young-jun's subordinate feels a bit uneasy about his boss's assumption. Well, as the assistant's answer just echoes, Young-jun exclaims, what? He declined. Young-jun seems unable to believe his ears, needing to ask again for confirmation. He declined the invitation from the Dark Hall. Isn't it absurd for a rookie level hunter to refuse an invitation from a big association like ours? The subordinate reads the message from Suho sent back to the Dark Hall. He said he has no plans to join any guild. Young-jun's voice suddenly rises an octave. A hunter that does not join any guild. Does he think he is an institute level hunter? Young-jun's voice gradually loses patience. The assistant, knowing Young-jun is angry, speaks up to reassure him. Well, maybe sooner or later he will call us back. He will soon realize how unreasonable it is not to join any guild. On Suho's side, he is at home responding to messages on his phone. Sighing tiredly, Suho scrolls through his phone. Exhausted. I have received countless invitations from various guilds after returning from the dungeon. Biru praises. Many people wish they could have your talent. Young King, Suho tiredly wipes his hair after washing it, but all of them are trying to recruit me like I am some prized possession. Why are they contacting me so much? What is their reason? Suho flops down on the sofa, lamenting. Even if I join a guild, it will only hinder my growth through the leveling system, so joining a guild is unnecessary. Suho asserts. He turns to confide in Biru. That is how it is, and Rakan's Fang too. Shall we continue our conversation? Rakan's Fang, recalling. After grabbing Rakan's Fang asks Suho, how do you see it? Its voice continues to question. Darkness and Fierce Tooth become allies with each other. Rakan's Fang is surprised. What is wrong with this kid? It wonders. Suho, what a mess. Rakan's Fang is too surprised. How could it speak so easily of such an unreasonable thing? But Rakan's Fang reconsidered. Rakan's Fang realizes. However, if Darkness and Fierce Tooth become allies, Suho's gaze becomes profound. Rakan's Fang, before accepting the request, wants to make a proposal. I have a condition. Take me to another territory of the Fierce King. Returning to the present, Suho asks Rakan's Fang, do you know how to get to the territory? Rakan's Fang replies, if it is the territory of the Fierce King, I can find it no matter how far it is. Rakan's Fang continues. I can sense that the portal to the territory has disappeared. It may be what you humans call a dungeon outbreak storm, Suho responds. Then that territory must have turned into a dungeon of some sort. To explain a bit about the dungeon of that type. It is a dungeon phenomenon where the land has been desertified. Due to the dungeon outbreak of a portal abandoned where monsters reside, Suho decides to set out. He sends a message to his uncle. Uncle, I am going out for a while. Please do not worry about me even if I do not contact you for a while. Now that I have sent the text to my uncle, Suho has packed his belongings and is ready to head out. Shall we go to that location? They begin their journey right into the dark night. Suho has arrived at an iron fence with a dilapidated old door. Suho stands there, confused, asking again. Are you sure it is here? Rakan's Fang replies. For sure, looking at the scenery around and the warning signs there. Suho senses. It is hard to leave here. All over. This is the occupied territory of a dead guild. Suho knows that trespassing on private property here is illegal. And he has heard that the Hyena Guild was created for the underworld. So there would probably be many underworld members in here. Beerit speaks up. Instead of listening to that tiny creature, it is best for you to level up and strengthen your power. But before he could finish, Beerit has to stop. Beerit questions. What are you doing? Suho is ready, preparing to advance. Beerit looks at the camera bewildered. What about the Hyena Guild? Suho reassures. There will be a way to resolve everything. Suho clenches his fist. He uses all his strength to smash the camera there. Suho calmly replies, if we do this, then there will be no evidence. Right. Beerit is surprised. Your method of working without hesitation is just like the king. Suho steps forward, entering inside. Suho can't help but feel surprised. Are all environmental dungeons like this thick with mist? Beerit explains. The mist is a magical force from outer space. It compresses spatial barriers to the point of shattering and creates gaps in the world. Rakan's Fang adds. Because of this mist, the sanctum I was in has passed through a crack and is now connected to the earth. It recalls. Entities from outer space are digging a massive hole from our dimension to bring their forces over. It is because the more magical power there is, the more it will affect the movement of space. Just like me, Suho asks again. So what you mean is that to bring the strongest over here, it will take time. Suho suddenly stops. He decides. Alright. Then we just need to level up. Thousands of beasts in here are eagerly rushing to attack Suho. There are the strongest monsters. Vutsak River and the Dark Shadow Rakan. Rakan's Fang seems to have waited too long for this battle. Finally, the time to showcase my power has come. Suho praises it. That is quite bold. Looking at the beast charging, Suho says. But I won't use you as a weapon. Rakan's Fang is surprised. What? Suho calmly replies. I have thought carefully about how I will fight from now on, he confidently states. The basics I learned from the tutorial. Suho's left hand forms a fist. Suho decides to use the hand of the Dominator to support mid-range and long-range. Suho takes Rakan's Fang. His eyes sharp. He decides to use a combination of weapons to confuse the enemy. The system announces. The skill Wind Slash has been activated. He extends his hand. And then, Suho stands fighting majestically like a hero. Reaping the results through shadow extraction of warriors. Suho proudly introduces. This is my new fighting style. Beerit can't help but praise. Truly wonderful. Young King. Rakan's Fang is equally surprised. So this is the power of someone from the bloodline of the Dark King. It silently assesses. The more enemies there are, the longer the battle will last. He becomes stronger and uses the defeated enemies. At this rate, we will have a chance in this external battle. Everything has been resolved perfectly. Suho observes his results. Now he can handle the shadow soldiers after enhancing his intelligence points. Beerut suddenly jumps in. But this is nothing compared to the tens of millions of soldiers of your great king. He could not finish his sentence before Suho snaps. Silence. In the forest, only silence remains. The sound of leaves rustling against the wind. Fang leads Suho and Beerut to find the portal. Upon arriving, it exclaims, "Here it is," Fang says. This is the portal leading to the territory, but unfortunately, there are still people remaining in the forest. Suho laments. What a shame. Can't believe there are still people here at this hour. Fang says. These are ones who will do anything to cling to their lives. Suho thinks. Why are they here at this hour? Would not it be better to take down the magic beasts during the day? Below, there is a group of people transporting something. Cart is slowly rolling. Suho is surprised. He sees they are kidnapping a girl. Blindfolded tightly. That is, one of them approaches. Lifting the girl's face up, Suho asks. Beerut, is it possible that I am witnessing a human trafficking scene? Beerut confirms. It seems so. Beerut does not forget to remind Suho. Young king, we are intruding here. It would be wiser not to act rashly if we are caught here. Before he could finish, Suho has already disappeared. Beerut helplessly calls out. Suho recalls. His father, a detective with a violent past. His uncle, a legendary firefighter, and the 21-year-old boy Suho has grown up admiring them. The people below sense something and quickly turn their heads. It is Suho flying up to attack them. All of them have a common reaction of acting as soon as something unjust happens. Suho's gaze becomes sharp. Attacking the group down there, Suho rushes in, directly striking the kidnapper down. The kidnapper takes a hit from Suho's foot, knocking him off balance. Suho's action has stunned his teammates, leaving them speechless. The other kidnappers present there are also frozen in shock, only able to gawk with mouths agape. The kidnapper that Suho struck falls face first to the ground. Suho turns back, glaring at them with piercing eyes that seem to want to pop their eyes out. The kidnappers, seeing the situation, hesitantly stammer at Suho. Who are you? Suho suddenly realizes his overzealous action, panicking to cover his face. Right. My body moved on its own. I must have been too angry. Right now Suho really wants to go back a few minutes to calm down his anger. Suho grits his teeth, realizing he made a mistake. Trespassing on another guild's territory is illegal. What should I do now? Suho is brainstorming ways to handle this awkward situation. Suddenly, he remembers something. Beerut, grow large. Come to Suho. It flies over Suho. Suho feels he has regained the upper hand. Threateningly speaking. Unexpectedly threatening someone else's kidnapper. Who are you? Hyena Guild scum. Suho's voice becomes more dangerous. The Hyena Guild members finally become aware. Shouting. Who? What kind of monster are you? Not only did you invade our territory, but you attacked us too. Do you want to die? He asked back, saying that the leader orders his underlings. Tear him apart. The underlings quickly move to attack passionately, seemingly still unaware of their mistake. One by one, they approach, aiming straight for Suho's face. But luckily Suho swiftly dodges these crazies. Suho silently recalls, based on his research, the average rank of Hyena Guild members is low level. To be safe, I should not use all my strength. Suho calculates. Thinking is doing. Suho decides to engage them with only 5% of his power. One by one, they rush in only to be sent flying 3 million miles away by Suho's kick. The ones behind, seeing their comrade beaten to a pulp, show clear signs of panic and worry. Suho leaps into the air. He performs a beautiful somersault, frightening the Hyena Guild members present there. Beerut exclaims in surprise. Young prince. Beerut feels surprised, a bit proud too. Has he matured to the point where the people they call awakened are no longer a match for him? Beerut is genuinely moved. After putting on the mask, Suho's face becomes even more dangerous. He silently assesses. I win too easily. All the Hyena Guild members present have been captured by Suho, tied up in a pile. Beerut proudly runs out, continuously praising Suho. You handled it so neatly. Young king. The girl Suho rescued from the Hyena Guild kidnappers stutters her thanks. The thank you for rescuing me. She asks further. Are you a hunter from the Hunter Association? Suho sees this and just knows how to phrase it. Pretty much. Just tell them that, in this situation, he can only say that the people Suho rescued are very moved, tears streaming down their faces. Suho reassures them. I will handle everything here so you all can evacuate to a safe place. After the crowd leaves, Suho then asks Biru. But why is the Hyena Guild kidnapping people? Suddenly Fang calls out. Suho, it says, I can sense. Suho immediately asks. What do you mean you sense? Fang explains. The reason I said we should come here is over there. Fang refers to that old warehouse. Suho, Fang, and Biru walk over there. He uses his hand to pull up the rolling door. The scene before Suho makes him surprised. Suho stutters. This is... It turns out in front of everyone are dozens of cells with iron bars. Suho scans the area. Is this where they keep people? There are many scraps like drug wrappers. Syringes scattered everywhere. Biru also senses a source of energy here. This vague energy. Could it be Suho, Biru, and Reiken's Fang look into a small cell nearby. Suho sees a puppy trembling in the dark corner. Suho cannot understand or guess what the Hyena Guild wants to do. They even lock up a puppy. What does the Hyena Guild want to do exactly? Reiken's Fang speaks up to correct. That is not a puppy. That is a wolf cub, Reiken's Fang states. It is a descendant of the king of wild beasts. The fierce king, Suho exclaims in surprise. What? Reiken's Fang recounts. Right after losing the battle against the Dark King, the fierce king left a descendant behind for its offspring, and to evacuate to the sanctum. He believed that as long as his essence did not fade, another fierce king would be born. The sound of chains clanking against the ground echoes. He truly wants another fierce king to be born. The atmosphere here gradually thickens. It seems Reiken's Fang understands the feelings of the fierce king very well. He wants his lineage to remain intact and exist for years to come. Beard also says, I can sense the vague energy belonging to the fierce king in that wolf. Because it is very weak. If left like this, it will die. Beard asks, what will you do? Young king. Suho does not know how to react appropriately. He hesitates. Suddenly, Reiken's Fang exclaims, what is this? This statement causes Suho and Beerut to turn around simultaneously. A voice of people from the Hyena Guild is heard. Those people are bustling. With the outside crew all taken down, there must be a few left inside. Yet it seems there is only one person left. Suho glares at them with vengeful eyes. Damn it. There are still people from that guild here. Suho suddenly realizes. Right in front of him is not a person, but a monster. The monster is furious at this situation. The Hyena Guild. Those list scum. Just as I thought. Can't trust humans. Reiken's Fang is surprised. Brokey. You are still alive. Suho asks curiously. You know him? It replies. I know. He is the guard assigned to the descendant I mentioned earlier. Brokey sees Reiken's Fang and also asks him. It has been a while. Reiken's Fang. You are still alive. Reiken's Fang angrily questions Brokey. Brokey. You were not supposed to be sent to protect the descendant of the fierce king. What have you done for everything to end up like this? It questions Brokey. Suho's fists begin to clench tightly. Brokey looks directly at Suho. What the hell? He leans in close to Suho. Sneering. Human. Brokey questions. Do you dare touch my possession? Suho remains silent. Only feeling the speed of it is too fast. Brokey grinds his teeth, then unleashes a tremendous force, directly shattering the stones around into pieces. Its speed is truly too fast, and it is too strong. Knocking Suho far away, Brokey sees the critical situation and shouts, quickly running towards Suho. Young prince. The entire ground is enveloped in dense smoke, dust swirling everywhere. Brokey rushes to where Suho was hit and sits down, anxiously asking, Are you okay? My lord. Suho assesses half-jokingly. Out of all the hits I have taken recently, this one hurts the most. Beerut panics. Your head is bleeding. Suho feigns annoyance. Calmly replies. My head is all messed up. Stop, Beerut. The system suddenly announces. The defensive skill has leveled up. Physical defense power has increased from 20% to 40%. Beerut still can't hide his worry. Young prince. When we arrived here, I sensed a vague energy. Now I know what it is. Beerut continues. Iterum. I can sense Iterum's energy from that guy. Reiken's Fang moves forward, speaking to Brokey. Brokey. Do you know what you are doing with the descendant of the fierce king? Brokey replies. Do you think I can maintain this territory without the strength to sustain it? Reiken's Fang is startled. Brokey continues. For the survival of the most powerful nations there, only the strong can survive. The survival of the weak can only depend on those stronger. Moreover, this is also the law of nature. The weak will become nourishment for the strong, Brokey states. Although this guy is too weak, his origins belong to the same bloodline as the fierce king, so he can be considered an optimal source of nourishment. Brokey reveals his true nature. That is why I have always wanted to absorb him. Brokey locks. I want to drink his blood. The blood of the king. Reiken's Fang disappointingly calls out Brokey's name. Brokey insists. And I will definitely kill you. Kiki. You can't even do anything alone, a human like you. What can you do to stop me? The fact that the fierce king died is proof that he is weak. Suho raises his hand. Brokey keeps boasting. And me? The survivor is truly called a strong one. Suho lifts his hand. Brokey locks his gaze. You deserve the title of king. It turns to look at everyone. Biru goes to the wolf, calling out. Halazio. Suddenly, something brushes past. That is Suho. He calls Raken's Fang back to his side. Biru is startled. Young Suho. The voice of Raken's Fang resounds. Suho replied. Right on. Looks like someone is pretty upset with this jerk. I have got some things to settle with him too, Suho said. This is the first time the alliance between darkness and the fierce has shown its strength. Suho thought to himself. Iterum. Finally I have found a clue linking to my father, Broki angrily said. What a nuisance? A damn coward dares to. Broki threatened Suho. I will kill you, the system suddenly announced. There is a new mission. Mission announcement. Urgent mission. Defeat the Hyena Guild. Eliminate Broki. And keep yourself safe. Eliminate Broki. Not just any. The system has sent a new mission to Suho. Can you overcome them? Baru was holding the crying puppy. Lamenting. Sigh. I can't help it all except just standing by and watching. The puppy lowered its head. Looking sad as if pondering something. Scene shifts to Sung Soho. Holding Gaken's Fang. He is fighting against Broki, he thought. Broki the Hyena. Ah. Delightful, he continued thinking. I think I know where they got the name for their guild from. How could a monster both establish a guild and capture humans? Could it have anything to do with the Atasm group? Atasm is the main antagonist of this story. Suddenly, the people behind him said, Broki, please let us go. Which surprised both him and Soho. They continued. That guy is not an ordinary person. We will lend you a hand. With this declaration from them, Broki pondered for a moment. Meanwhile, Sung Suho drew his sword and shouted, I want to just stand by and let this happen. As he finished speaking, the monster opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs towards the group, and they exclaimed in fear. Then a light snap completely severed their heads, spraying blood everywhere. Sung Suho was shocked and terrified. What? Broki said. Thinking I need help to deal with someone like this. Those who do not know their place are just meant to be easy prey. He felt extremely angry. Then he swung his sword towards him and shouted, Broki. The sword sliced quickly towards him, but he easily blocked it with his hand. He faced him, his eyes filled with rage. He questioned him. You killed just for that reason, the monster replied. Deciding whether someone lives or dies is the privilege of the strong. Then it flung him away, saying, Do you think the strong need a reason for anything? Immediately, he returned and jumped down from above. His eyes shone brightly, radiating fury at it. Then he clenched his teeth and charged forward with his sword. The monster punched at him, but fortunately he dodged just in time. The wall there instantly shattered, and the battle continued. The monster struck a blow. He struck back, both exchanging hits, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, the monster stomped hard on the ground, causing it to crack. Then its eyes glowed brightly, stretching into a bizarre smile. Then it tensed up, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated around. Then it suddenly slid as if realizing something. From above, a familiar shadow surprised it greatly. Sung Suho swung a slash towards it. The monster raised its hand and managed to block his strike. It laughed loudly, showing disdain. Huh? You are only this strong. I thought the aftermath of the Dark Lord would be something else. Just as it finished, the sword pierced through its body, causing it to fall mute immediately. He said, It is not over yet. I activate the tornado. Instantly, the sword unleashed a powerful gust of wind that pierced through the monster. He asked, Brojoki, why did you end up like this? Suddenly the fang emitted a sound. The one who was loyal and respected Lord Jacken. Why have you changed your mind? This made him feel confused and uncomfortable. He stood deep in thought. Respect Jacken, he thought while picturing Jakan. That image kept flashing in his mind, and he immediately grasped the fang and said, he threw down the fang with all his might. Shattering it, he shouted in anger. I never respected him. Back then I only submitted to Jaken's power. He lamented to the broken fang. Did you think I would live as a weakling forever? Sung Suho looked at that scene and shouted, Fang. Immediately, he lunged at Suho, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach, saying, This is not the time for you to worry about others. Just give up. He felt utterly terrified. It hurt so much. His bones felt like they were about to shatter. But when he thought about his father, who might still be fighting somewhere, this seemed to give him strength, and he immediately broke free from that punch. Then his eyes shone brightly again. Turning around and releasing an incredibly powerful aura, he began to clench his fist. Then he punched the monster hard in the stomach. I can fall here. The monster was knocked back by his punch. He roared loudly, My dear king. At this moment, the sword was shattered. The gem in the sword had also shattered. The power was leaking out. From the broken sword, I would be destroyed next, regardless of the survival of the lineage. Not caring about the future of the Fang tribe, everything fell on Sung Suho alone. I want to fight more. I still want to fight. At this moment, it looked towards the puppy in the distance. What will become of Lord Jacken's lineage? I understand now. At this moment, Sung Suho is fiercely fighting against the monster. The thought continued. So he has been inspired by the spirit of fighting against evil. I understand now. The last thing I can do. As it began to shine brightly, then those lights began to move closer to the puppy. I can transfer all remaining power to you for the lineage of the fierce lord. Saying that, the power was transferred directly into the puppy, completely healing all its wounds. At this moment, Sung Suho was being pummeled by the monster without a single miss. He was punched far away, then slammed against the nearby wall. The wall shattered and he was knocked unconscious. Inside him at that moment was utterly miserable, his hair hanging down. He sat there motionless. His blood was now only 21 out of 2350. Yet he had regained consciousness with a face full of vigor and anger. Seeming to have gained a bit of strength, the monster said, "Just a but you have held on pretty long." Then he started walking towards him. Suho thought to himself, "Can I defeat him?" Saying that, he lunged at Suho to attack. His sharp claws were about to touch him. Suho gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. A huge explosion caused the surrounding earth and stone to fly up in a haze. The puppy had just bitten his hand in time to save him. He was surprised by this. It turned to look at him. He said to it, "Is that you?" Looking at the bite on the monster's hand that was bleeding, he began to realize something. The puppy exuded anger. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. "Alert. The descendant of the Fang tribe greatly admires your fighting spirit. Do you want to recruit the descendant of the Fang tribe as a teammate?" He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The descendant of the Fang tribe. Does that mean the little wolf from before? Recruited as a teammate, the monster looked at the wolf pup and said, "You are the descendant of Zaken. Have you absorbed the power of Fang Zaken?" Suho was dumbfounded. It absorbed power from Fang Zaken. Does that mean Fang Zaken sacrificed itself to save the descendant of the Lord? The system's voice continued. "Do you want to recruit the descendant of the Fang tribe as a teammate?" He thought. Since I wanted to partner with the Fang tribe from the start, there is no reason to refuse. He pressed his finger on the control panel. "Ooh," the system announced once again. "You have successfully recruited the descendant of the Fang tribe as a teammate." At this moment both his and the wolf pup's eyes widened. Something penetrated into his mind. He saw an image of the wolf pup with the monster. It said, "The descendant of Zaken. I have lost to the Dark Lord." It continued. "This world is still governed by the law of the jungle. Since I have lost, I will lose a lot of things. Become stronger so that the Fang tribe can thrive." Saying that, it patted the puppy's head. Both pups seemed to freeze. It cried silently before its eyes. That monster was kneeling before the people with the hidden cross symbol on their heads to protect it. It said, "What are you? Why did not you just kill me?" The child in the arms of the woman replied, "This seems like a useful monster. It is exactly what we need. I choose this one." Saying that, he slowly brought the Fail closer to the monster's face. As Fail touched its eye, a heartbreaking scream made the puppy outside terrified. "Hinabrajoki, from now on, you have the mission to capture the sky and bring them to me. The thing we transfer into your body will give you strength. Of course, it depends on who is using it." At this moment, the monster transformed into an evil being. The puppy behind cried out in despair. Then something terrifying frightened the puppy. Before its eyes was Brojoki. He grinned with a long tongue, showing off his sharp teeth and laughing loudly. It seems their ambitions have been warped. Sung Suho was then stunned. The memories of the Fang tribe. These people had attached a boulder onto Brojoki's eye. They are directly involved in Ta Zimso. The descendants of the Fang tribe do not want revenge against Brojoki, but want to stop Brojoki's tyranny. If this is related to their plan, I must defeat Brojoki first, but I do not have the strength to win against him. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have received a mission by defeating a certain number of monsters in the Dark Dungeon. Mission announcement. Mission for the descendant of the king. Track down the descendants of the kings and recruit them as teammates. The descendant of the king has become a teammate. 1 out of 8. Reward. Unknown. The connection skill has formed due to the link with the descendants of the Fang tribe. This surprised both him and the wolf pup. Suddenly a blinding light appeared, causing Brojoki to quickly cover his eyes. Bazoo over here was also surprised. "Ah. The young lord is undergoing a different transformation from the king." At this moment, Joki said, "I do not know what is happening, but you think I will just sit back and wait for you to transform?" Saying that, he clenched his fist and lunged at him. That punch created an incredibly powerful shockwave. He punched so hard that earth and stone flew everywhere and were blown away. At this moment, the dust slowly began to clear. The system announced again. You have created a new skill through the connection with the descendants of the Fang tribe. Suddenly a hand blocked his punch, which surprised him greatly. A man with platinum hair and a cross symbol on his forehead. It was none other than Sung Suho, who had fused with the wolf pup. Looking incredibly cool with this new appearance, he was also taken aback. What is this? The system announces that connection skill. Beast control level 1. Mana consumed. 1 mana per second. Brojoki was very surprised. He thought, what? This time he fused with the descendant of the Fang tribe. Then he threw a punch at him, but surprisingly, he easily dodged it. thinking his body felt incredibly light. His senses sharper. I can feel every movement and avoid danger. Then he delivered a straight kick to his groin. If it is now, he howled in pain. Not sure if he would have teeth left to eat porridge after this. Suddenly he realized something. Ah! This is the scream from earlier. Now on his body, a cross symbol began to appear. He looked at him and thought, I can lose. Or I will lose everything. Then he lunged and punched at him, but he managed to block it. Bezu thought. The young lord's power has increased. Brojoki said to him, I do not know what you did, but I will never let a human like you win. After all, the difference in strength also comes from the difference in species. It is all because you are human, a lower race. At this moment the fists of both clashed. Then a massive wave of power erupted, destroying everything around. Then his arm was blown back. Surprising him, blood sprayed everywhere. The system again announced, you have learned a new skill. One-on-one combat level 1. One-on-one combat level 1. Passive skill. Mana consumed. None. You become proficient in one-on-one combat. You will deal an additional 33% damage to the opponent when using physical attacks, Bezu angrily said. How dare you mention the difference in species in front of the young lord? No race is superior to the Dark Lord's race. At this moment he began to realize. Wait, does that mean that this kid is the descendant? At this moment he soared straight into the sky and prepared a kick to attack him. A straight kick into him. That kick sent him flying down. And the ground shattered. At this moment, both had left the place in ruins. After a while, his hair returned to normal. He panted heavily. The wolf pup also escaped from his body. Brojoki was lying still, but his mouth kept murmuring, I must become stronger. The wolf pup approached and licked his face. Tears streamed down. I remember the reason I must become stronger. His eyes gradually turned clear. The shadow of the past emerged. Lord Jakan. I went mad because I could not protect you. The wolf pup howled in pain. Sung Suho also lowered his head. The system announced, you have defeated Hyena Brojoki. Leveled up. Leveled up. The gray wolf opened its golden pupils wide, staring at the massive corpse it had taken down before its eyes. The surrounding scene was filled with thick dust. Everything had turned into ruins. On the ground, a giant red monster was knocked out, but the wolf itself was exhausted, its ears drooping. Not to mention the torn-up clothes of Suho standing beside him. The Dark-Ant King flew beside him. Noticing his master was a bit lost in thought, he encouraged. Young lord, you did great. The encouragement from this monster friend moved him a bit. He thought, good job. Baru, you sense the energy of Ataram coming from Braki. Right. Suho suddenly became tense and asked. I just glanced through the memories of the Fang tribe's guardian. The hunters that entered Braki's lair placed something over its eyes. He recalled the earlier scene. Several of them surrounded and tormented the monster, while it was enraged and writhing in pain. They used some kind of power, bringing an object that looked like a stone emitting golden energy close to its eyes. Could it be from Ataram? Why did they attack Braki? He wondered. In response to his question, Baru replied, probably not. Those outsiders do not act on their own but use apostles to manipulate events. However, the purpose of those hunters is likely related to conquering the world. Suho frowned upon hearing the explanation, clenching his fists, meaning there are also apostles of Ataram on Earth. At this point, he felt a bit disappointed, muttering, if only I had more information. If I lost track of the Ataram group again, there is a way. Baru interrupted his thoughts, causing Suho to exclaim. Really? The Ant King flew beside him. An idea flashed in his mind. Braki has memories of Ataram. If I consume his essence, I can view that memory. That way, I can also recover mana. Truly a two-pronged attack. Hearing its enthusiastic proposal, he could only remain silent, his expression showing disbelief. You have such abilities, but even if I am skeptical, right now that is the only way to uncover the truth. Helplessly, he could only turn back. Staring at the corpse of that monster before him, the wolf sensed his gaze and looked over with its amber eyes. A human and a beast locked eyes. Then Suho knelt down on one knee, sincerely smiling at it, asking, do you want to come with us? I have a place I want to introduce to you. The wolf looked up at the human in front of it, a bit silent and cautious. Suho had no intention of rushing it, just patiently smiled, his expression showing sincerity. Soon after, the gray wolf responded by rushing over, licking his face to show trust and closeness, making Suho feel a bit overwhelmed. He laughed a few times after making the decision. He used a key made of dark energy and raised it into the air. From the key, a large swirling energy emerged, opening a spatial gate. Suho stood before the vortex, looking at the wolf as if to say, get ready to step inside with me. Then he looked back and said, I am counting on you. Biru. Behind him were only the dark ants and the giant monster's corpse, staring at his back, a bit sulk. Young lord, You are really kind. The place they arrived at was a city with tall buildings. Though it looked modern, it carried a dark, gloomy atmosphere, with just a bit of light piercing through the seasonal clouds, but failing to dispel the darkness before them. However, a human and two beasts did not directly enter the city. They walked along a dirt path surrounded by huge trees. Biru flew alongside him and asked, "Young lord, why do not you enter the dungeon instead of going home?" Suho laughed and explained, "I want to find a place where the descendants of the Fang tribe can live," making Biru shocked. In the dark dungeon, he let the wolf go ahead. It looked around in the strange place while he walked behind. He said to the Ant King, "I have an alliance with the Fang tribe. It lost both its guardian and temple, so it is quite pitiful." Suddenly, the system notification appeared, announcing, "Teammate, the descendant of the Fang tribe wants you to give it a name." He looked closely. The system reminded him again. Announcement: "Please name the descendant of the Fang tribe," making Suho amazed. Pointing at the wolf, "You want me to name you?" Hearing his master ask like that, it turned its head back, calling out to him to express agreement. Suho stroked his chin, staring at it, seriously considering, "Since your fur is gray, I will call you Grady." As soon as he said that, the Ant King beside him nearly burst out laughing. "Your naming skills are just like the king's." But the wolf seemed quite pleased with the name he had given it. Its eyes narrowed as if smiling. The system also displayed simultaneously. Gray. Relationship. Teammate. Trust level. Respect. Seeing its good mood, Suho excitedly suggested, "Gray. Now I will redesign this forest as the territory for the Fang tribe. Make good use of it." Immediately, a joyful howl erupted. He waved his hand. An invisible shield appeared, and the system also displayed. A part of the dark dungeon has transformed into the territory of the Fang tribe. The designated owner of the Fang tribe's territory is Gray. The entire area became the future home of the wolf, making it excitedly run around. When it reached a tree, it extended its sharp claws and scratched the trunk wildly. Seeing his friend so eager, he felt a bit more at ease. Casually asking, "Baru, what will Gray eat?" He heard the reply. Since he carries the bloodline of the Fang tribe, he will probably eat raw organs or monsters. "That is good." Suho smiled upon hearing its answer. He turned his head to one side, proudly saying, "Since there are still monsters here that I have not dealt with, I guess I will have to ask Gray to clean them up for me." Looking in the direction he indicated, behind the tree, a green-skinned, red-eyed humanoid monster was eavesdropping. Knowing he had been discovered, he intended to sneak away. Before he could escape, the gray wolf quickly pounced, opening its large mouth with sharp teeth, its golden eyes shining with an unusual light. After the wolf's howl, its massive form lunged in, not giving the monster a chance to react before it was bitten. Its head severed from its body. The remaining ones, seeing their comrade killed, angrily charged out, wanting to use the swords in their hands to kill the beast before them, but facing the agile, large body, they could not hit the wolf. They quickly fell into a passive position. All these actions were in Suho's sight from the tree branch. Praising. Good movement. Gray. Now I will organize the spoils. Achievement. Wolf Slayer. Seeing this line, Suho was even happier. Notification. You have received the title. Wolf Slayer. Title. Wolf Slayer. A title awarded to the hunter who kills the most wolves. When facing beast-type monsters, stats will increase by 40%. Looking at the system lines, he scratched his head in confusion. Wolf Slayer. Rocky is a spirit wolf. Right. Beside him, Biru had a bewildered expression. Feeling helpless. Let us ignore that small detail. Suho sighed in resignation, opening the quest information again. Mission. Descendant of the King. Find the descendants of the kings and recruit them as teammates. Current descendants and allies. 1 out of 8. Reward. Unknown. Looking at the mess on the screen, he fell into silence. Well. This mission. Find the descendants of the kings and recruit them. Biru beside him also read these lines. He wondered. The king does not have a system like this. Hearing this, he glanced over. It continued. I heard the upgrade system was created for you. It has been modified in part by removing the inherent malice within the system. Upon hearing this, Suho was astonished. Inherent malice, Biru explained. Back then the system forced a player named Sung Jin-gu to develop powerfully, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark Lord. At the moment the goal was achieved, the soul of your father should have been destroyed. But he resisted the system and became the Dark Lord himself. Then the king became the supreme being and no longer needed to level up. It pondered. Suho found this hard to understand. So now the system is helping me become the Dark Lord. Not like that. There can only be one Dark Lord, Biru explained. As it said that, it looked up at him with a certain gaze. I believe the system will adapt in a beneficial direction and guide you. If any new functions appear, then they must have been downloaded to assist you. Hearing this, he suddenly became serious, narrowing his eyes. The system's objective. The status window. The screen opened again. Status window. Name. Songs. Level 16. Profession. None. Spirit. None. Title. Wolf Slayer. Blood. 2550. Mana. 270. Strength. 35. Stamina. 27. Agility. 27. Intelligence. 27. Reflex. 27. Current points. 5. Passive skills. None. Active skills. Hand of the Ruler level 1. Shadow Strike level 2. Durability level 2. Windblade Slash level 1. Looking at the numerical values displayed on the screen, he carefully analyzed. After hearing him say, I have roughly understood why my profession has been downgraded. Suho naturally felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself, my stats have significantly increased since I was chased by the Mistbonds at level 1. I did not expect to receive so many useful skills now. He still sat on the tree, looking down at the gray wolf battling with several golden monsters below. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. However, I still feel very weak against that monster earlier. If it were not for Gray and that connection skill, I would have lost to Brocky. If the mission created by the system is for my benefit, then I will go complete it right away. If I can finish it all, surely I will meet my parents again. He quickly smiled to himself. Soon after, Suho regained his spirit and jumped down from the tree branch, looking at Baru, saying, Alright. Have you found the magical traces of the Itarim group from Brocky's memories? Hearing his master's question, it spread its hands and explained. I tried to look, but no Itarim apostle has brainwashed Brocky. Suho narrowed his eyes. Then, no more clues. Before he could finish his question, Baru mysteriously said, However, memories of those who founded the Hyena Society for Brocky and captured humans emerge. And it began telling him the fragments of memories it had seen after consuming the essence of that guy. It was a base where the red monster stood at the top, and the strong henchman helped him capture humans and confine them in the dungeons. The name of that guild is... Hearing the Ant King slowly disclose this, Suho was astonished. A guild. Before he could finish being surprised, Baru continued to reveal the name. Death's Embrace. With an emblem of a reaper wielding a scythe, they had built a tall, modern base. Based on that, it suggested, if we dig deeper into that guild, we will learn more about Ethereum. On another side, above the table, the phone suddenly rang. A slender hand pressed the screen, causing it to light up and connect. The person sitting in the president's chair in a large room with glass windows overlooking the city answered. What is it? MTG. Are not you going to Southeast Asia to raid? The person on the other end immediately shouted. That does not matter. Have you seen the news? You are behind the hyena disaster. Are not you? The other person pretended not to understand. What disaster? Is not there also a hyena in the zoo? The other side, frustrated, yelled. Do not change the subject, Lemming sung. But no matter how much the other person tried to lead the conversation, he kept his cold demeanor. You are being annoying. TGU. I already know you are teaming up with the Hyena Guild. The association will find out soon. On the phone screen, the other end threatened but failed to turn him around. So what? What will they do if I say no? If I get a lawyer? Even the association can do anything. Even so, do not get too complacent. The law may not be enough, but the president of the association is not someone to take lightly. TGU on the other side, in battle gear. Reminded, remember to clean up properly before I get back. The phone on the table echoed several beeps. Then Min Sung did not say anything more. After the other side hung up, he wore a terrifying expression, narrowing his eyes in anger, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. How dare you finish talking and hang up? He was once just my driver, and now he dares to act tough just because he is Su rank. Unable to contain his anger, he suddenly turned around and punched down hard, causing the phone on the table to shatter into pieces. The table also shared the same fate. Lee Min Sung stood up, speaking with a tone full of hatred. The one who defeated Brocky and destroyed the Hyena Guild. Even with information from the survivors, I only know he is a young hunter wearing a black mask. Well, I do not have time to waste on someone I do not have enough information about. Currently. While speaking, He reached into his chest pocket, looking at the gem containing glimmering blue crystals in his hand. He smiled wickedly. This is more important. Lamin, the Death Guild. The deputy executive hunter Anoka, looking at the gem reflecting his image. Before awakening the Stardust Hunter. If this business succeeds, no one will be able to look down on me anymore. Gray fiercely stomped on the monster, killing it instantly, seeing Gray's fierce hunting demeanor. Suho praised. You are hunting better now. Keep it up to serve the young lord. Gray growled in response. Suho continued. Now Gray, do not leave anything behind. Clean it all out for me. Right after that, Gray bit and tore into the carcass continuously without stopping. Suho wondered. Why did Gray turn into Groar? At least he adapted faster than I thought. Notification. Your companion Gray's experience from hunting monsters has reached the threshold and will be transferred to the player. Experience loss 50%. Hearing the notification, Suho was surprised, pointing at the screen while asking, Baru, my experience just increased thanks to Gray's hunting. Is this also part of the system? Baru also wondered. Really? Baru continued. I am not sure. But this might be similar to the experience points of the Dark Soldiers being transferred to the king. Suho replied while resting his chin. So it is like the party system helps share experience with each other in games, he asked. Even if it is a 50% loss. Is not it good that the experience points automatically increase? Baru responded. Then from now on, let Gray hunt here. Hearing that, Gray looked a bit confused and fearful. Suho realized something. It is the status window again. Notification. You have met the conditions to unlock the quest by defeating a certain number of monsters in the Dark Dungeon. Notification. Daily cleanup mission in the Dark Dungeon has appeared. Notification. Daily cleanup mission in the Dark Dungeon. 100 monsters 0 out of 100. 10 Decurion monsters 0 out of 10. 1 Centurion monster 0 out of 1. Seeing that, Suho exclaimed in surprise. A daily mission. It wants me to kill monsters, he thought. If a mission appears, there must be a reward. Since it is a daily mission, would not we receive rewards every day? Baru replied. It seems the system wants this area to completely belong to your territory. Suddenly he remembered his item and shouted. The horn. Item. Horn. Rarity E. Type. Musical instrument. The horn used by Centurion monsters to summon their subordinates. Suho held the horn in his hand, saying, I received this item from defeating a monster before. Soon after, he took the horn and blew into it. The system reported. You have used the item horn to summon nearby monsters. The space around began to stir slightly. The sound of feet pounding on the ground. A horde of beasts quickly appeared, charging towards Suho. He calmly spoke up, just as I thought. Beerut next to him was surprised. I did not expect to attract the beasts using a horn. That is truly impressive. Suho clenched his fists. Right after, his eyes glinted as he punched hard towards the beast. Suho's punch was extremely fast. The beast was hit hard by Suho's punch, groaning in pain and gritting its teeth. Without stopping, he continued to punch another beast. With that strength, Suho's punch left a deep mark on the beast's face. He continued to strike without pause. One by one, the beasts that charged at him were beaten to a pulp by Suho. Suho thought to himself, I am tired of fighting these beasts already. It feels like I am up against so many of them. He then used the horn to call for help. The system announced, you have used the item horn to summon nearby beasts. With such lengthy calls, the beasts appeared, all terrified. But Suho seemed delighted. At least it was a decent number at once. Suho. Great. And Baru stood facing the horde of beasts, raising his hand to shout. Charge. Ri quickly dashed in front of a beast, slamming it down to the ground. Other beasts that came charging were also blocked by them. The battle intensified. The more Suho fought, the more fiercely he attacked, causing them to drop like flies. Mission announcement. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon. 100 beasts. 107 out of 100. 10 Decurion beast. 10 out of 10. 1 Centurion beast. 1 out of 1. He had been fighting for 3 hours straight, leaving Rai exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Announcement. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon has been completed. Announcement. You have received a reward from the mission. Announcement. Check the reward to accept or decline. Suho rubbed his chin, pondering. Seeing his expression, Baru asked, Is something wrong? Little Monarch, he replied. The mission counter seems to be malfunctioning. I completed the objectives, but it keeps counting. Announcement. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon. 100 beasts. 107 out of 100. 10 Decurion beast. 10 out of 10. 1 Centurion beast. 1 out of 1. Suddenly, Suho smiled. Contrary to Suho's expression, Ri looked extremely anxious. Staring at him in panic, he excitedly exclaimed, If it keeps counting, there might be hidden rewards. Let us see how far it goes. Announcement. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon. 100 beasts. 200 out of 100. 10 Decurion Beast. 20 out of 10. 1 Centurion Beast. 2 out of 1. Announcement. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon has been completed. Announcement. You have received a reward from the mission. Announcement. Check the reward to accept or decline. Ri lay still on the ground, freezing in place. While Suho, increasingly excited, shouted, "There really is a hidden reward." Without hesitation, he said, "Accept." Announcement of the mission reward. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1 status recovery. Reward 2 3 stat points. Reward 3 a random box blessed selection. Reward 4 a random cursed box selection. Accept all. Accept or decline. Suho joyfully said, "Accept the first reward." And the system displayed, Reward 1 status recovery. Suho was thrilled. I am fully restored as if I just leveled up. It will be very useful if I use it while injured in battle. Suho continued to receive rewards. Accepting the second reward. The higher the level, the harder the stat points are to earn. Thanks to the daily mission, I can grow stronger every day. Suho's current stats are Title Village Slayer, Health 2550, Magic Power 270, Strength 35, Stamina 27, Agility 27, Intelligence 27, Reflexes 27. Current points 8. No passive skills. Active skill power of the ruler level 1. Suho looked contemplative. And finally, the system announced, you must choose between one of 2 random boxes. Which box will you choose? The blessed random box grants players what they want. The cursed random box gives players what they need. Suho leaned against a tree, analyzing. If I choose what I want, it could be useless. But if it is what I need, it might be something I do not want. He was indecisive, but the range of what I want is too broad. Right now, I need many things more. After a long thought, he decided to choose the cursed random box. You have received the item Vunkin's Horn. The item appeared, and Suho was surprised. A gauntlet, the system explained. Vunkin's Horn item rarity. A type of attack gauntlet that contains 4 individuals. The gauntlet is forged from the horns of the greedy Vunkin. It increases damage thanks to the powers of the Vunkin witch within, with a destruction craving effect that boosts physical damage by 30%. The effect of devouring the power of the Vunkin becomes stronger proportionate to the number of souls of the demons consumed. How many demon souls have been devoured? He said. I can't always turn the dark soldiers into weapons, so I really need a unique weapon. This is just right. Suho put on the newly gifted gauntlets. He began to throw his first punch, exclaiming, 30% increased physical damage means I can hunt more demons. It feels a bit heavy, so I will invest all points into strength, increasing it from 35 to 43. Suho felt extremely excited and could not stop thinking about his teammates. He was too happy to contain himself. I guess now I should increase my weapon count by defeating more monsters. Mission announcement. Your companion status is changing. Mission announcement. The loyalty of your companion Gray has shifted from admiration to fear. Biru spoke up. Little Monarch. Gravi is not a dark soldier with infinite stamina. Right now, Gray is trembling in fear. Noticing that, Suho began to pay attention. Sorry, I will stop here today. Besides, I have something to find outside. The system displayed. You have exited the dark dungeon. Suho, looking dazed, asked. The name of the guild related to the Reaper Guild is Reaper. Right. Biru replied. Yep. He continued. Where should we start investigating? Suddenly, a phone rang. Suho looked at the screen in surprise. It was a message from Ta. Suho. Help me. At the dangerous station in Seal, Lim Dongil waved and shouted. Suho over here. Thanks for coming. He walked over to Suho and continued. I have to go into the dungeon today. But no porters are responding. Hearing this, Suho asked curiously. No one is working. Lim Dongil replied. Yeah. That is how it is. Lim Dongil angrily clenched his fists, trembling as he cursed. Those bastards. They must be out drinking somewhere. Suho quickly spoke up. I will help you. Just calm down. He handed a set of clothes to Suho, saying, You are number 1. Suho. Suho received it. Surprised. Isn't he this A-smart gear? He explained. Porters are in more danger than miners, so A-smart gear is mandatory. Lim Dongil continued. Miners can safely mine in cleared areas, but porters have to carry the corpses of beasts hunted by raid teams. So we need to follow right after them. He explained other dangerous situations. We need to be prepared for any attack. And we might also get stabbed by spikes from the beast corpses. Suho put on the protective gear inside. So that is the purpose of the A-smart gear. A group of people approached. The leader frowned upon seeing the 2 of them. Why are there so few porters? Lim Dongil hurriedly replied. Sorry. The porters who were supposed to be here today are absent. He angrily said. You signed a contract. Why are you so irresponsible? Do you know how much we paid the Reaper Guild for the entrance? If you leave me behind, I will report you to the guild. You won't be able to work as porters again. Lim Dongil quickly responded. Yep. We will do our best. Please trust us. They left. But the leader muttered. This is why I hate irresponsible people. Lim Dongil leaned against Suho, complaining. I am not even the team leader. Suho, go teach them a lesson. Suho stood still for a moment. He thought, 4 rank mages, 4 D rank combat hunters, and 1 C rank healer. The loudmouth earlier seems to be the leader of this raid team. The cursed random box I just received. Vunkian's horn, a weapon that devours demons. Lim Dongil reminded Suho. Be careful. You might trip. Suho reflected. Assistant Lim, he contacted me that time. And the dungeon area is owned by the Reaper Guild. He recalled the eerie room with the fierce beasts and speculated. What if all of this is not just a coincidence? He concluded. There might be something dangerous about to happen. The raid team halted. One held a weapon, and the leader ignited a flame, announcing, we have reached the punishment area. Then he shouted. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle. Immediately, they all lined up, unleashing their skills. The monstrous beasts crawled forward, looking extremely terrifying. Lim Dongil muttered in disbelief. I can't believe they made me follow the fighting team. Suho observed the beasts, thinking, divine beasts. I wish I could encounter some demons to test the Vunkin's horn I received from the cursed box. Suho watched the group fighting the divine beasts and continued to think, oh well. This is a great opportunity to see how a group of hunters fights. I will learn how different hunters work together. Suho held the horn in his hand, thinking, since I completed the daily mission, I now have quite a few dark soldiers and also a commander. Then he shouted, rise. Instantly, the dark soldiers appeared. Suho thought, since my intelligence stat has increased, the number of dark soldiers I can control has risen to 7. The divine beasts lay defeated on the ground. The hunters stood observing the situation. One of them spoke. I think we are done here. Let us take a break. Everyone. The leader glanced back, responding. Did we just take a break? I only have 2 people in the collection team. If we want to hunt more, those 2 will just slow us down. Suddenly, the leader's gaze shifted. He looked at Suho's group in astonishment. What are they? Have they already collected everything? The dark soldiers are busy cleaning up the corpses of the divine beasts and putting them in a container. They cleaned while talking. To Suho, everything was quite easy. The attacking team was slower than I thought. Seeing the dark soldiers, the leader was astonished. Is this your recovery item? Suho replied. Why do you ask that? Lim Dongil stood there anxiously, thinking, is he going to cause trouble again? But suddenly, the leader tightly grabbed Suho's hand. He exclaimed excitedly, please become our exclusive collection team. Suho gently replied, I do not intend to be a collector forever. Hearing this, he panicked, shouting, we will pay you the highest price in the market. Suddenly, someone behind shouted, Captain, we have run into major trouble. He continued, we found a dead body. The captain asked in shock, a corpse, not wearing a shirt, only ragged pants, with the body burned. The captain approached the corpse, saying, it is definitely it. The captain replied, looking at the equipment and clothes. This could be an ordinary person. He continued, I have never heard of a monster using fire in Gay Sun. Lim Dongil hesitantly spoke up. Suho, could it be? Suho replied, yeah, I think so. He looked dangerous. This is a fire specter, the captain exclaimed in surprise. Fire specter? You mean that new monster that uses blue fire? Lim Dongil replied, I am pretty sure. A stinky incident involving fire specters happened at my university. The group continued searching. There is another one over here. From another corner. There was a report. There is one here too. They asked. Captain, should we stop searching and report this to the guild? The captain stood there, pondering. This is strange. But based on the clothing of the corpses, they are ordinary people, not hunters. Our team consists entirely of D-rank awakening users. We should be able to handle this. After thinking, he commanded, continue the search. They replied, yeah, that is how it should be. Suho thought to himself, in this situation, continuing the search is risky. Suho voiced a reminder. Those fire specters are more terrifying than you think. The captain shouted angrily. I am the one in charge here. The collection team, form up and follow us quickly. Lim Dongil anxiously warned. Are we going to face fire specters again? Suho asked. You have a fleeing skill, right? Hearing this, Lim Dongil asked. Why are you asking that out of the blue? Suho replied. If things go south, just run. You never know what dangers might lie ahead. Saying that, he went inside with the group of hunters. Inside, the fire specters were screaming loudly. A bunch of them were tied to a pole. And there were strange people around. Amith spoke. Still not enough fire. Why does our supply keep having issues? Mimfum angrily responded. I told you there was a minor issue with the supplier. So the supply is not stable. We might have to ask that person for a new source. Zin Ku, with a wolf-like face and a piece of cloth wrapped tightly around his head, added. Emergency supply, mem. Annoyed by the shortage, said. I can't believe the Hyena Guild's supply was wiped out like this, at this rate. The production of Stardust will be lower than other factories. Suddenly, Amuth sensed something strange, he said. I feel a presence coming quickly. Hunters. Perfect timing. We need more firewood. The beast with ice wrapped around its head spoke. I will. You guys prepare for the summoning ritual. And those left behind. Remember to capture them. He gripped his weapon tightly. Responding. Of course. The hunters advanced deeper, slaughtering the divine beasts in mass. The captain cheerfully said. Looks like we are going to get a lot here. The guild representative replied. It is definitely worth it to keep hunting. He continued joyfully. Now I have a fantastic collection team. I have saved this for now. Should I use it? He then took out a gem, saying, This is Stardust. Do you know it? They questioned. Isn't this the mana-boosting item being heavily sold in the hunter community? Another guy added. This item is incredibly hard to obtain. I did not expect you to have one. The captain replied. It is only effective for a week, but it can increase the level of low-rank awakening users by 1 tier. He gazed at the gem. Continuing. If I consume it, I will have the mana of a C rank, or even better. At that moment, the ice-wrapped demon slowly emerged from the shadows. It quickly dashed behind the captain, chilling him to the bone. The devil cried out in horror. Oh my. The sharp blade was also thrown by him. He stabbed straight from behind the captain, causing him to gasp in shock and spit blood. The ice-wrapped demon disdainfully remarked. Don't die on me. The gem he held earlier fell to the ground, shattered. Seeing this, the guild representative panicked. Captain, the demon said. Not dead yet. The hunters were extremely frightened and immediately yelled. The monster just spoke. They quickly reassured each other. Regardless, it is still an enemy. Everyone, be careful. Just as they finished speaking, the demon attacked them fiercely. He counted as he struck. 3. Then he concluded. That makes 10. A tough opponent. The vicious demon grabbed the Stardust, shouting, Don't need 10. I will kill the strong hunter. The gem shone brightly in the demon's grotesque hand. The hunters panicked and shouted. Stardust. The monster can use Stardust. He responded with a mocking tone. Exactly. Seeing this, they shouted. We need to kill it before Stardust takes effect. Everyone, charge. As they rushed in, the vicious demon was already prepared, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike. Each member of the hunting team was being attacked relentlessly. A fire appeared. One hunter panicked at the sight before him. The flames gradually dimmed until the last one was extinguished completely. They were terrified, yelling loudly. What the hell is this? It is too dark. I can't see anything. Help! There is a monster. The screams echoed in the dark, blood staining the space. Only the vicious demon remained, covered in blood. It held a knife in one hand and dragged the body of a human triumphantly, shouting. Gathering firewood. The announcement appeared. Mission initiated. Suo stood silently, watching the announcement. Mission from the announcement. Rescue the survivors. Some have been captured by a demon. Rescue them, and the reward will depend on how many you save. Number of survivors. 7. Number rescued. 0. Hearing this, Suho removed his hood. Somewhat surprised, a demon announcement appeared. A mission has emerged. Suo stood silently, looking at the announcement. Mission. Rescue the survivors. Some have been captured by a demon. Rescue them, and the reward will depend on how many you save. Number of survivors. 7. Number rescued. 0. Suo's expression showed a bit of worry along with unease. Seeing this, Biru asked. Little Monarch. Is something wrong? He replied. A new mission has appeared. It seems the demons around here have captured humans. Suho continued. It says I need to rescue as many people as possible to get more rewards. Meaning those people are in imminent danger. Suho immediately panicked, telling Lim Dongil. Wait. I think something happened to the attack team. Get out of the dungeon quickly. Lim Dongil asked in surprise. How do you know? Suho replied. I have a feeling. He anxiously began to organize things. The beasts will take you to the exit. Lim Dong, not understanding what was happening, was pulled away by the beasts, exclaiming in shock. Wait a minute. Suho. What about you? He replied. I will go find the attack team. Hearing this, Lim Dongil was somewhat surprised. Immediately, he fell silent, lost in thought. Lim Dongil spoke up. All right. If I am just waiting in vain. After getting outside, I will ask the hunting guild for help. Suho replied. Thank you. At that moment, Suho shouted. Gray responded with a bark. Woof. From a Suho who was once ordinary, he transformed into a fighting form, now wearing the gauntlets from the rewards. He said, we need to hurry. Just as he finished speaking, Suho quickly dashed forward. Inside the tunnel, there were train tracks covered in cobwebs. Looking incredibly gloomy, the walls around were covered in scratches and blood. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Corpses and those still gasping for breath lay scattered on the floor. The vicious demon returned to its lair, triumphantly showing off its achievements. Firewood gathered. Mem replied. You returned quickly. Then he continued. The gate will open soon and the demons will be punished. The bandaged demon spoke hesitantly each word. We won quickly. Hearing that, the blind man told him. Okay. Let us celebrate the quick victory of the firewood collector. Then he turned and walked away, holding the head of the team captain in his hand, feeling annoyed and unfair. I am so excited. I am glad we have been able to add more base wood. This way we can produce a whole batch of stardust with ease. He continued. The poison we were taught how to make using demonic magic and awakening stimulants originated from the frenzy poison. Stardust, the Misty Dream explained further. The frenzy poison could help increase magical power, but its side effect was to corrode the user's vitality. The side effect of the fire, burning the demon crystal, will be imbued with demon blood, which can then be made to drink it away by replacing it with the flames of hellfire. He continued. All this is thanks to the apostle who told us. He added that even monsters created by destroying the souls of living beings, causing them to lose their will, were brought to this world by the apostles, so that we low-level demons now have the chance to become stronger. The bandage guy also replied. Yep. Suddenly Amuth seemed to notice a strange noise. He spoke. There was a breath coming quickly. Mumu was a little surprised. There are still hunters. The ice-wrapped demon replied hesitantly. It is likely to be new hunter teammates. The door was quiet. Suho used all his strength to kick it open. This startled all three demons. One of them was flung away. He asked, is this the place? Suddenly, his expression turned wary, looking at the strange demons ahead. Suho thought to himself, are they demons? Then he looked back at the bound individuals, thinking, and those behind them are tied up in flames and burning. Is that some kind of ritual? Announcement. Number of survivors. 7. Number rescued. 0. Seeing that the announcement had not changed, Suho felt more relieved. Thankfully, the survivors were still safe. Lost in thought, the ice-wrapped demon rushed at him, but he managed to dodge its attack. The demon was surprised, unable to expect this situation. Suho, with an angry expression, asked them, are you the ones who killed the hunters I encountered on my way here? Instantly, he struck hard against the ice-wrapped beast, sending it flying. Monamu observed the situation, wondering, how could he dodge an attack, even when my younger brother enhanced it with stardust? It seems we need to help. He gritted his teeth. The ice-wrapped demon was furious at this moment, but no matter how angry he was, he still fell victim to Suho's devastating punch. Just then, Amuth appeared, intercepting Suho's strike. Move aside. He clenched his fist, his massive frame 100 times larger than Suho's. He continuously punched at Suho, but Suho quickly dodged the dangerous blows. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of power coming from behind him. An ominous figure without a clear face radiated power like thunder. That was a mum, and he immediately directed that electricity straight into Suho's body. The ice-wrapped demon seized the opportunity and rushed at him with the blade. Meanwhile, Suho felt a change in his body and shouted, rise. Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed an enormous, terrifying force. The dark soldiers gradually appeared, blocking the ice-wrapped demon. Amun was shocked. How can this be? Suho countered, throwing Memdru away. Mem hastily said, brother. That is. Amuth interrupted. Is it? He recalled the past, stating, that is what we saw on the day the demon tribe was annihilated. It is identical to the powers of the Dark Sovereign. Then he added, however, compared to the Dark Sovereign, it is still far behind. At this moment, the ice-wrapped demon was desperately slashing at the dark soldiers. Suho stood still, his expression menacing. Mem replied, if he is not the Dark Sovereign, there is no need to fear. Emamu approached the ice-wrapped demon. Suho thought to himself, if I fight them one by one, they are weaker than Braki. But if they work together like this, it will be tough for me. He racked his brain, thinking, even if I continue to resurrect the beasts, it would just waste mana. Should I use that method? Uru appeared and spoke. Dark Sovereign, as you already know, I only consume corpses to the extent that I can read their memories. The rest must be discarded. The longer the dark soldiers remain dead, the weaker they become. Is there a reason for you to choose to keep this corpse? Suho thought and replied. I was considering something when I saw Brocky's final moment. He recalled the previous battle. If his final battle was filled with regret for being controlled by Adagram, perhaps he would help me and become a warrior alongside me if I used the power of darkness on him, he then said. But to do that, I need to get permission from Gray. Suho turned to Gray, asking, is that all right? Gray. It nodded in agreement. Immediately, Suho took the sample in his hand and plunged it into the ground. He shouted, rise. Give you a chance to fight. If you have that desire, then respond to me. The corpse lay motionless. Its body was left with only ragged pants. A tremendous power surged into the corpse. It seemed to awaken, creating a powerful tremor. Suho remained in the revival stance. Before him stood a massive shadow. It was deafening. It was Brocky, a level 1 comment. Seeing this, Memperman panicked. Brocky from the Spirit Guild. He is the one who defeated Brocky. Suho spoke. So now I have Gray and Brocky evenly matched on both sides. Baru felt somewhat downhearted. Little Monarch, I am here. Suho's eyes were even more fierce than before. He shouted, now, let us fight. Suho and the others rushed towards the demons, engaging in fierce combat. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, transitioning from green to red. Now it was an even deeper red. A foot slowly emerged from the rubble. A girl with long hair and 2 pointy ears appeared. Seeing this, Suho exclaimed, that is, from the rubble. The girl appeared. She questioned, who summoned me? Is this a trap set by the demons to kill me? Suddenly, her eyes appeared incredibly shocked. Before her was the fierce battle scene between the wicked demons and Brocky, whom Suho had just summoned. The girl exclaimed, wait, why are there dark soldiers here? The ice-wrapped demon rushed towards Suho. He intercepted its blade. He tightly gripped the blade, then hit the demon hard. It cried out in pain. He kicked again, thinking to himself, that must hurt. But he managed to dodge. It was Ma. He was launching an attack. Suho angrily thought. Another meddler. If those two join forces against me, it will be quite tough. Manhwa warned the ice-wrapped demon. Be careful. Little brother. He replied. Thanks. Suho calculated. If I take too long, I will exhaust my mana due to merging with Gray. Brocky, after becoming a dark soldier, is weaker than before, so I can only block one. At this moment, the beasts were frantically attacking Brocky. Suho thought of a plan. Now I need to provoke those two to fight one another. Then I will jump into block in front of Suho. She spoke, answering her own question. Both Membermu and Suho were somewhat surprised and confused. She tightly gripped her sword, her face filled with anger, whereas Lord Sung Jin-gu, hearing the familiar name. Suho thought, is this knight looking for my father? Where did she come from? And why is she injured? Baru rushed over in astonishment. What are you doing here? The girl was Azu. She exclaimed in surprise. Is that you? Baru. Yep. It is really Baru. I am so happy to see you again. But where's your body? She quickly asked. Where is Lord Sung Jin-gu? Who is that man with you? Baru replied. It is a long story. While Suho stood behind. Confused, the ice-wrapped demon said. The demon summoned for sacrifice. Mem replied. Exactly. But she seems familiar with those guys. If she follows that path, it could be quite troublesome. Isu joyfully said. If Baru is here, it means he has succeeded. I can rest easy now. Baru hurriedly said. Now is not the time to celebrate. We need to handle those demons. Hearing this, she shouted in panic. Wait, at this moment, Mem shouted. Let us deal with the injured demon first. I just need her blood to create stardust here. Then wondered. But she seems injured. Can she handle all of them? Baru replied. The low-level demons can do anything to her. Baru continued. That girl is Azu. When our lord destroyed the demon realm, her family was the only remaining demon clan. She is the eldest daughter of the Ladian clan. If measured by human standards, she is as strong as a levels. Hearing that, he was surprised and thought, right, I might get to see a ranks fight. The battle between Izu and the demons was happening. She did not contradict Baru's account that Isu was quickly defeated. Suho and Baru stood there, stunned, unable to process what was happening. Isu was knocked down, lying on the ground, and Baru flew over to ask, hey, why are you suddenly so weak? Baru continued. Even the mana I sense from you is lower than before. Isu sobbed and replied hesitantly. Something happened. She recounted. Half a year ago, many demons in the demon realm revolted. We fought with all our strength. But my family could not stop the uprising alone. I relied on other family members. But my blood was drained while I was fleeing, causing me to lose my powers. She cried and pleaded. Baru, Please lend me a bit of your strength. To which Baru bluntly replied. Giving you strength would just waste mana. She tried to be funny. Come on. The most helpless one here might be Suhao. He thought. Now I have to carry both of these power-drained individuals. The demons heard that and rejoiced, saying, Did you hear that? Little bro. The blind one replied. It is a bit hard to recognize since she is weakened. But if she is a survivor from the Ladaya clan, this is a great opportunity for us to collect noble blood. For so, he said. If we can fight one-on-one, at least I can handle one of them. Baru chimed in. Well then. I have a pretty good idea. Then he manifested a red power and said, This is a good time to use that ability. The one I got back after recovering a bit of mana. Immediately after that, Baru transferred that energy to Iso. Announcement. Baru has used the skill Cruel Command. Announcement. Cruel Command has increased Isu's stats by 50%. Announcement. Isu has been afflicted with the Curse of Madness as a side effect. Baru hurriedly urged. Get up, you useless demon girl. While Isu at that moment felt revitalized and surged forward towards the demons. Suo stood there thinking. She looked so pitiful. But anyway. Now it is a one-on-one fight. The demons were still battling with Braki. Isu charged ahead. The bandaged demon saw this and said, Gather noble demon blood. He slashed at Isu. Seeming to hurt her a bit, Suo quickly rushed in and knocked him down to the ground. He continued to gain momentum. Using all his strength, he struck the demon forcefully. The bandaged demon was sent flying. His body enveloped in a surge of power. It showed signs of pain. Mouth wide open, its face was now cleaved in two. Suho grasped the knife and slashed at it again. At this point, the demon was done for. Announcement. You have defeated a lowly demon. Announcement. You have leveled up, Suo proudly said. I will take credit for the first kill. An announcement appeared. Volkarn's horn has consumed the soul of the demon. The soul has absorbed a powerful destruction effect, increasing physical damage by 31%. Meanwhile, on the side with the two demons, Isu was relentlessly attacking. He panicked and shouted, Is my little brother dead? What should I do with this crazy girl? Isu was fierce but gradually losing energy. Announcement. Isu's skill target has depleted its energy. The skill effect has ended. Then she collapsed to the ground, shocking the demon. Before he could understand anything, Suo quickly rushed from behind and grabbed his head. He exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? In an instant, the relentless rain was eliminated, and Suo continued. That was 2 hits. Announcement. You have defeated a lowly demon. Announcement. Volkarn's horn has consumed the main soul of the demon. Now only one Amuth remains. He seemed to panic more. He thought to himself, now we are at a numerical disadvantage. Damn useless bunch. Suddenly, he glanced at Braki ahead and thought, but it is not over yet. He ignored Braki and rushed off in another direction. He sped towards Izu, extending his hand towards her. He calculated, I will absorb the noble demon blood to become stronger. Suo immediately rushed in. He stepped forward to block Amith, shouting, Get lost. Suo fought fiercely with Amith, proudly saying, Just remember to leave some for me to absorb. He yelled. Braki. Immediately, Braki charged in. It attacked Amith. Isu was still lying on the ground, looking exhausted. Beerut flew over to check. Still breathing, Isu slowly stood up and replied, You are too brutal. Beerut, forget it. But I still can't believe there is someone who can use shadow soldiers outside of Sung Jingu. Who is that? Beerut did not reveal everything but said, So you are still not loyal enough. Try to remember carefully, Beerut reminded her. You must know who that is. Right. After a moment, she suddenly realized something and spoke up. Could it be? Announcements kept appearing. You have defeated a low-level demon. Announcement. Vunkan's horn has consumed the soul of the demon. Announcement. You have leveled up. Announcement. You are now level 20. And the trading shop has been unlocked. Suo stood there and said, I can use the shop now. Isu reminisced about the past, thinking to herself, it really was that day. Then she exclaimed, The prince is missing. Suo was about to click on the shop announcement, when suddenly he hesitated. Isu saw So and said, So you are the missing prince. Suho was surprised to see a strange girl like Iso come looking for him. Countless question marks appeared in his mind. Suho doubted. Did she just call me the missing prince? Iso looked at Suho and could not help but reminisce. She said, You have changed so much that I did not recognize you. Iso looked at Suho and could not help but remember her prince. You look so much like Shung Jingyu. Suho looked at the strange girl lying motionless on the ground, and could not help but be startled. Suho worriedly rushed over to ask Han. You know Beerut, right? Are you okay? Beerut rushed over and squeezed Isu's face to check on her. It seemed she had fainted from exhaustion. Beerut spoke to reassure them. She is not dead yet, so do not worry. Suho sighed. Thank goodness. Deep down, Suho felt a bit guilty for her. Kim Jong-soo was now leaning against the wall, exhausted. After a long battle, everyone had run out of energy. The system sent a notification to Suhao. Announcement. You have completed the mission. The number of survivors rescued is 7 people after completing the mission assigned by the system. Announcement. You have received rewards for the mission. Suo dusted off his hands. Sighed in relief. Really glad that all 7 of them are safe. Suo pressed to check the rewards. Announcement. Mission rewards. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1. Attribute points. +1. Reward 2. 700 VIN. Announcement. You have received 700 VIN. Suo looked at the rewards and was stunned. No special reaction. If it were gold, he would open the shop window. Suo commanded. The shop window opened, showing the prices of items. Suo thought, looks like I can use this gold to buy items from the shop window. There are quite a few potions and items that I can buy here. Receiving money as a reward made Soho reminisce. Completing a mission and earning money reminds me of when I was young, doing odd jobs to earn pocket money. He smiled slightly. Suo clenched his fist, trying to think positively. Looking back, my father was the one who gave me this system. He was determined. Father, I will make good use of this spending money. Izo suddenly showed some movement. It seemed she was about to wake up. Suo decided to choose a healing potion to save Izo. But a big problem occurred. Item. Low-level healing potion. Difficulty to gather. Type. Consumable. A potion that restores stamina. When used, it will slowly restore 500 health. This potion can be stored in the item inventory, but cannot be transferred to others. It says I can't transfer it to others. Suo felt helpless. Does that mean I can only make someone drink it myself? He stepped closer to Izo and knelt down. Suo poured the potion into Izo's mouth. Izo's body showed signs of recovery. We are a bit better now. Beerut spoke up reproachfully. You are using the precious gold to help a useless demon. This prince of yours. Your heart is truly generous. Suo replied. We can't let everything be like this. So temporarily I will also bring them to the dark dungeon. And also remember to collect the corpses of Broki's defeated enemies. He ordered them. Suo's subordinates took the order, not daring to say a word, directly cleaning up the scattered corpses. Beerut curiously asked. Prince, are not you going with us? Suo said. No way. From the moment I saw you, I thought those burned wounds looked very painful. Suo sighed. This is the only way I can help everyone. Suo decided to use the skill Wind Blade Slash. A deep, dark tunnel. The sound of footsteps on it was very quiet. Many reporters were present to report the news. The news began to be reported. Inside the dungeon, we found the bodies of the god rolling in the woods and Mistborn. But based on the wounds of the dead hunters in the dungeon, we do not know. We also discovered a dungeon deep inside. The cuts there seemed to be caused by a sword, he suddenly said. Could it be that besides monsters, there are still other things? Lim Donjin behind hurriedly looked for a way to leave. Well, he quickly turned to ask Donjin. May I ask a little? Are you Lim Donjin? Who provided the information? In the member list of a freight team, is there a person named Sung Sao? Do you know him? Donjin quickly explained. He is my junior who came here to help me, he asked persistently. Now he returned with a puzzled expression. You stumbled on answering. Well, that Donjin scratched his head. I laughed and said. We escaped the dungeon together. And then I led him to a safe place. We are only rank hunters. So there is not much we can do other than request a retreat from the Hunter Association. Which is really embarrassing. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he walked over to Donjin, patted him on the shoulder and praised him. He did very well, following the instructions of the Hunter Association. He turned back and ordered his subordinates to continue checking, quickly feigning regret thoroughly to find other places. Finally, Donjin could breathe a sigh of relief after passing this difficult test. Donjin remembered. The person who rescued the surviving hunters must be Suho. Right. Suo's panicked figure once again appeared before Donjin's eyes. I need to go to the raid team. Donjin could not understand Soho's actions, but well, everyone has their own secrets and reasons. He looked up at the clear blue sky today. He did not know why Soho was hiding his rank. He definitely did not mean any harm. Donjin kept faith in his friend, just waiting until Soho was ready to tell him. In a residential area, everything was quiet. Not a single person passed by. Then a car drove up to the lobby and stopped. Isu was now awake and fully recovered, she said sadly. She did not expect such a thing to happen. Isu began to tell. Lord Sung Jingle left the Earth's Ku-Er to prevent the invasion of external cosmic forces. Biru answered on his behalf. The king sent me to Earth to break the young king's seal. But the young king was a genius. He broke the seal himself. Suho just now spoke up and asked, Are you Zo? Have we met before? Isu honestly replied. Yep. We met in the tutorial stage that the Monarch had attended. You said you would remember me. But it seems you forgot. Isu's voice was a bit practiced. Suho rubbed his eyes, wondering and thinking, not knowing why his memories of that time were a bit vague. Suho racked his brain for a long time but had no response. Suddenly, Suho remembered a little bit. That during a study session, he was grouped with Iso. He dragged someone's daughter to fight without any hesitation. We are wasting too much time. Let us finish this. Isu was so surprised. He could only mumble. Wait a minute. Now it is good. Suho remembered. Suho asked Isu again. She was the person he had surrendered to just after meeting her. Only now did he remember his companion. Beerut heard Suho say that and continued to blame Iso. That period of time was a challenge for the young monarch. Yet her response was so appropriate. Hearing that, Isu could only blush in embarrassment and stay absolutely silent. Not saying a word, Beerut suddenly became a bit curious and asked, by the way, why are you so weak? Did something happen to the demon world? Isu heard Beerut ask that and nodded in confirmation. Isu had no choice but to tell everything. Perhaps it would be best to explain to the young king. He also heard from Beerut that Lord Sung Jingu had destroyed the king and the other demon clans. Is that right? Since that day, Harsizu, which is also the top clan of demons, has been living in the demon world, specifically the Lutai demon, waiting for the orders of Lord Sung Jingu. Isu continued. For several decades, Lord Sung Jingu had not called our tribe. So we had a peaceful life, but about half a year ago, trouble suddenly appeared. She recounted everything. A magical strengthening medicine called Shita Dot began to spread among the demons. Suo was surprised. Shita Dot, Suo recalled. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to have heard of it when fighting the demon nobles. He remembered the knife fight over it. The attacker attacked Suo, but Suo dodged it and whispered to his teammate that he was able to dodge the attack, even though the youngest brother used the Shita Dot to strengthen it. Get rid of that injured demon first. They are giving orders again. It seems we brothers have to help. After all, we only need her blood to make Suta Dot. Eliminate the injured demon first. They seem to have issued orders. It looks like we have to help. After all, we just need her blood to make Suta Dot. With the long absence of Lord Sung Jingu, the demon races have joined together with the same purpose, which is to rebel against Azajizu, who are protected by the Dark King. She recalled with emotion how the uprising they started had spread into war. Our Jizu clan fought to defend the demon castle that Lord Sung Jingu entrusted to us. But, Isu, honestly, our clan no longer had enough strength to stop the uprising. So it collapsed after half a year of fighting. Isu earnestly stated. Our clan no longer has the strength to stop the uprising. So it collapsed after half a year of struggle. Isu passionately recounted. The demons participating in the rebellion did not stop there. The members of our clan they captured had their blood drained. And to gain even more power, they drank the blood of our pureblood demon clan. Her hands clenched in anger. She recounted. My father and the members of our clan had to sacrifice their lives like that. I also lost my strength because they took too much blood from me. Issa lowered her head. Her voice choked. It is truly tragic. Everyone is dead. Only I remain alive. We have lost the demons. I wonder what Lord Sung Jingu will say to us. Suo glanced at them with empathy. She had to go through a lot of hardships. He encouraged her. Isu heard this and was stunned. Her eyes wide open. Suo awkwardly scratched his head. Lowering his head. I often wonder. If it were my father, what would he do in this situation? He spoke up to encourage her. Iso, even though my father is not here, you and everyone else have staked your lives to fight. That alone is enough. I believe he would say the same to you. He felt very grateful. I am also very thankful that you fought to the end for my father. Suo was determined. So I will try to help you as much as possible. Let us restore the Zuojizu clan together. Iso. Isu was taken aback, only able to stammer. She recalled. She said that the demon clans always avoided fierce battles with each other to gain higher ranks. I will make Zizu become the leading clan. Isu remained silent. She was silent for a long time. Hot tears fell, soaking her beautiful face. She called out. The missing prince. Suo looked over at Isu, seeming a bit awkward seeing a girl crying. An announcement suddenly appeared. The last surviving member of the pureblood noble clan Isu Zizu has expressed gratitude to the player. Isu wiped her tears, smiling brightly. I belong to the Zia Jizu clan. The tinkling sound rang out. The system reminded. Announcement. Do you want to accept the Hero of the White Fire as a companion? There are two choices. No. Which one will Suo choose? At the table, the two faced each other. Beerut stood in the air. The system announced. The last surviving member of the noble pureblood demon clan. Isu expressed gratitude to you. Announcement. Do you want to recruit the Hero of the White Fire as a teammate? Yes. Suo's expression was uncertain, with a cold gaze. Could Isu be the second person with the identity of the hair? The prince. Isu also looked at him in confusion, one hand brushing a strand of hair. The new prince. The system confirmed the information again. Announcement. The last surviving member of the noble pureblood demon clan. Isu expressed gratitude to you. Suo hesitated. Could it be because she is the only living pureblood noble in the demon realm? The voice was full of ambiguity. Just parted his lips to utter one word. Yep. The system projected a series of announcements. The Hero of the White Fire has become your teammate. Announcement. Due to the existing bond between you and the Hero of the White Fire, the linking skill has been established. Linking skill. Demon Shield. Charge level. 0%. Gain power from the Hero of the White Fire and unleash a powerful explosion. Isu was startled. Mouth agape. Her eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? Why does a status window appear out of nowhere? Suo turned to talk to Baru, a calculating expression on his face. Since Gray can't speak, I do not know. But I guess anyone who becomes my teammate can see the status window. Prince. Could it be? Baru hesitantly asked back. Yep. Like a flash. The previous words fell into her grasp. Isu has become my teammate as the Hero of the White Fire. She was incredulous about what she just learned. I am the Hero of the White Fire. Thus, Soao, Iso, Gray, Ina, and Brookie stood before a cracked and dilapidated building. He was ready to join the fight. Looking down at her, asking, now, let us try the new linking skill right away. Iso, are you ready? Isu was flustered by this sudden thing, but still hurriedly replied. Yep. Dear new prince, the allure of the hidden vital energy began to rise. The system immediately displayed. Announcement. You have used the linking skill. Demon Shield transforming into a statue. Blank eyes. Both palms rotating a sphere of energy. Surrounded by a force clashing strongly, Suo glanced over at the fist enveloped in red energy and dark lightning. Her face suddenly turned pale. Her cheeks hollow and gaunt. Her eyes dazed and fatigued. Seeing this, Suo shouted, Iso, hang in there and say a few words. Sorry, I'm exhausted. Just after using this skill once. He could only comfort her with a few words. Do not worry. Just rest well. He looked at the magic still lingering on his hand. It still felt strong. Just one use had drained her power. How powerful could this skill be? Iso, despite lying tired on the ground. When her eyes looked up at his fist, she felt bittersweet. Thinking about the existence of a skill that could empower the new prince, Suo punched forward with great force. Filled with anticipation. Surely it would be a powerful blow. The result was a deep dent in the ground, with small stones flying up. Dust rising, Suo and Bru both looked at it in confusion. Unable to say a word, Bru assessed while looking at the marks on the wall. I do not think it looks any different from normal at all. He also avoided discussing it. I think it is different from Gray's linking skill. Isu anxiously urged them to look at the two and thought, is this all the damage caused after my entire power was drained? Suo looked at the notification board. Puzzled. Could it be because the charge level is 0%? There is no way to recharge my energy, so I do not know how to use it. The system displayed information. Linking skill. Demon Shield. Charge level. 0%. Gains power from the Hero of the White Fire and unleashes a powerful explosion. Baru flew closer to him. Whispering. Prince, I have a request. He turned to look at him. His expression uncertain. What is it? The defeated demons lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a meal that Baru loved. Can I eat the flesh of those demons you brought to the Shadow Dungeon? Suo did not allow that, as he already had a purpose for those corpses. We are leaving them here, because I want to use the extraction technique on them. Baru did not demand more but understood his intention. Seems you have not tried the shadow extraction technique on demons before. Can you try it now? He spread his palm. Fingers long and beautiful, he stood tall before them, gently reciting the incantation. Rise. The corpses of those demons showed no signs of movement. The system confirmed failure. Announcement. Polluted mana. Announcement. Cannot use shadow extraction technique. Suo relayed the information he received to Baru. I was just informed that I cannot use shadow extraction on them because their mana is polluted. It flew nearby, analyzing the situation. Even the Dark Prince cannot extract shadows from demons, because their souls are all polluted. That is why he used contracts to summon them. Like some guy from the Ladaya clan, suicide in disappointment. Then we can't do anything with this polluted soul. Baru. You can eat them all, he replied. Thank you. And she sitting far away thought. I can't believe they just said I am polluted. How deep? He approached and offered her a potion, saying, Here, drink this potion, and you will feel better. She smiled happily and replied, Thank you. It feels like I am stepping on your foot. In the conversation with her, he still maintained a gentle tone. Speaking up, by the way, I guess you have nowhere to go now. Feel free to use this city. Eso gratefully said. New prince. Are you helping me this much? The system announced again. A section of the Dark Dungeon has been designated as the territory of Butch Hat A. Isola Daya has been appointed as the master of the territory of Bech Ha. Sung Suho smiled cheerfully and said to her, You are my teammate, so do not worry about the little details. He turned his gaze towards the sound coming from Beirut. There it is, he suddenly shouted. Beirut, what is going on? He hurriedly replied after realizing something. Prince. In the memories of those demons. He was surprised by the information Beirut reported. I found a clue about the followers of Aterim. The scene of the gloomy building appeared. Shrouded in thick smoke, Suho, Eso, Broki, and Ray listened intently as Beirut presented the situation. He flew before everyone, saying, Now I will tell you what I saw in their memories. The surroundings were quiet, only hearing Beirut's voice. Before I tell you, there are some things that need to be clarified. The star dust has been spread all over the world, and Mistborn are monsters from outer space. Hearing this news, she angrily shouted, Does that mean hell is not the only place where the star dust has spread? He was also surprised and said, Mistborn are monsters from outer space. Broki added more information. Whether it is fate or just coincidence. The demons I ate are all connected to Broki and the Howling Hound Association of the Evil Prairie. Added. Those demons receive human supplies from the Howling Hound Association. The decayed humans transform into Mistborn, perfect to become materials for alchemy. Star dust. Beirut further added. Many other places are also producing star dust, and they call such places star dust factories. He added. In conclusion, the Howling Hound Association will take care of kidnapping humans. Beirut further explained. The Self-God Association takes care of transporting those kidnapped people to factories, while the factories use humans to create star dust. He asserted, I am certain that Atherim is the force pulling the strings in these three places. After hearing this, he thought to himself, all of this is related to Atherim's invasion. Is not? Beirut added. Also, the one who created this star dust production line is a human. Sung So was surprised and repeated. A human. He continued. I discovered that there is a human aiding in Atherim's schemes. Beirut said slowly. That person is, he continued, the vice chairman of the Self-God Association. Lamin? If we investigate him, we might find Atherim's schemes. The scene shifted to a crowded place where people were filming and taking pictures. A reporter angrily said. What? The crowd outside was waiting and chanting loudly. He is coming out. Lamin Sung walked out, followed by two bodyguards. And from the crowd, there were loud shouts. It is Lamin Sung. A reporter asked him. May I interview you? What is the result of the Hunter Association's investigation? He paused and answered the question. The investigation concluded that I am completely innocent. However, there is nothing surprising about it. Suddenly, a reporter shouted angrily. Do you really know nothing about the human kidnapping by the Howling Hound Association? Even though the Self-God Association is their sponsor. Additionally, many hunters have died on the Exxon battlefield under the management of the Self-God Association. What do you say about that? Lamin Sung spoke sadly. The Self-God Association. He bowed in a gesture of guilt before the crowd and walked forward. Having dedicated himself to a world that had been deeply entrenched in chaos since the great disaster 2 years ago, the reporter was astonished to hear him present and jotted down Lamin Sung's words. The reason we support the Howling Hound Association is that we want to help their association, mainly composed of low-level hunters, to make them stronger to have enough power to help the world. Even the fact that we opened the Exxon battlefield for hunters not belonging to the Self-God Association, because we thought it would be a place for novice hunters to gain experience. The crowd gathered around him, incredulous, believing Lamin Sung's words. We could not have imagined that our well-meaning actions would lead to such unforeseen results. He pretended to be heartbroken, covering his tears with his hands. If only I had managed everything more perfectly, no one would have had to die. Lamin Sung bowed his head as he spoke. I apologize for causing this chaos. The crowd outside murmured. Some said, if what he said is true, then is not the Self-God Association also just a victim? Others agreed, I think so too. Even the Hunter Association has declared their innocence. Another added, the Self-God Association has always aimed for good intentions. He glanced maliciously at the praises. So are not they heroes? His eyes flicked to the back, self-satisfied with himself, projecting that expression as easily as if it were a piece of cake. The person who once was a top star in Asia. My acting skills are still as great as ever. Lamin Sung performed before Ujin Cheon while secretly thinking. Beside that, the Hunter Association, while he was worried, the chairman of the Hunter Association said, you may leave now. Lamin Sung heard this and thought to himself. I did not expect that old fox would let me go without much interrogation. He pondered. Well, no problem. It seems the Hunter Association still does not know I am a person of Suho. Watching Lamin Sung, he kept his eyes on him, saying, so that guy is Lamin Sung. Sung Suo asked Biru. Biru, what do you think? Can you sense the energy of Ethereum emanating from him? Biru replied. Nada. He continued. That means he is not being controlled by Ethereum. Right. Biru continued to answer. That is right. He firmly added. All right. From now on, we will verify that. Niru reminded him. Prince. You must not act like that, he added. I know you have defeated some very strong enemies. But this time, I will risk my life to stop you. The thing I sense from Li Min-sung. He began to sense some signs of someone nearby. His eyes radiated a sense of evil. Li Min-sung turned his head to look at the wall. The minion saw this and asked. Is something wrong? Li Min-sung said. Nothing. Niru reminded him to inform him. You are not strong enough to defeat him. Li Min, and a level hunter. In a white room with a flickering light, on the table was a plate of sliced fruits and a bottle of chilled wine. Li Min-sung was sitting, hugging a girl. With his other hand scrolling through his phone, a sinister smile on his face. Everything is as easy as turning my hand. Then he continued. Just performing a little. And the public's attitude changed 180 degrees. At this moment, news also began to spread online. The vice chairman of the Self-God Association, Li Min-sung, was declared innocent by the association. Entire records of profits flowing into the Self-God Association have been made public. Opening the Xidun battlefield aimed to develop new hunters. Although related to the Howling Hound Association, which is embroiled in controversy, Li Min-sung always aimed for noble causes. Suddenly, a girl approached and spoke. Oh my. Look who we have here. Is not he the hero of the hunters? Hearing that, he replied. Hello, madam, she, with her alluring curves, gently said. You should have informed me when you came. Then she immediately chased all the girls away. You girls. Get out. Hearing this, he calmly said. Am I obliged to inform you of anything? Hearing that, she awkwardly replied. You know I did not mean that. In her heart, she thought. Truly a difficult personality. After that, she poured wine for him and continued to think. But his pride was completely crushed after the disaster. She kept thinking. After the disaster, the fact that a celebrity like him reached a level hunter status caused a sensation. But Li Min-sung's driver also awakened to become one of the rarest level hunters in South Korea. The story was published in the news, and the public gradually focused their attention on his driver. It was the first time they witnessed the hierarchy being overturned with Li Min-sung always on top. He listened to the question, and somehow that driver joined the death guild founded by Mtiju. At that moment, she just capped the bottle of wine and said, Let us talk about work now. Right. He heard this and asked back. What work? She leaned close to his ear and whispered. You do not need to play dumb. I am talking about the stardust. Then she asked him. This time I want to buy in bulk. Is that possible? Li Min-sung immediately slammed the bottle down on the table and said, Have not you heard the rumors? The distribution system and one of the factories have been destroyed. How can we meet that demand? Hearing this, she smiled at him and said, I am sure the talented Li Min-sung has his own plans. Right, he spoke up. Well, I will try to talk to the business partner and see. Hearing this, she happily said, Truly the deputy director. At that moment, he thought, Damn. Do I really have to go to that guy? Recently he has started to stop taking my orders. Transitioning to a scene in the city. A hand was placed on the glass of a room, and the young man's face darkened, which made the people by the river exclaim. That kid. Transitioning to another scene. A group of terrifying green monsters was charging toward them. Immediately, they were fatally torn apart by Grey. On the other side, these monsters were slaughtered by Eso with a single slash. At that moment, Sung Soo shouted with his sharp hand. Immediately, the green monster was struck down by him. Just with that one strike, the green monster's head flew off its body, and some were cut in half. After that, he continued to attack, causing many of the monsters to die. The power radiated and stuck to his face. Then he called Beirut and said, All right. Now we will gather a new goblin group. Hearing this, Beirut said, The missing monarch must be feeling impatient with what we just said. After that, Beirut turned to the three of them and continued. Our goal is to extract information about the disciple of Eterim from Li Min-sung, who is currently the head of the Stardust distribution chain. We must accept that fighting will surely occur once we approach Li Min-sung. Sung Soo, hearing this, was confused and asked, So how will we get information from him? If he refuses to talk, I will just eat him to retrieve the information. The Dark Monarch has allowed me to consume humans as long as they are identified as demons. After that, Beirut continued. However, that is assuming we can defeat Li Min-sung while we explore the guild. He thought about this, then Beirut continued. At the same level, there can be differences in strength. Typically, it takes 10 levels to defeat one sea level. Our team's capability is still too weak to defeat the Death Guild and a level hunter Min Sung. At that moment, Sung Soo exclaimed, I am not a weakling. Sung Soo, confused, asked, can't the secret reward only appear once? Randomly, the result immediately opened. At that moment, a notification appeared. You have obtained an item. Ash ring. The ring appeared immediately in his hand. Item details. Ash ring. Usage level. Category. Accessory. Consciousness. 5. The system continued to show the notification. You have equipped the item. Ash ring. Immediately, his consciousness increased by 29, and his face became very worried as he thought. But it does not change my current situation. In the end, I can't level up by hunting goblins anymore. The green monsters lay dead all over the ground. He now put on battle gloves and thought. Hunting demons only helps increase the damage of Vulcan's horn by 3%. The system at this moment announced. Item. Vulcan's horn. Effect. Destruction lust. Increases physical damage up to 33%. He clenched his fist and thought. I want to get stronger quickly. But I can keep relying on dungeons and killing monsters. After a while, he stared at his profile. Then he sighed and said, all I have gathered today are just contacts to excavate and collect. I doubt anyone would dare to let any level hunter like me into their assault team. And according to the Hunter Association's rules, intruding and entering the gate is also illegal. Hearing him say that, Berulian said, how about reevaluating the Hunter Association's level? Hearing this, he replied, the information about the reawakened will be posted. I know the disciple of Itarim is here on Earth, and I do not want to end up being discovered and used as a weakness against my father. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. I can defeat Min Sung if we also have to deal with that group of disciples. At this point, Berulian said, I think you do not need to worry too much about the disciples of Itarim. Berulian also pondered and continued. In case the disciples of Itarim arrive here before me, they may not be that strong due to spatial displacement influence. Hearing this, he asked back. Spatial displacement is a tribe from outer space that wants to use spatial movement. They must possess a spatial rift. The outer layer of the spatial rift is very narrow, making it hard for mana to escape and create internal resistance. Even if an individual uses all their strength to expand the outer layer, it still recovers very quickly. So developing spatial movement requires a lot of power and time based on each person's mana. After that, Berulian continued. That is why the majority of Itarim's troops engage in battle outside of space. And the Dark Monarch cannot enter the spatial universe, considering he never appears himself but only exploits Braki and the demons. This seems very reasonable. His face darkened. He said, if it is certain that Itarim's invasion will happen, then right now is the best opportunity for me to strengthen myself. Parole. At this moment. Thought. Is it time already? At this moment. Parole recalled. Because we do not know the current situation on Earth, decisions and deployments will be left for you to decide when you get there. After that, he continued, if you need help, take this and go find him. His face twisted with a sinister smile. He said, he must think Cytransex is a great source of help for Soho. Burl looked at Sung Suho and pondered. The remaining reason for the monarch giving me this key is that I will use it. Suddenly, he yelled out, shouting loudly, missing monarch. At that moment, he put his hands in his pockets and said, why did not I think of this? Immediately, he pulled out his phone and said, there is a way to enter the gate without attracting attention and without violating the Hunter Association's laws. Very familiar to me. At this moment, in the high-rise building in the city, suddenly someone said to him, long time no see. Suho, this is our first meeting since you awakened. Is not? Jinho said at this moment. I was wondering why suddenly you wanted to see me. You have matured a lot. Hearing this, Sung So said, I have brought you a proposal that won't let you down in any way. Uru was hiding in Suho's coat, thinking, that is right. The missing monarch found him first. The monarch I mentioned. Jinho continued, do you mean you want me? After that, he laughed and said, so you want me to take you into the gate? Right. This is Executive Director as Jin. Yoon. Director Jinho introduced himself. With the highest simultaneous login number of 1,241,771.8 users. A virtual reality game has become so famous that it has continuously held the top position since its launch 4 years ago. A beautiful world. Then he introduced further. No one could have guessed who created it. The best game in the video game industry is created by the youngest child of some conglomerate family. The name of that game company is as Jinsoft, And the CEO of the company is, at this moment. Kim Yoo-jin asked Suho. You are Sung Suho. Right. After that, he continued. I have been waiting for you. The director told me today he has to meet an important guest. Please this way. Suho was sweating and thinking. This is my first visit to my uncle's company. He glanced over the employees here and thought. But why are there so many awakened individuals in the company? At this moment, Kim Yoo-jin looked at Suho and said, You must be very confused because our company has so many awakened employees. Right, not everyone who has awakened wants to risk their lives in dungeons. After that, he continued, if paid well, they can also take on contracts or work as bodyguards. Suho then asked, What does a game company need hunters for? He replied at that moment, Currently our company is working on a project. After that, he continued, But I can give you details about it. Suho thought silently. Could they be making a game related to the hunter world? At this moment in a room, at that time, Jinho laughed loudly and said, Look who we have here. He patted Suho on the shoulder excitedly and said, Long time no see. Suho. How long has it been? After that, Jinho said to Suho, The last time I heard about you was when you awakened at the Korean National University of Arts. Do you know how worried I was about you? Suho replied. I have been a bit busy lately, so I have not been able to contact everyone. Jinho sat down and said, You seem to have grown since the last time we met. Suho scratched his head and said, Must be because I am going through puberty. Suho then pulled out his laptop and said, Uncle, could you take a look at this? Jinho was surprised and said, It has been a while since we last talked. And you bring work out? Jinho looked at the laptop and said, A business proposal. After that, he said, I have been wondering a lot about why you suddenly wanted to meet me. I did not expect you to bring a business proposal. You have really grown up. Hearing this, Suho happily said, I have brought you a proposal that you won't lose out on at all. Jinho then continued. Do you mean you want me? He smiled and said, To help you get into the gate. Right, at this moment. Suho explained. Yep. If you agree to help me quickly close the gates, and recruit the necessary assault team members to go in there, I will give Jints of all the magical crystals that fall at the gate. I have the ability to conquer a dungeon from D to C level easily. Jinho frowned and asked him, Can you do that even as an A-level hunter? Hearing this, Suho said, Actually, I have a way to conquer dungeons on my own. Jinho at this moment asked him, Suho, you know I am also an awakened. Right, I am at level higher than your current level. And I am not strong enough to hunt inside the gate anymore. Jinho's face darkened and he asked Suho, Is the reason you are doing this to get into the gate? It is because you think your parents might have been caught in one of the gates during the disaster. Right, after that, he continued, If that is the case, I will still hire hunters for you. So I hope you continue to wait. Suho thought silently. I knew it would turn out like this. At this moment, Beerut crawled out and asked, Missing Monarch, are you going to speak the truth? Suho replied. After all, Uncle is still the most trusted person. At this moment, Suho said, Uncle. Seeing this, Jinho was puzzled and said, Suho's face was very serious and said, Actually, I am an awakened who can level up. Jinho was startled and asked, What? Level up. Suho then continued, There are invaders from outer space lurking here on Earth. To stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up. Suho's face was serious as he continued, To prevent the invasion from outer space, I must enter the dungeon and become stronger. Suddenly at that moment, Jinho said, What are you talking about? Jinho asked him, Suho, have you heard about the solo leveling project? Hearing this, he was very confused. He was sweating and asked, Solo leveling. Seeing him like this, Jinho laughed loudly and said, Now I understand. This must be some hidden camera prank. And you will make a really funny request to see your uncle's confused reaction. Right. After that, he laughed until tears flowed and said, What you just said is the plot of a story that our company is currently producing. Jinho continued, telling the story of an awakened who can level up alone. Initially, he was the weakest. E-level. But then he conquered S-level and eventually became the strongest awakened to protect the world. If someone told you that, then what the hell are we keeping this secret for? Suho thought helplessly. That story. Could it be about my father? Jinho laughed loudly and said, Anyway, if you intend to tease me and my staff, you have failed. You are not skilled enough to fool me. Beerut flew in and said, Fail? No way. This uncle must still have vague memories of the old world or something. Suddenly, Jinho looked at Beerut and stopped. He saw Beerut and shouted, Suho. What the hell is this face? Beerut turned to Suho for help. Missing Monarch. Can I help? Hearing this, he said, Beerut, Since when? Jinho's face trembled in fear, and Beerut said, during the time of being forgotten. You were once a servant I trusted to serve the monarch, keeping humanity safe. You were involved in most of the battles that our monarch participated in. Those heroic moments must have been etched into your soul, causing Jinho to exclaim. What? Beerut now held the dagger and said, it is faster to do this rather than waste time explaining. After that, Beerut stabbed the dagger into Jinho and said, this is a gift from the Dark Monarch. Seeing this, Jinho screamed. What the hell? Jinho's face froze at this moment. At this moment, everything around him turned white, causing Jinho to exclaim. From afar, someone was approaching. That person came closer to him. That person approached Jinho. Seeing him made Jinho astonished. The person over there looked at Jinho and said, Jinho began to recall the past, remembering his own image. Jingu, you once said you were E-level. Right. I will protect you. Seeing Jingu carrying a heavy load, he asked, is your luggage heavy? Are you okay? Hearing this, he said, it is. I can still carry it. Seeing this, he asked him, are you always so quiet? Hearing this, Jingu replied, are you always so talkative? The enemy was approaching the two of them, and the enemy said, are you going to stand up to us? Hearing this, he stood in front of Jingu and took a fighting stance. Transitioning to another scene, the memory spun back to that day, his face serious. He slammed his hand down on the table and said, 20 times. Do not accompany me 19 more times. He heard this and left, causing him to cry his heart out. Please, just hear me out. In another memory, he was wearing armor and excitedly said, a full armor set created by the most skilled artisan in Italy. It will enhance my power. If the two of us are going to conquer these dungeons, at least I should prepare something. Do not you think? Hearing this, he only lightly touched the armor, causing him to fall backward. His face was serious. He said, take it off before I lose my temper. At that moment, he helplessly obeyed. All right, Jinho at this moment said, by this way, the raid was completely successful. You not only saved my life but also helped me in the raid. You are more like my brother than my actual brother now. He bowed his head, his face flushed. At this moment, he spoke up. If you see me as your brother. After that, he raised his glass and said, then I see you as my younger brother too. Back to the present. Jinho was sobbing. After that, he wiped his tears and said, if so, in this world, to meet Jingu again. Hearing this, Suho turned to Buru and whispered, Buru, what did you do to uncle? Buru reassured him, do not worry. Seeing Jinho still crying, Buru continued. He simply regained his memory of the previous world. The hot tea was still on the table. At this moment, Jinho spoke. I understand now. The power that Dunho possesses is infinite. His son also have it. Right. Hearing this, Suho paused and replied, yep. But it is a bit different. Jinho had stopped crying, and his eyes were swollen. After that, he said, the outer dimension being. He is protecting this world from those called Atarim. He is indeed in a completely different timeline. Hearing this, Suho replied, yep. To prevent the invasion of Atarim onto Earth, I need to get stronger as quickly as possible. After that, he continued, seriously speaking, even though the situation has become this urgent, you still brought me a business proposal. You really are stiff, just like your father. Hearing this, he chuckled lightly. Haha. After that, Jinho continued, now that I understand the situation, I should not treat you like a child to protect anymore. Jinho agreed. I accept the offer, which made him joyfully jump up and shout, awesome. At this moment, Jinho sat and thought, this time Jingu will bear the burden alone again. Jinho looked out the window and thought, but the reason he allowed me to recover my memories is that he wants to give me a chance to support him. Right. This time, just trust me. I will do everything to help Suho. Transitioning to a scene, Suho was wearing a very mysterious mask. The people there looked at him. Suho looked at everyone here and thought, are they the assault team uncle hired? He has done an amazing job finding enough people. An injured older man looked at him and asked, are you going to pay us 4 million just to join this assault team without actually entering the gate? Suho replied to him, yep. Exactly. After that, the man asked him, but are you planning to go alone? Then, he looked at him and said, I do not know how confident you are in your abilities, but underestimating the gate is quite reckless. He continued, well, if you feel you can't do it anymore, just feel free to ask us for help. He turned to look at the man and continued speaking. Even though my body has come to this point, I can still support you a little bit. After hearing this, he replied, thank you. Then, he entered alone and said, if I need help, I will call you. In his mind, he thought, My father has placed countless responsibilities on his shoulders and continues to live until now. Suho had now reached that place. Beside you are 2 teammates. Ray. That is what. In this teammate system I received. He put on gloves and said, I can feel my father's warmth through these hidden intentions. But the stone monsters are now climbing toward them. Suho took a fighting stance and said, I do not want to let my father bear everything anymore, he said. Let us start leveling up. Lee Min-sung's car stopped in front of the huge building. He stepped out of the car and said to his subordinates, Stand by around here. The people inside the car immediately obeyed. Zep, he silently thought. It has been 3 months since we last met. Lee Min-sung just walked in and caught the attention of the security guard who was wiping the leaves. Seeing him, the guard spoke up. I have seen you in the news. You are Lee Min-sung, the deputy director of the Death Guild. Right. Hearing him say that, he thought to himself. Indeed. The bright jade cannot hide. Lee Min-sung thought further. Well, building an image is just as important. He lowered his mask and smiled. Thank you for recognizing me. After that, he continued. Have a nice day. The happy uncle replied. The hero of the hunters. I will always support you. Lee Min-sung thought to himself. That is right. Those envious gazes. They should all look at me like that. The week of the week born from the deputy director of the Eugene Construction Company is me. He continued to reflect. The one who early became a star in the advertising industry is also me. I smoothly advanced in the world of fame and was dubbed the Asian Prince. After the disaster, I became a level awakened. He thought further. I thought I would continue to be one of the top food chain hunters like before. Lim Tae-ji-woo sat at the front and said, I awakened to this level. After that, he thought further, until my driver, Lim Tae-woo, became as level awakened. That is right. The driver now said, I am planning to become a hunter as soon as possible. I think I will quit this driving job. His face was filled with fear. The driver then continued, speaking of which, you are in a level awakened. Right. The Hunter Association suggested I form a guild. Do you want to join? He looked at him and pondered. I am a level, and yet a familiar driver is S level. His gaze toward the driver changed. Since that day, I am sure this world will gradually head toward collapse. After that, he pressed the elevator button and thought further. The pyramid of fortune has been reversed since the disaster. I must restore it to its original state, even if I have to join forces with demons. He opened the door. His face was very earnest. A voice from the dark room rose. Take that disgusting smile off before I tear each of them apart. Lee Min-dung stepped in and said, Where are your masters? The host has returned. But why have not you come to greet me? A voice called his name. Lee Min-dung. The person over there continued speaking. The hair color and that damn human. The platinum-haired boy looked at him and asked, You are an outsider. Right. Lee Min-dung looked at the platinum-haired boy and said, The last time we met, you were just a newborn. Now you are much bigger. Are not you? Even the mana has increased. You have grown just as planned. He continued. I told you before that this is not growth. I am restoring my power. The platinum-haired boy then said, To fix the issue of spatial displacement between universes, I divided my original body, separating the power and personality into many pieces and sending them to this world. Among those pieces, the first piece to arrive here is the weakest, my infant state. You could say that I currently am a version that has merged with the second piece that arrived. The boy continued. Although my memories do not change, my personality will differ from what you used to know. Lee Min-sung sat down and said, Sounds complicated. Lee Min-sung looked at him and said, Father, I do not care about your personality. Remember your promise to me. Right. The platinum-haired boy said now. Fame. Money. Madam. Lee Min-sung's face looked very scary and said, Eliminate this rank hunter. Lim Tae-woo. The boy then asked, Why did you come here today? Hearing that, Lee Min-sung immediately replied, Am I not allowed to enter my house? The boy immediately said, I remember I told you not to come here unless you have a special reason. Lee Min-sung immediately said, Is there a problem with the dust production line? Recently, the hyena guild that supplies fuel and the factory in Seoul were both destroyed. So I came here to ask for more stardust aid if there is any. The boy asked now. Were they under attack? Have you found the mastermind yet? I heard that the hyena hunter is a hunter who wears a mask and uses a sword. Then the boy called Min-sung and said, Min, the one who used our stardust production method, is also the one who created the distribution system. Didn't the person who guaranteed that the system would not have any problems? Lee Min-sung replied, Good. If you keep worrying about one problem after another, you won't get anything done. The platinum boy's eyes now turned yellow. Lee Min-sung put his hands in his pockets and said, I am so. Was my previous personality choosing someone as a pawn a wrong decision? He pulled out his sword from his leg and said, Hey. Outsider. Immediately, the knife was on the neck of the boy Batch Kim. Lee Min-sung leaned close to the boy's ear and threatened, I am not a brainwashed empty shell like you. I am a rank hunter who can take you before you even regain your strength once I get mad. So the pawn is not me but you. The sharp knife pressed against the skin of the white demon boy. Min-sung continued. The human world hunters decided to rank based on mana, and considered it a symbol of strength. How could he be so upset? The guard was approaching now. The strength of the two of them made the guard feel pain. This power is extremely terrible. Lee Min-sung's knife was still at his neck. He suddenly thought. What? Mana is pouring out from all directions. He thought about it now. Maybe it was at this moment. He thought further. Could it be that everyone at the dining hall began to lose consciousness? Then the two also lost consciousness. The consciousness faded from a girl. At this moment, the whole building seemed to be losing consciousness. The two mothers in the elevator were also affected. The people in the car were also affected. Lee Min-sung began to think further. Did I already erase the memories of everyone in this building? The platinum-haired boy then spoke up. The reason my previous personality thought of you as useful is that you needed me for existence. But now I possess the power to survive on my own. The boy continued. Our relationship can change based on the capabilities you have. The unconscious people were holding weapons. Those people approached terrifyingly. Lee Min-sung's face began to look very scary. Then, Min-sung released him and said, I was just joking. Why so? I just wanted to see if you have the ability to kill that S-level guy or not. Seeing him let go, the boy said, Fine. Since you still have some use, I will spare you this time. The guard now had a headache and shouted. Oop. My head. The white-haired girl opened her eyes. And the platinum-haired boy said, This is the amount of stimulant created by you placing the stardust hundreds of times. Lee Min-sung picked it up and said, Wait. You have something like this. The boy replied. Dissolve it. And you can produce a large amount of stardust. He continued. It is completely different from the type of stardust that only low-level hunters can use. If you use it, it will be effective even for an A-level hunter like you. Do you want to try? Lee Min-sung picked it up with a worried expression and said, No thanks. In his mind, he thought, who would be stupid enough to use something so unclear? He thought further. I might have accidentally released an unimaginable monster to Earth. But Lee Min-sung stood up to leave and said, All right. Remember to keep your promise. In his heart, he thought, It is none of my business. The platinum-haired boy dropped the book to the ground. A stream of red power flowed through the platinum-haired boy. He said, I can feel it. Another piece will arrive soon. He continued. Once I merge with that piece of power, I won't have to hide anymore. And at that time, a hyena brookie appeared. Isu and Gray began to attack the monster. The hyena brookie started to rise. The monster began to stand upright, preparing for an attack stance. Isu and Gray also got into a combat-ready stance. At this moment, Suo started to kick and jumped up, moving straight toward the hyena brookie. The monster was thrashing violently. Seeing this, Isu shouted, Missing Monarch. Suo's face was very serious as he prepared to attack and tightly squeezed the monster. The hyena brookie's eyes were bleeding. His power was so overwhelming that it annihilated the monster. The hyena brookie was destroyed by Soho's hands. The platinum-haired boy said in a terrifying voice. At that time, the boy continued, The invasion will officially begin. She looked around at everyone and said, As long as you sit here until that person comes out of the gate, each of you will receive 5 million gold. And the only condition is not to disclose what we have seen or heard here. I can't understand why he is willing to pay us so much money so easily. A man sitting there replied. This is the 4th time. And they have not broken their promise to us yet. As a gate hunter, he is serving the community. This does not harm anyone. The girl replied. But something feels off. Instantly, the other man replied. Then do not work for them anymore. Hearing that, she awkwardly scratched her ear and said, That seems a bit. The older man thought to himself. Right. Very suspicious. He does not bring any gathering or excavation team at all. Just cleans out the gates. But if he is not excavating or gathering, he won't make any profit from the gates, he continued to think. Initially, he only entered D-rank gates. But recently he started going into C-rank gates. What the hell is he doing in there? At that moment, a hammer smashed through the rock. The green monsters were currently using hammers to break rocks, while Peru behind urged. Move faster. Come on another side. Esso was picking up items and said to Gray, Collecting requires real skill. Do not you think so? Gray, at this moment, Esso turned to the other side and said, As for the new king, he is fighting the C-rank boss alone. I wonder if he is okay. Suho was moving extremely fast through the monsters attacking arrows. The giant spider was ferocious. But Suho remained calm and skillfully dodged. He pulled out his dagger. Immediately, Suho struck the monster with a powerful slash. The system displayed a notification. Effect. Paralysis activated. The target has strong resistance, so the effect will be weakened. Seeing this, Suho said, You can withstand it. I was just trying to test the paralysis effect of the knife I got earlier. This does not affect the spider. The system continued to notify. Kasaka's fast poison item. Use. Dagger type. Attack power plus 25. A dagger made from Kasaka's fast poison. The poison from Kasaka is still preserved within it. It causes paralysis and bleeding on the opponent. You can store this item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. The paralysis effect will cause the opponent become paralyzed after a while. The bleeding effect will cause the opponent to lose 1% of health every second. After that, he immediately launched an attack and shouted, "Just as I thought. Time to deal with these bugs." His attack struck the giant spider fiercely. Then, he continued to use his punch and prepared to stab the fierce spider. His punch was incredibly powerful and struck directly into the spider. Suho's muscles bulged as he yelled, "Using 5 punches is still the best." After that, a sword appeared in the sky. It created an incredibly terrifying wind. Suho looked at the spider and thought, "I am strong enough to face a C-rank boss alone. Next, I can enter B-rank gates." The monster began to become more aggressive. Immediately, Suho rushed towards it with fierce momentum, thinking, "I have also gotten used to using the royal martial arts while fighting. Not only am I leveling up, but I am getting better at fighting every day." Suddenly, his thoughts shifted in another direction. Thinking about it, "I usually only use the royal martial arts to move objects." He still rushed towards the monster and continued his thought. "I wonder what would happen if I combined the invisible hand with my attack." He started to extend his fist and concentrated all his strength into this punch. Immediately, this punch flew straight towards the spider. This punch sent the spider flying far away. Just as he defeated the spider, the system announced, "You have defeated the giant Arach. Notification. You have leveled up." The system continued to announce, "The Royal Martial Arts skill has leveled up. Royal Martial Arts LV2. Active skill does not require mana. Even though you do not directly touch the object, you can still move it. The fatigue level accumulates based on how the skill is used." At this moment, the system announced, "Fatigue 83. He thought, "I guess I need to concentrate absolutely when using this skill. So I am getting tired faster." Using the skill continuously is indeed tough. Naturally, at this moment, Isu and Gray were startled and looked outside. Isu exclaimed, "The new king." Suo looked at them and thought, "There could be countless ways to fight, depending on how I use the royal martial arts." She cheerfully asked him, "Did you defeat the boss?" He smiled and replied, "Yeah, I won." Hearing this, Baru said, "Now you can fight alone without me by your side. I am really impressed." He replied, "Baru, you can go eat some magic crystals now." At this moment, Baru said, "We have collected all the body parts of the monsters." Hearing this, Suho said, "Well done." At that moment, a price list of items appeared. Suho quickly tapped away. Plus 200 gold. Plus 500 gold. Then he said, "This feature allows selling collected materials through the shop window is really convenient." Baru then said, "Compared to human hunters, I think you are about to reach B rank." Hearing this, Suho calmly replied, "Is that? It is not surprising since I level up 8 times faster." The system then displayed the status window. Baru continued, "Also, I sense that maybe because you have gotten stronger, they have gotten stronger too." Hearing this, Isu chimed in, "I do feel that the more we fight, the faster my strength recovers." At this moment, Suho was puzzled and said, "How come I recover stamina without needing to drain blood? Wait, there is something else." He looked at the two and asked, "You two are showing levels now." The system displays Isu level 19 and Gray level 17. Isu replied, "We have levels." "How strange. But we are not players like you or Shung Jingu." Hearing this, Suho asked in surprise, "You can see the system window?" "Right," she answered. "I do not think so." Suho pondered. Even though they can't use stats, could their stats still increase with level? Although it is good that they can become stronger from now on, there are still many mysteries to solve regarding the hairs and the teammate system. At this moment, Suho spoke, "Then should we go check if you two can level up for real?" Isu exclaimed, "How do we do that?" Suho smirked and said, "What other way is there?" "Now." Isu panicked and shouted, "We have already done 2 raids. Why go again?" They started walking, and so said, "Well then, let us do it another time. First, let us do the daily tasks." Beerut then turned to him and said, "Prince, you should be careful not to get addicted to anything." The system then announced, "You have entered the dark dungeon." Suddenly he stopped, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Ah!" A terrifying explosion occurred. Isu shouted, "Is there a gate in the dark dungeon?" Suho then remarked, "The heat is overwhelming. Does it come from inside the gate?" Then she turned to Beerut and asked, "Beerut, how can there be a gate appearing in the dark dungeon?" Beerut replied, "I am not sure either." The system then announced, "Emergency mission has appeared." A large red explosion appeared. The system then presented a mission. Emergency mission. Spatial tier. Spatial tier has just been discovered. Enter the connecting gate and eliminate the source of the spatial tier. He thought to himself. An emergency mission. Suddenly, he smirked. Then he tossed something to Izu and Gray, saying, "All right, Izu and Gray. Take this." The system then notified. Heat-resistant clothing item. Use level not specified. Type mixed. You can block heat to a certain extent if you equip this item. Price 10 gold. Suho said to everyone. This comes at just the right time. Let us head into the gate. The scene shifted to a desert at this moment in the dungeon simulation. Akep's pyramid area. A B-rank hunter from the Atula Guild growled, and then pointed a knife at the other guy's face and shouted, "This is really outrageous. Who gave you the right to chase us out of the dungeon?" "We're Atula. We came here first," Randon replied flatly. "Who cares who came first?" He then threatened. "This is the last warning. This dungeon now belongs to our guild. If you resist any further, I will consider it a declaration of war." Liu's face was serious, thinking, "Damn it. Never before have I encountered the Wild Hunters." Randon, and a rank hunter of the Wild Hunters Guild, said, in the face of absolute overwhelming strength. "Everything else is just fleeting." Liu shouted, "Everyone, take your fighting positions." Meanwhile, Randon remained calm. Suddenly, a hand raised, and a voice greeted, "Hello." Liu was taken aback. Randon turned to look as well, seeing both of them looking at him. He felt a bit shy and said, "Wait. Sorry." The girl asked everyone, "Can I ask where this place is?" Flashing back 30 minutes earlier, Suho had just walked through and wondered why sand was blowing out of the gate. Iso rubbed her eyes and said, "Yeah, tell me about it." The group approached, and Suho began to explain. "So it turns out the dungeon is a desert," Burrow added. "I feel a strong magical power coming from that pyramid." Looking at the cars, Suho continued, "But why are there things that seem out of place in a dungeon?" The group slid down the sand. Suho said, "There are cars and even barbed wire fences." He turned to Izo and said, "I heard machines can't operate in dungeons. So why are they here?" Izo said worriedly. "Don't tell me this place is not a dungeon," he responded, "but rather a gate that has crossed over from some other world." Biro replied, "That can't be." Suho, looking a bit nervous, said to everyone, "Even so, as long as the gate in front still exists in the dark dungeon, there won't be any problems. I will go check everything out." Hearing this, Iso agreed. "Yeah, I think that is a great idea." Immediately, Suho stepped inside. A moment later, he came out, stuttering. The gate. It is not there anymore. His face was filled with panic and worry. Seeing this, everyone discussed. The gate has disappeared. Does that mean the demon beast boss has been killed? But that person still has not returned. We need to contact the emergency contact immediately. Back to reality. Inside the pyramid, everyone was looking at each other wide-eyed. At this moment, Suho thought, "We have entered the pyramid." He looked at the others and continued to think, "I am glad there are people here. They might be those who were driving outside. Right. Looking at how they speak English. They must be from a different country." Suho awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Where in his mind?" He thought, "I am glad I learned English for college." Lee looked at him and said, "A hunter. In a hunter society, can Asians claim ownership of this dungeon?" Randall looked at him and judged. "What a mess. I never thought there would be so many bugs gathering here." His eyes began to widen. He continued, "It is mentioned in the old woman's prophecy." A purple monster then appeared and said, "The being born from death has torn the seal. The one who possesses the power to resurrect the dead will appear in the tomb." The blonde man sitting casually said, "Right after the prophecy was made, the dungeon-style pyramid appeared in Acab, the Acab pyramid tomb in death. This completely aligns with the prophecy." Mark Vest then spoke up, "After our scheduled events are over, grant me access to the dungeon so I can raid it. If other guilds interfere, do you want us to deal with them like this?" Hearing this, the old man adjusted his glasses and said, "Why are you so concerned about that?" In Suo's mind, he thought, using the method of the Wild Guild to deal with them is fine. Returning to reality, Vanden said to him, "If you are a hunter pursuing this dungeon, this will be your last warning. If you agree, I will let you leave." Hearing this, Suho thought, "So this is the dungeon." He felt quite anxious, continuing to think, "Not good. If this is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it to complete the emergency mission." He cautiously said, "And what if I refuse?" Immediately, he replied, "Simple. We will kill you." Instantly, he lunged towards Suho. While Gray and Esso looked extremely panicked, Liu's face was equally horrified. Immediately, he dealt Suho a fatal blow. Then he paused to look. At that moment, Suho had dodged his attack and said, "You were the one who attacked first." Hearing that, He immediately lunged again and attacked Suho. Who thought? I do not know how much damage I will do after boosting my strength. I attacked his armor. He won, he died. Right, suddenly. His expression changed. Seeing that, Suho was very surprised and said, "What the heck?" Instantly. He was sent flying far away. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and angrily said, "How dare you go easy on me? Kill everyone. Whether they are from the Attila Guild or some Asian brat. Kill them all." Seeing this, he exclaimed, "He has attacked and declared that he will kill everyone." Instantly, he killed everyone. Seeing this, Izo and Gray rushed in, with Izo shouting, "How dare you harm the young prince?" Holding a large sword, gritted his teeth and said, "I guess a fight is unavoidable now." Suho was knocked far away in pain and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Hearing this, Beard asked Kant, "Young prince, are you okay?" He replied, "Yeah." Then he continued, "The hunters are fighting each other. If I want to complete the emergency mission, I must win this brawl." Right. Hearing this, Beard replied, "I think that is necessary for the purpose of this raid." His expression became more serious, saying, "The guild of that armored guy attacking me is definitely the enemy." Immediately, he took action and jumped up quickly. After that, he used the walls to flip back, his head smashing straight into the armored guy. And instantly, he delivered a powerful kick to him. The armored guy, receiving the kick, sneered and said, "A weak hunter daring to oppose the wild hunters. You should listen to the strong." At this moment, Suho thought, "I tried to defeat him, but he still endured my attacks. How tough are these bastards?" He clenched his fists and thought, "What if I used the new fighting method along with the royal martial arts I just learned?" He defeated him, and at this moment, the face of the opponent was covered in blood and died instantly. At this moment, Suho immediately turned to thank Liu Xing. "Thank you." He left and said, "I have seen your skills." He defeated him. How was it? Even when I fought the Spirit Guild, I could still restrain and fight them due to our overwhelming strength. Suho then thought, but not every time am I in a situation where I have the upper hand. Looking at Eso, who was still fiercely fighting, he thought, unending situations can lead to my death, or I might not be able to protect what I want. Perhaps the upheaval that occurred in this world will continue to arise. He then reflected, I missed that because I only thought about leveling up. I forgot that I had to let go of the emotions I had before the upheaval. Only then, his face was filled with determination as he pondered. I could fight Li Min Sung. Liu Xing introduced himself. I am a hunter from the Attila Guild. My name is Liu Xing, he then said. We are having some issues with the wild hunters. Why not ally with us? Suddenly, Suho threw a punch past Liu Xing. It whizzed past his face and struck the guy behind him. After that, Suho smashed down to the ground, sending the guy flying away. At this moment, the system displayed, Royal Martial Arts Skill Level 2. Active skill does not require mana. Although you do not directly touch physical objects, you can move them. The fatigue level accumulates based on usage. Seeing this, Suho thought, I won't hesitate anymore. The guy immediately collapsed. His face was covered in injuries. Randon thought to himself, he just defeated a B-rank hunter with a single blow. Thinking this, he smirked. He exclaimed, interesting. At this moment, I declare, I am Suho from Korea. Let us form an alliance. The battle between hunters in the dungeon has never really ended. One side is the armored group. The other is the muscular group, the armored hunters. Realizing that the two groups of hunters were combining, remain confident in their abilities. The Azura Guild was teaming up with another group of hunters. 3 pillars are still 3 pillars. We excel in both quality and quantity. Suho said something that left Randon stunned. We have not even unleashed our full strength yet. A command from his position, rise, causing an armored hunter to stagger. Through the system's introduction, a monster with many fangs appeared. Giant Arach. Rank common. It did not just come alone. It also brought many companions along. Randon could not believe that the boy before him could create the impossible. With such combat abilities. Yet he could summon the zoo. And summon that many at once. Suho was ready to stir up trouble. Alright, let us do this time. Let us see what the armored hunters will do to counter the monsters he brought. Amidst the dust-filled air, a man in armor with a golden shield on his shoulder, holding a large axe, stood proudly in the desert. He took a step back, firmly planted his feet down to gain momentum, causing the ground to quake, unbeknownst to what was happening. The ground and dust rose as if there had just been an explosion. He flew up while swinging his axe, creating a whirlwind, effortlessly handling the monsters in an instant. No one else was here except Liu Xing, who was eager to confront him directly, hiding too well. Good. This is interesting. Suho clenched his fists, his expression showing anger reaching its peak. Randon and Beard also had to admit, his power exceeded their imagination, though weakened after becoming a dark soldier. They never expected he could blow away the monster that had given the young prince trouble, with just one blow. Humans are indeed the strongest species here. Suho turned his head, feeling pleased when he heard Gray say, "Perfect timing. Gray, use the linking skill." Eso stepped closer and called him young prince. Beerut did not understand why he was stopping him. Suho was in a state of questioning everything, while Eso wondered if she should speak up. Wait. Young prince. She really wanted to help him, so she was very eager. Why do not you use the linking skill with me this time? We have learned a method to speed up loading while wandering around the gate. Suho did not want to refuse. Gray beside him seemed unhappy. Using a skill I have never used in real combat feels a bit. Eso's long ears drooped. She felt sad. This is a chance for me to be useful to the young prince. Suddenly, a loud scream from behind startled her. The terrifying truth was that the scream resembled zombies. Monsters were approaching. Randon struggled to fight the monsters. They were lured by the noise of the battle. Eso held her weapon. The situation caught her off guard. And there were even more at the entrance. No one like Liuxing. Arms crossed. Thought calmly despite his subordinates about to collapse. The monsters are finally here. I now understand the prophecy the boss spoke of. Entities born from death will break the seal. The one who holds the power to resurrect the dead will rise from the grave. He certainly did not want to waste energy. Just a bit of brainstorming would lead to the answer. If the dead imply those mummies, then that person must be in this dungeon. The being born from death can break the seal. Liuxing looked back, needing to calculate which option would yield more benefits. The boss's order is to seize ownership of the dungeon, but according to the current battle between the guilds, taking away the power to resurrect the dead would align more with the boss's desires. His eyes suddenly turned green, with his eyebrows nearly standing on end, while seeing him fighting fiercely against the monsters. Liuxing hesitated, but if he withdrew now, Suo's eyes sparkled with confidence. Even in dangerous situations, that never changed. Liuxing did nothing but stand there with his eyes closed. Calming himself, Randall, with his sword skill, relentlessly turned the monsters into pieces. As expected, Liuxing ordered his subordinates to charge in. Scavenger Guild. Follow me. Ignore those hunters and head straight for the boss room. Of course, Randall did not want that to happen at all. The scavengers were aiming for the boss room. Stop them. But it was not easy to get past the zombie-like monsters in front of him. Randall was furious that those hunters were trying to exploit the monsters to hold them back. Why does the road have to go that way? Suho, behind, was no better off. If it goes on like this, the rewards will be taken by them. He looked at the figure surrounded by golden light. Right. But for some reason, a giant monster appeared in front of Suho. It wanted to attack him with long claws. And Suho had flown to another place without realizing it. The scene turned chaotic in the desert dungeon, with the corpses of the monsters quickly falling to the ground. Suho stood amidst it all, taking care of all the monsters. Even Randall was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, afraid to blink. To Suho, this was just a normal performance. He quickly cleaned up this area and then chased after. He momentarily lost his composure, unable to believe it. Not only could he summon but also fuse with them. Isu was still upset about not being able to help him, missing her chance to participate. Randall was wide-eyed, still shocked. Suho, who are you? Suho was in a dark path, not knowing what lay ahead, with guards on both sides standing watch. As the guards advanced to stop the guild's actions, a sword was at his neck. Liuxing lightly flicked his axe and severed the head of one guard in front of his subordinates. Feeling different than ever, Liuxing was determined to settle the score. That kid. Not only that, I want to confront him as soon as I gain the power to resurrect the dead. Something here caught his attention. It seemed Randall knew about this place. However, he was only standing outside guessing. This is the boss room. Finally, he managed to push the door open bit by bit. As the door slowly opened, dust and smoke rose with it. In front of Randall and his subordinates was a monster bound by many chains. While he was lost in thought, two subordinates behind began discussing. It looks like a bug. Is it sleeping? Randall stared at it without blinking for a moment. The chained monster. The prophecy stated that entities born from death would appear after breaking the seal. Surprisingly, the monster spat out incomprehensible words. With his level, he could only stand there guessing until tomorrow morning. The monster's language. Is it talking to us? Amith also helplessly held back in front of the foolish hunters, although he did not understand the information it was trying to convey. The monster's hands were injured from trying to break free. Amith regretfully spat out incomprehensible words, causing the chains to break a bit. Randall hurriedly shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." After a while of exerting all his strength to break free, finally, a segment of chain was snapped. Amith furiously swung the chains wildly, turning the scene chaotic. The power radiating from it was transmitted through the chains. No matter how strong the guild's hunters were, if struck, they would bleed. The chain was so sturdy it left imprints on the stone floor, as it swung hard trying to break the chains. In the end, Amuth achieved its goal, marching boldly toward Randall. Of course, would not admit it, but the fear on his face was undeniable. What is this? Are the guards of my guild really that strong? A single swing of the chain can take them all down. Amuth acted strangely, standing in front of him with both hands raised. This made Randall even more confused. Was it asking him to attack it? He gritted his teeth, his competitive nature never changing. One after another. They take me lightly. Immediately, Randall unleashed his skill, his face showing anger reaching its peak. Skill. Titan armor. His green eyes glimmered in the dark, like a vengeful arrow aimed straight at his opponent. Amuth stood still, allowing Randall to swing his axe towards it. It was exactly what Amuth wanted. He had no idea what schemes it had. Randall was furious but could not do anything. Fear was increasingly evident. I poured all my strength into this blow, yet it barely tickled. Uncertain of what the monster wanted to say to him, Randall hurriedly said goodbye. Sorry, boss. Because of his extreme panic, he was startled to see the iron lock on Amuth's hand snap. I should have stood my ground. The monster let out a roar that shook the earth, causing the ground to shatter. All that could be seen was blood splattered on someone. This time, there was no escaping the grasp of the Grim Reaper. Amuth slammed its hand down, showing disappointment as it threw Randall against the wall. Ahaha. It was frustrated because it had not even gotten its limbs moving again after being imprisoned for so long. It never expected the first living being to find it would die so quickly. Finally, it had to accept and stand up. Amuth hesitated, saying, well then, uncertain of who it saw that made it so cheerful. At least there were still a few left to enjoy. Suho kicked the head of a mummy. It was quickly kicked away, its skull shattered. He frowned and thought, they keep coming. If that is the case, Suho shouted, get up. But the system announced, unable to extract ancient salt. He looked at his hand, puzzled. Unable to extract ancient salt. I can't even use it on demons. There are more restrictions than I thought. Suddenly, a heavy object fell right in front of him, kicking up clouds of dust. Suho quickly jumped high and saw a large pit cracking open. Fighters below were also affected. Layers of earth rose high, as if something terrible was surfacing beneath. Indeed, a giant scarab over 10 meters tall emerged from the ground. Everyone was terrified by this sight. A monster scarab? Damn it. Just dealing with these mummies is already exhausting. The snake slithered on the ground, its wide mouth full of teeth, ready to strike without hesitation. But her weapon could not penetrate its tough exterior. She gripped her spear tightly and thrust it again. Iso turned back and said to everyone, that thing is too cute. My attack has no effect. Randall loudly warned Sung-soo. Suho, those monsters coming in like that are very dangerous. I am very angry at the Scavenger Guild for stealing the ownership of the dungeon in the field. But I think we should retreat. I completely agree. I think so too. He remembers the system's mission, hesitating and unable to decide. The urgent mission states that he must resolve the cause of the time-space leak. I am not sure if the Scavenger Guild fighting the boss will allow us to complete the mission. Is it okay to retreat like this? The ground suddenly trembles violently. A huge, horrifying foot steps forward. The pressure from it is so strong that Randon's eyes widen in fear. The enormous monster crushes the ruins, slowly revealing itself. He panics and shouts. That path is where the Scavenger Guild entered. A new monster is coming back. I can feel it because my perception stats have increased significantly. The monster emits a menacing aura, a bright red name, the avatar of Amuth, making him even more frightened. That red-named monster is completely different from other monsters. Amuth heavily opens its mouth. It commands, disappear, making the minions wail and howl. Then they quietly slip away. Esso watched the mummies leave, confused. I heard that monster's voice telling them to disappear. Did the mummies return after hearing that? She turned in terror towards Amuth. What is that? Sung-soo suddenly called her name. Esso. Amuth asked with interest. Was that the monster's language just now? Can you understand what I am saying? Esso replied lightly. Yep. Because I am of the demon race. He suddenly laughed out loud. The only thing I see around here every day is those stupid dead mummies and those insects crawling all over the desert. It has been a long time since I met someone who can talk to me. Esso was a bit surprised, thinking, he seemed friendlier than he looked. Just then, a giant cricket suddenly turned around to attack her, but it was quickly smashed to bits by Amuth's hand. This made her wide-eyed in horror. He killed that monster cricket in one blow. He turned to the remaining crickets and said, before we talk, maybe we should clear out the monsters that do not understand what I am saying first. With that, Amuth dashed off like a gust of wind. He swept through the crickets as easily as flipping a hand. Amuth's actions left everyone gaping in shock. Sung-soo looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. A monster killing monsters. Amuth did not have time to care about them. He was focused on punching and kicking the crickets until they were smashed. A reckless cricket used its head to attack him. Shortly after, it was counterattacked. A blinding flash suddenly appeared under its chin. Amuth forcefully spun around and kicked the giant cricket's body. Instantly, it was defeated, purple blood spraying thickly into the air. Amuth executed a stunning move, directly tearing apart the insect enemy. Those present witnessed this horrific scene. Their legs felt heavy as they stood frozen in place. Randon exclaimed in shock. That monster is strong enough to kill countless monsters in an instant. What is it doing here? This dungeon, based on my investigation, is only sea orb level. Amuth took heavy steps on the damp stone, complaining. It seems like there are many beings I can't communicate with. He did not bother with small talk, directly leaping to attack. To kill. Randon reacted quickly, raising his twin swords to defend. Eso gasped in shock. At that moment, Suho rushed in to block Amuth's path. He angrily questioned him. Killing just because we can communicate. What is wrong with your values? Amuth looked at him with great interest. Is there a human who can talk to me? Then he stomped his foot on the ground, killing intent bubbling up. You said values. Amuth launched a powerful punch towards him, saying, I have never thought of that. The pressure from his punch was so strong it sent large rocks flying, causing Randon's group to struggle to resist. Suho, caught off guard, took the full force of the blow painfully. Eso cried out in agony. Little lord. She still angrily scolded Amuth. You bastard. How dare you do that to the little lord? He calmly replied. He is your teammate, is not? Amuth turned to her sincerely, saying, this is not exactly an apology, but I won't kill you. If you are of the demon race, you must know a lot. You can answer my questions. That would be great. He continued to ask, has the battle between the Dark Lord and the other lords ended? If so, who won? Eso, on guard, tightly gripped the spear in her hand, wondering, what is wrong with this monster? Does he know about the war between the lords? Amuth turned towards Soho and the others lying on the ground, slowly spitting out each word. Are not going to answer. He seemed to have lost all patience. If so, I guess I will just have to accept it. At that moment, Bru rushed in, calling out urgently. Little lord. Little lord, over there. Eso was still being threatened by Amuth. Whether it was a monster that does not understand language or a demon refusing to answer me. If you can communicate with me, then you are all the same. He was no longer as restrained as before, decisively raising his foot to stomp on her. Suho slowly regained consciousness from a corner. He coughed up blood. He weakly spoke, receiving the reward. Restoring stats. Amuth was taken aback to see a strange blue light emanating behind him. Suho stood up, rubbing his sore shoulder, muttering, good thing I did not affect the daily mission reward. If you ask about the great war between the lords, I know a little about it. He looked up to reveal sharp eyes. All the lords perished. Suho paused for a moment then continued. Under the Dark Lord's hand. Eso was ecstatic to see he was still okay. Little lord. Amuth, after hearing the previous answer, asked in shock. Really, he could not believe it. Meaning that while I was stuck here, the great war among the lords has already ended. Suho calmly replied, that is right. In his mind, he speculated. If he is asking about the great war between the lords, he might be the subordinate of some lord. Suho cautiously thought. The power of this crocodile monster is at least level. Just provoking it a little could cost me my life. Amuth suddenly stepped forward, startling Eso. Finally, the Dark Lord has triumphed. His next words made Soho furrow his brows and thought. If he has killed all the lords. Amuth raised his fist, meaning the physical body of the Dark Lord must have also fallen to him. Amuth asked again. So that means the physical body of the Dark Lord has also fallen to him. Right. Suho secretly glanced at the name of the prisoner of Amuth's tome. He speculated that this monster is Amuth. It seems he belongs to the type of physical body that is a subordinate of the physical Dark Lord. Suho was horrified when he looked up to see his enormous foot approaching him. If he knows who my father is, he might just attack me immediately. Eso witnessed this scene. Terrified, yelled, Lord. Amuth stomped down hard on the ground without mercy. Fortunately, he quickly jumped back to avoid it. Suho was alarmed and questioned. What are you doing? He defended himself. You are answering slowly. You must be thinking. Trying to trick me. Right. If you do not answer me quickly, I will kill you. That made him a bit suspicious. It seems this monster is quite intelligent. Amuth spoke as if to confirm again. I am asking you if the physical body of the Dark Lord has died under the hands of the Dark Lord. Right. Suho cautiously replied. Yep. He has defeated all the lords, as he observed and guessed. Saying this might keep him from going insane and attacking. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon Soho. Shocking him, Amuth slowly said. I have been very curious why he has not come to see me anymore. Unlike Suho's imagination, he was very excited and happy to hear this news. Turns out he has been eliminated. So I guess I should thank the Dark Lord. Suho could not believe it. Is he happy? He could not help but wonder. So you are not acquainted or related to the physical body of the Dark Lord? He immediately denied. What relation do I have with him? Amith clenched his fist, preparing to strike down, shouting, I do not like what you just said. Suho quickly raised his hands in defense, but unexpectedly, as soon as he swung his fist, countless chains appeared, binding his hands. He was shocked to see this. Chains. Amith was extremely annoyed. His whole body was bound and motionless. These chains have restrained me. It seems I cannot reach him. The chains suddenly moved as if they had a will. Amith could no longer stand as firmly as before, and was being dragged back by the chains. He struggled, even scraping the ground with his feet to slow down, but ultimately Amith could not withstand the tremendous strength of the chains. He shouted angrily, These damn chains. Damn those bastards. Your spell has trapped me too much. Amith was pulled into the dungeon and vanished. Only his voice echoed with curses. Damn it. Suho witnessed this whole scene, his mouth agape. So he was pulled away by those chains. He breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself, I do not know what just happened, but this is a huge stroke of luck. Eso approached anxiously, asking, Little Lord, are you okay? He quickly reassured her. Suho turned to Gray, who was crying, saying, Now I know the presence of those monsters here, so I need to be careful. Well, I will hurry to heal the members of the Azurata Guild. Suddenly, he seemed to see something terrifying. His eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out the system panel displaying the previous mission. Emergency mission. Time-space tier. Has detected a time-space tier. Please enter the door connected to that place and eliminate the cause of the tier. Is gradually disappearing. He wondered, what is happening with this mission? Eso saw Soho like this and asked with concern, Little Lord, what is wrong? He pointed at the board, saying, The emergency mission has changed. The current system screen displays. Emergency mission. Time-space tier. Has detected a time-space tier. Please enter the door connected to that place and release the remnants of Amuth's physical body from the pyramid. Suho read it and speculated. So it means that guy is the remnants of a physical body on the ground, mixed with dirt and rocks everywhere. The deeper they went, they encountered many corpses lying around. Suho cautiously stepped in, thinking to himself, they are members of the scavenger guild. So they must have been eliminated by that monster here. Then he looked up, staring intensely at the figure opposite him. At this moment, Amuth no longer had the arrogant and defiant demeanor, but was chained in a corner looking very miserable. He could not help but exclaim, Can't he believe someone has the guts to come here? Truly a brave human. Suho raised his hand to explain. I came to talk to you. He opened his mouth wide in reply. We already talked just now. He was annoyed. How could I talk to you if you were going to kill me? He seemed to realize something. Oh really? But Amuth was still very strong-willed. I learned that from the Dark Lord. If you have any opinions, go talk to him. Suho frowned, judging. This guy seems to have the soul of a child who loves violent conversation and is spoiled. I never thought I would have to recruit someone like this. Thinking so, he had to lower his tone. Seems you do not like the physical body of the Dark Lord. Can you tell me why? Bofekis I Pampir Avue Ide Kaa Ego Figo Aam Jiung. Diamong Nechi Kaichi Thich Hathing Ku Nechka Sits Chut Neuro. Anamwai Chuda Bitfi Si Kong. He tensed slightly, beginning to introduce himself. I was created by the physical body of the Dark Lord and a sorcerer. Then they abandoned me here. Suho was incredibly shocked. Meaning they created you? Amuth did not deny. His words carried a hint of resentment. It was those two who turned me from an ordinary person into this. Then I was bound by chains and they left me here. He curiously asked, Can't you break those chains? Amuth quickly explained. These chains are made from magic. Even if I try to break them, I can't do anything about it. Because of these chains, I have been bound here for too long. He roared in anger. I will never forgive those two bastards. After understanding everything, Suho grasped the essence of the mission. So my mission is to free him. I need to remove these chains. He began calculating. But if they keep appearing continuously, how can I do this? Looking through, it seems I just need to pull out a few nails driven into the wall. But wait, Suho asked him another question. Did the monsters stay here with you while being sealed? Amuth immediately replied. The two continued their conversation while Eso stood dazed to the side. He muttered to himself. So you are just a prisoner? Not the master of this place, Amuth replied. I certainly am not the master of this place. Then So suddenly asked. Have you ever seen a room with a large iron door in here? He replied. I cannot go too far from here due to these binding chains. Why are you asking me such stupid questions? Suho rubbed his chin, thinking. Why do those two have to hide him here? Why not let him roam around the dungeon to guard this place? If my thoughts are correct, he suddenly suggested. If I free you, Will you follow one of my requests? Amith looked a bit doubtful. You intend to free me from these chains. Then he stated firmly. If you help me escape from here, I will do anything you want. So do you intend to remove the spell that binds me? Or go find the other sorcerer whom I do not even know is here to kill him? Saying this, Amith tensed his muscles. The chains rattled loudly. He threatened. If you dare play with me, the binding chains could not withstand the pressure. Immediately bursting out. You will know what awaits you. Standing behind was a little panicked, calling out to Suho. Little lord. But he seemed not to hear, continuing to argue with Amith. Listen to me before you decide to do anything, he gently said. I will make this dungeon collapse. Suho expressed his prediction. You said you could not go further due to these binding chains. If that is the plan of the sorcerer sealing you, it seems he is worried that you will go kill the master of this place. So if the dungeon collapses, the master of this place will also find it hard to escape. Each of his words gradually convinced Amuth. You think what will happen if these chains lose their purpose of binding you? When the dungeon collapses, those nails driven into the wall will become ineffective. After hearing this, he slightly lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Amuth then softly opened his mouth, praising the idea. That is a good idea. After reaching an agreement, Suho and Izo went deeper into the dungeon. Biru was left behind. Feeling wronged. Calling out. Little lord, he could not contain himself and cried out. Why did you choose to save that monster? Besides, you already have me, your loyal subordinate. Biru, while complaining, he flew around, making Amuth uncomfortable and waved his hand to scold. All right. Stop hovering over my head. Biru was so angry that he shouted. What did you say? You must want to die. He did not bother with him anymore but sighed. Can't he believe that kid is the descendant of the Dark Lord? Then Amuth clapped his hands and stood up. I can only go this far in the tomb. The remnants of the Dark Lord left a while ago. He looked into the dark dungeon, thinking, if he can't defeat the master of this dungeon, it means everything will fail. And if the dungeon collapses and I can't escape from these chains, I will die too. Amuth suddenly remembered the words spoken during farewell. If I help you escape from here, you must obey my words. He could not help but comfort himself. However, I feel confidence and complete trust in you. He quietly bowed his head. Amuth recalled the figure that seemed about to disappear from his memory. I remember. You once said the strength of the physical body is true strength. And that is how you created me. But now there are weaker entities than us who have also done extraordinary things, he firmly asserted. If it is that child, then I believe he can free me from this place. Meanwhile, Suho was hastily battling monsters in the tomb. Just one punch from him was enough to knock the opponent out. The giant's head was knocked clean off its body. After defeating the opponent, Suho merely exhaled softly. Next to Eso always held her spear defensively. The two quickly ran across the giant's corpse straight to the throne. Only one more to go. The other one sat calmly high above. He is the guardian of the Sika tomb. Amuth moved his arm. A huge chain appeared. Pulling it back, it halted before the swirling portal leading to the dark dungeon. Countless chains suddenly appeared, tightly wrapping around Amuth and pulling him back, preventing him from advancing further. Sung Suho and Eso stood nearby. Sung Suho looked at Amuth and spoke. No surprise. Even entering the dark dungeon, these chains still appear and block your way. Amuth gripped the chain in his hand. The chain snapped. He explained. As soon as I think about wanting to leave here, they appear and bind me again. Sung Suho raised his eyes to the chain, saying, Indeed, it is a troublesome magic. And actually, I thought this method would not work. I just wanted to confirm. So Sung Suho mapped out a plan in his head and began to explain. There are two things in the plan that we need to accomplish first. One is that Eso and I will defeat the boss and cause this dungeon to collapse. He moved on to the second step, breaking the chains on Amuth. As soon as that is done, we will move on to the second task, which is to disable the chains once the nails are destroyed. Finally, a scene where they all arrive at the entrance of the dark dungeon. Then Amuth will be freed from them and reunite with Biru and us. Ultimately, we will enter the dark dungeon and escape from this collapsing dungeon. Amuth could not believe in this plan. He asked, if we fail at one of the two tasks, then this plan is done for. Right, Sung Suho seriously replied. I already have a backup plan in case that happens. Amuth no longer questioned much. He interrupted. Never mind. No matter what happens, it is better than being stuck here. A large sandstorm suddenly appeared and continuously flowed across the ground. Sika stood at the center, holding a shining golden orb, which was where the sand continuously gushed out. Sika controlled the sand, transforming it into monsters with horrifying destructive power. Sung Suho could only temporarily dash out to escape the sandstorm. He pierced through the sandstorm with Rakan's fang, his eyes shining brightly. Countless slashes were made. The sand monster controlled by Sika tried to engulf him. Clearly, These attacks could only hinder it but not completely destroy it. Sung Suho was engulfed by the sand. He seemed to struggle, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, feeling a bit unwilling. Thinking, yeah. Looking at Sika with the power to control sand in front of him, Sung Suho thought, the Tone Guardian, Sika. Because of this sand, I can get close to him. With that red name, he must be at least a level. The sand almost covered Sung Suho entirely. He pulled his clothes up to shield half his face, trying to keep the sand from getting into his nose and mouth, his eyes glaring brightly. If this continues, my mana will run out before I can defeat him. I need to finish this as soon as possible. At the same time, Eso, caught in the sandstorm, also made a move. She threw her spear out into the storm. Sung Suho's hand pierced through the sand. He used burning mana to ignite the sand around, creating a gap to open a path. Sung Suho enveloped himself with mana and charged into the sandstorm ahead. Meanwhile, on another side, the spear launched by Eso was also piercing through the sandstorm towards its target. Sika lightly waved his hand. The spear coming toward him was easily swatted away, spinning in the air effortlessly. Obviously, Eso's previous attack posed no threat to him. He shouted loudly at Eso, Eso, use your linking skill. Eso's eyes widened in response. The linking circle of the Little Lord. In her heart, she felt a bit excited. Finally, she activated her linking skill. Her body transformed, her hair turning silvery white. She formed a sphere with energy flowing in red and black light. The energy charging conditions of the linking skill I learned while passing through the gate with the Little Lord are: when I defeat monsters, I will absorb their souls, thus increasing the charging rate of the linking skill. Eso pushed the sphere forward. It emitted red and black energy beams. Finally, I have the chance to showcase the results gathered from hunting goblins in the dark dungeon. All this time, the black energy was absorbed by Sung Suho, enhancing his strength. Quickly rushing forward, Sung Suho jumped high, carrying the linked power straight towards Sika before him. At this moment, after using the linking skill, Eso exhausted her energy and collapsed face down on the ground, her silver hair gradually returning to normal. Eso temporarily lost her combat ability. She could only open her eyes to watch the battle before her. I only showed my worst side before the Little Lord. Seeing Sika waving his hands, preparing to use his power to counter Sung Suho's impending attack, Eso silently prayed in her heart, hoping that the linking skill between us can help him this time. The system displayed the status window. Linking skill. Energy reservoir. Charging capacity 67%. Receiving energy from the remnants of the white flame, and releasing a powerful force. Sung Suho, without hesitation, raised his fist, concentrating all his strength on this decisive punch. I will pour everything into this attack. The punch representing the strength of Sung Suho and Sika collided. The sound shook everything around. Sika's body was shattered by Sung Suho's punch. Feeling the vibration, Biru jumped in shock. The sound of collapse resonated, shaking the entire area, making Amut astonished. He looked up at the dungeon and mumbled, "What is this?" Biru next to him was sweating profusely, adding, "The dungeon is collapsing," Amut said happily. It means they succeeded in defeating the master of the dungeon. In every place where the iron chains fixed in the dungeon had imprisoned Amut for years, signs of cracks appeared. Soon after, the fixed chains in the dungeon detached from the walls and fell. Then many. Even the dungeon was sweating and showing signs of collapsing at any moment. Biru flew ahead, turning to urge Amut. "Hey crocodile. Follow me. We will go to the Little Lord." Amut stood still, looking at Biru silently. He did not move immediately but thought to himself, if those chains no longer block my way, it means I can finally escape from Tanak. Amut recalled his old memories. Back then he was a weak monster, his body full of wounds. Even one of his arms had been severed. I still could not understand why Tanak and that witch experimented on an ordinary demon like me. All I remember are the painful memories of being destroyed and reborn every day. Amut once had to endure great pain. He cried out in anguish and gouged out his own eyes. Tanak would destroy my body, and the witch would be responsible for restoring me. The longer the experiment dragged on, the more powerful my body became according to their plan. However, my mind could not bear the pain. So I gouged out my eyes and gradually transformed to enjoy this pain. He remembered those terrifying days. Throughout that horror, I had only one desire that kept me alive. Amut imagined himself in a green forest with gentle sunlight filtering through the majestic trees. That once again, I could feel the grandeur of nature that I had seen as a child. Amut lifted his feet. He walked forward without looking back, not noticing the fixed nails of the iron chains shining behind him. He thought to himself, if I can make that happen. A nail suddenly moved. It flew up and attacked Amut. Amut was taken aback and turned around. Biru, shocked, sweated, yelled out, "Crocodile." Amut touched the nail lodged in his back. He trembled, unable to believe. The nails were coming at me. Amut gritted his teeth. The blue blood flowing in him oozed from the corners of his mouth. The nails kept coming. Amut stood still, roaring in fury. Damn. That bastard witch. Amut could not understand. Feeling a bit tragic, he sensed despair. Would you rather kill me than let me go? Just then, Sung Soo-ho appeared, kicking 2 nails connected to the chains away, his cow's blood. Clearly injured, Biru shed tears of concern. Little lord. Sung Soo-ho gritted his teeth. These nails are too hard. The nails kicked away by Sung Soo-ho seemed to have eyes. They turned back. Sung Soo-ho stood in front of Amut, ready to face them. They are attacking again. If those chains do not release Amut. He jumped high to avoid the attacks of the nails. Beneath him was a teleportation gate. So I will move those nails. The nail struck the ground, causing sparks to fly, quickly altering its path and attacking again. Another nail appeared in a similar manner. It turned back, and nothing seemed to be able to stop it. Numerous nails were teleported through the gate, spreading out in all directions and increasing in number. Amut felt a bit apprehensive. Sungs, why are you trying so hard? Sung Soo-ho was blocking every attack that came. Amut could not understand. How far do you want me to go that you would hurt yourself like this? Sung Soo-ho heard the creaking in his body, pain flashing in his eyes. His bones could not withstand any longer. At that moment, Amut suddenly appeared before him. Without hesitation, took a blow for him. Sungs, his face still bleeding, widened his eyes in shock. He heard Amut say to him, now I understand why I fell. Why all the other lords failed before the Dark Lord. Sung Soo-ho shouted loudly. Amut. Amut grit his teeth. We just need to get these nails into the gate. Right. On his back was a large wound from being pierced by a nail. He mumbled. Then let us fight together until the end. Sung's many nails were rushing towards them. Amut shouted. Little Lord. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eso was still unconscious on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes. Biru floated in the air. Are you awake? Sep. Looking at him, her tone somewhat suspicious. Beru. She suddenly knelt on the ground, looking as if she was about to collapse. The little lord brought me back to the dark dungeon before, because I had exhausted my energy. How is he now? What about Amut? Biru raised a finger to his mouth, signaling her to shush. Be quiet. Eso heard Biru say they are resting. She was surprised. Immediately afterward, she revealed a joyful expression. Eso murmured. Little lord. Sung Soo-ho was quietly sleeping peacefully. Eso was extremely excited. Finally, in the ruins, Amut embraced Sung Soo-ho, allowing him to lean against him, both of them tiredly sinking into sleep. At the same time, the status window kept popping up. Notification. You have successfully summoned the remnants of the physical body as your teammate. Notification. You have completed the emergency mission. Time-space tier. Notification. You have leveled up. Notification. You have received the mission rewards. Notification. Do you want to check the rewards? Below are 2 closely placed options. Yep. On the table was a steaming cup of coffee, still emitting steam. A man in a tailored suit sat in the office, a steaming cup of coffee placed on his desk. He held a phone in his hand, seemingly looking at some news. He paused at a news item. After the disappearance of the scavenger Sung Jingyu, something happened. He sat still with a serious expression. The scavengers and the gates had begun to appear again. Thanks to the memories from the old world left by scavenger Sung Jingyu, I was able to quickly establish the Scavenger Association and manage the chaos of the disaster. And then, Stardust, something that did not exist in the old world, now appeared. It was round and emitted a beautiful blue light, an unprecedented stimulant in the old world. But it can enhance mana for low-level scavengers without any side effects. All I know so far is that I am being distributed by Lim Min Sung, the vice president of the Death Association, because he was doing all this while the president Li Ji Wu was on a business trip abroad. It is highly likely he acted alone, but I do not think one person could execute such a large-scale distribution in the old world. It feels like there is a mastermind behind this. Just then his phone rang. Ring, he answered. It has been a while since you called me. On the other end, the caller hurriedly spoke. President of the association. Sorry for calling so suddenly, he replied. You can call me anytime. After all, you have supported the Scavenger Association a lot in the early years of its establishment. The person on the other end sounded a bit flustered. Actually, I called because there is something I need the Scavenger Association to assist with, he asked in surprise. Support from us? The other person replied. My nephew. Upon hearing this, he cried out worriedly through the phone. The boy has awakened as an 11 scavenger, and I think he is trapped in a gate. The voice from the phone echoed. Please rescue the boy. Jin Cheon was taken aback. Jin. Your nephew. Could it be? The old man hesitated, barely believing it, and asked. Suho. Really? The golden sunlight filtered softly during sunset, Shining down on the parking lot, a group of people sat in the car, all nodding off and dozing. Suddenly, someone was repeatedly calling the name of the man sitting in the driver's seat. Rai. Rai. Sung Soo-ho leaned into the car, resting his arms on the window, smiling as he said, "Wake up, Rai." Rai, disturbed by him, was still a bit dazed. "Ah, Soo-ho," Sung Soo-ho cheerfully said. "I have dealt with that dungeon now. And can I borrow your phone for a bit?" Ryo-sen raised his hand to scratch his head. "Ah. That dungeon has turned into a pile of rubble," Ryo-sen exclaimed in disbelief. "You really took care of that dungeon." A plane took off, soaring straight into the sky against the backdrop of the evening golden clouds. Sung Soo-ho stood at the airport entrance, facing a group of people there to see him off. The leader spoke. "Soo-ho, we will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Stay in touch even after you return to Korea." "Okay," Sungs, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, "Yep. Thank you so much for helping me get my flight back to Korea." Sung Soo-ho recalled Uncle Jin-ho crying when he received his call, excitedly asking, "What? You went to Egypt for a portal? You're okay? I am so relieved. I thought something bad happened to you." Sung Soo-ho forced a smile and continued, "Thanks for helping me get in touch with my uncle." Sung Soo-ho remembered and thought, "Uncle said he reported this to a friend in the Hunters Association. And soon I will have to visit the Hunters Association." The person opposite Sung Soo-ho was Ryo. He raised his hand, pretending to think, "But this is strange. A monster that seems to be srank or higher retreated, leading to the dungeon's collapse." Sung Soo-ho was slightly startled but quickly replied, "Yeah, that is strange." He forced a guilty smile and continued, "At that time, I was really lucky." He tightened his grip on his bag, feeling tense and thinking, "I can't tell him what really happened with Amut." Amut moved his hand, dragging the chains on it with a clattering sound. He sat in a somewhat ruined place, opposite Sung Soo-ho and Soo. Sung Soo-ho spoke up, "In the end, we still can't remove Amut's shackles. You can't leave the dark dungeon because of those chains. Right? Are you planning to go back on your promise to me?" Amut replied, "Don't worry. You kept your promise to bring me out of the tomb." The iron chains painfully restrained Amut. He continued, "Maybe it is because the stakes are everywhere, but here I can move more freely. It is much more comfortable than that tiny tomb." Sung Soo-ho looked at Amut and thought, "Amut feels like he has changed a lot." Amut suddenly grabbed the collar of Sung Soo-ho's jacket and lifted him up. Amut took Sung Soo-ho up high, and Sung Soo-ho was surprised. "Kwang!" So shouted from below, "Tiny Monarch." A moment later, Amut landed on a tall building, allowing Sung Soo-ho to look down at the magnificent view below and say, "Although just a little, I can feel the great nature I missed here." Amut said to Sung Soo-ho, "I will follow you as I promised." Tiny Monarch. Sung Soo-ho turned to look at him and smiled. Amut back in the present. Sung Soo-ho thought. A portal opened in the dark dungeon, and an urgent mission appeared. It must be so I can meet Amut as my teammate. He turned back to wave goodbye to those seeing him off at the airport. "See you later, Uncle." Ryo silently watched his back, thinking, "Sungs, he can summon monsters, fight, and even transform. Even though he is just a D-rank hunter, I have to contact my guild and tell them to scout him." Sung Soo-ho was completely unaware of what Ryo was thinking about him as he walked straight ahead. Peru flew closely beside him and said, "I have not been on a plane in a while." Sung Soo-ho replied, "Well, the portal connecting to Korea is closed now." He muttered to himself, "I can level up 7 times by defeating monsters and completing urgent missions." Or 4. Perception. 49 plus 5. Remaining points. None. After reviewing all this information, Sung Soo-ho asked, "Peru, considering my current state, what rank do you think I could be as a hunter?" Peru raised his hand, thinking seriously. "I think you are probably around B rank." Sung Soo-ho muttered to himself, "I am currently at B rank." His expression suddenly became more serious. "It seems my preparations are almost complete." He raised his hand, looking at it as if assessing the power within him, then said, "It is time to counterattack Lai Min Sung and Atarim's minions." In the pitch-black sky, a layer of red light surged up into the sky. The city at night lit up brightly. At the Ha Ho Knights Guild, someone spoke up. "Our guild has really grown strong." The person in the leader's seat continued, "Previously, we were just a guild of C-rank hunters. But now we have access to a B-rank portal in Incheon." Someone in the guild immediately chimed in, "That is right. And now we also have a much larger office." The person sitting in the leader's seat smiled proudly, taking out a blue orb and saying, "All thanks to Stardust. With this, we can access a B-rank portal, even though we mainly consist of C-rank hunters." The earlier supporter added with a laugh, "It is becoming easier to buy it on the black market. And it is getting cheaper too. I do not know who made this, but I am grateful to them." A man with blonde hair, holding a can of soda, leaned on the back of the sofa. Curiously asked, "Is it really that good? I feel like there is something shady about it." The other person immediately retorted loudly, "Hey, from the start, you are already a B-rank hunter. You will never understand how we feel." The blonde man is Kim Sung-soo, a B-ranked hunter. He put on a serious expression and said, "I have heard that the Hunters Association is considering passing a law prohibiting the use of stardust. Someone just stepped into this place." And the others in the Ha-Ho Knights Guild expressed their discontent. "What the heck? Why are they doing that? It does not cause any side effects. Hunters can use it to close more portals. Is not that better? They do nothing to help low-ranking guilds like us." Kim Sung-soo took a sip from his can. "You can complain to me, but it won't change anything." At that moment, footsteps outside caught everyone's attention as they looked out the door and saw a few uninvited figures outside. Kim Sung-soo also turned to look outside. 3 people stepped in from outside. The leader spoke uncertainly. "Is this the Ha-Ho Knights Guild?" He was a teenager with platinum hair and bright golden eyes that looked very dangerous. He continued, "Are you the guild that has the right to enter the portal that appeared in Incheon before?" Kim Sung-soo stepped closer, noticing the teenager's height, and could not help but wonder. "Good. This is the Ha-Ho Knights Guild. What wind blew you here?" The teenager looked up at Kim Sung-soo with a cold gaze and said bluntly, "Hand over that portal to me." Kim Sung-soo was a bit confused. The teenager used his power, causing a halo to form above everyone's heads in the room. He repeated his words. "I said, hand over that portal to me." The members of the Ha-Ho Knights Guild stood up. The halo above their heads shone brightly, as if they were being controlled. They respectfully lowered their heads before him and said, "Yep." Apostle Kim Soo, the only one without a halo above his head, was shocked and turned around, shouting, "What kind of joke is this?" Kim Sung-soo could not believe his eyes, panicking as he asked, "Why are they all standing up and bowing to him?" The platinum-haired teenager put his hands in his pockets. "Were there no hunters before that did not use stardust? This is perfect." Just then, he commanded, "From now on, I do not allow any of you to use your sight or hearing." Those with halos above their heads immediately closed their eyes and covered their ears. Kim Sung-soo looked terrified, unable to believe. Why are they all following what this kid says? The teenager ignored his words, directly sitting on the table, glancing at him and saying, "I want to talk to the other humans, not that jerk." His golden eyes flashed. He recalled the bloody crown and coldly said, "The Creator wants to have control over this chaotic world. I came to this earth to fulfill that wish." Kim Sung-soo had no idea what he was talking about. He grasped his sword, preparing to draw it. Stammering, "Well, what are you saying?" The teenager continued, "But once I got here, I have a few questions." He casually touched the sword at the hip of someone standing nearby. "Creatures are entities created by the Creator to fulfill their wishes, just like you humans. You have your own goals and act on your own. What wish of your Creator are you pursuing?" Kim Sung-soo could no longer hold back. He drew his sword and shouted, "Damn! Who is this Creator? Turn everything back to normal." He kept shouting, "Is this some kind of cult? You must just be a kid. And if you keep going around like this, I won't let you do whatever you want." The teenager cut him off without saying much more. He tightened his grip on the sword of the person beside him, and slowly drew it out. "Cult," he said, causing Kim Sung-soo to panic, his eyes wide as if he had seen something terrifying. The teenager's eyes flashed golden, his whole body enveloped in a layer of red energy. He touched the blade, looking like a demon emerging from hell. "You just insulted the Creator, did not you?" he whispered. "Amplify." And his hand touching the sword suddenly glowed with blinding golden light. Kim Soo, in a panic, swung his sword. The teenager was quicker by a step. With one slash, his body was split in two. His sword broke in half, flying into the air and spinning, while the table behind him was cut cleanly in half. The force of the slash did not stop there. It shattered the ground beneath the two who followed him. The broken sword of Kim Sung-soo precisely pierced the head of the leader of the Ha-Ho Knights Guild, killing him instantly. The teenager's whole body was shrouded in darkness. One of his eyes turned black, and his expression was extremely cold. He stood amidst the wreckage. In front of him lay the corpse of Kim Sung-soo, cut in half, and behind him was the body of the leader. The place that was once filled with sounds and lights had, in an instant, turned into hell. He stepped on the pool of blood and coldly commanded, "All of you, I allow you to see and hear again. Clean this place up." With that, he and the two following him stepped outside together. And suddenly, two figures appeared before him. "What was that sound just now?" One of the people beside him shouted. "Did a hunter wreak havoc here again?" The platinum-haired teenager walked between them, lowering his head to command, "Forget everything you just saw." The two immediately halted, standing upright, and a golden halo appeared above their heads, indicating they had been controlled. The teenager stared blankly, his expression contemplative. What is free will? The creator created all beings solely to fulfill their wishes. He opened a portal. However, these beings of the universe could kill their creator at will. The teenager led the controlled hunters into the portal and attacked a gigantic monster. He stood before the monster, looking very calm. The monster's eyes were blood red. He said, "Monster. It is more accurate to call it a spatial refugee wandering through the space water." In his hand appeared a yellow stone, emitting a strange energy around it. Living as a drifter after losing your home must be painful. I will give you a chance to vent your anger. With that, the yellow stone was thrust into the monster's head, making it scream in agony. Get out of here. The teenager coldly watched this scene, his golden eyes shining. I need to investigate this world further, all to fulfill my creator's wishes. In the bustling street, a car slowly approached a heavily guarded skyscraper. A well-dressed man stepped out of the car, red lights flickering ominously, illuminating the space. He reported immediately, "This situation is very dangerous, based on the amount of magic energy emanating from the portal. If we do not eliminate that monster immediately, I think a dungeon break is unavoidable. If that happens, I am afraid this airport will suffer extremely severe damage." After pausing for a moment, he glanced at those beside him before continuing. "In that case, we will report to the Hunters Association that everything is fine." The Apostle, the child known as the Apostle, suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of red magical energy. His glowing aura enveloped the child, combined with his unusually bright eyes, creating a very eerie spectacle. A strange, large object melted and approached them. Creatures born to fulfill the wishes of the Creator. If anyone feels bored, we will carry out purges. If anyone wants something, we will stop at nothing to ignite wars. That is our reason for existence. These creatures. But then one day, the Creator, the Divine, declared that one of our kin in another dimension had fallen. Take this and seize control of that chaotic world for me. We obeyed the Divine's command, gathering countless news from our world. The Divine's army set out towards the chaotic world. An energy source beyond imagination was necessary to move an enormous army. The gap between dimensions is not small enough to contain such a huge amount of energy. Therefore, the Divine's army took a long time to traverse that space portal, but as long as the entrance remained and their enormous thresholds existed, they would never easily give up. For the door leading to the Divine was right in front of them. No matter how difficult or long it took, the army did not give up despite hardships, and finally set foot in the chaotic world. There, we saw the darkness, an immeasurable black curtain rising, in contrast to the beautiful ideal world where they lived. Here existed countless demons and monstrous beings with terrifying features. They embodied evil, and now the darkness has engulfed this place, turning it into hell. This place became their home. And naturally, the fighting power of monsters surpassed that of humans. One blow from them is enough to execute a resilient group. The darkness and its army both possessed enormous powers, and the power of darkness is fearsome in many ways. If the soldiers of the outer god fought and fell before the darkness, they would be claimed by the darkness and turned into our enemies. As the battle dragged on, more and more soldiers fell, and the power of the darkness exceeded imagination. The outer god's army, overwhelmed, pressed on, and the war in the chaotic world quickly surpassed the boundaries of dimensions. The outer god's army fell into despair, unable to break through the darkness for a long time. Just as we took a long time to leave that place, those who escaped the darkness in the chaotic world also found it hard to return due to the enormous magic energy they possessed. We could not sense magic energy from the inhabitants of the chaotic world, so if we use the mist, I believe we can destroy their world from within. These words awakened all of them. Perhaps since they entered here, they had been dulled by the darkness spreading through the space. The mist, those beings called the lowest believers, burned by the flames of faith. But the army of the Divine believed that when faith spread in the chaotic world, and the number of believers increased, we could create sanctuaries and miracles. Therefore, everyone agreed with Tial's strategy. Then used his power to split the source of strength into 5 shards. He left the weakest shard, carrying the flame of the mist, to enter the chaotic world, just as planned. The weakest shard went undetected by the darkness and successfully entered the chaotic world. It quietly passed through the barrier, becoming a scout for humanity and also a time bomb for the monsters. This was truly a perfect arrow shot at the 2 targets of theirs. However, the first shard of Tial reached that world, encountering unexpected variables, because no matter how weak the magical energy was, it still existed and became a useful source for the lowly creatures in the covered world whenever it unintentionally passed through a group of wandering people in some alley or market. Those creatures without magical energy in the chaotic world gained magical energy after awakening, which was an inevitable result. Later, he discovered that magical energy appeared in this world alongside the Great Catastrophe. The first shard decided to wait for the other shards and successfully merged with the second shard. It was unexpected that they could change favorably in the battle against us. There must be someone behind this plan. Other failures must not occur in my plan. Humanity. Among them. The important thing is to understand the maximum potential of those entities called hunters, who possess magical energy, so that I can fulfill my mission as a shard of Taiyo. You think, through the crowd. He stood silently waiting for a storm. And then it came. The lowly creatures panicked and were knocked down. They stared in fear at the terrifying beings approaching. The monsters rushed towards them like demons rising from hell, eager to devour human lives. They cried out in fear. Monsters. And fled frantically, like headless chickens, although they were no strangers to such scenes. It belonged to their cognition, while the reality showed that they could either run or die, as the power of humans is too weak to withstand the attacks of the monsters in their bizarre forms. Among the fleeing crowd, someone shouted, "It is a dungeon break. Contact the Hunters Association now." He silently observed the situation, thinking, if the monsters with massive magical energy start rampaging, the high-ranking hunters will surely appear. If possible, I want to see how powerful S-rank hunter is during a riot filled with cries of despair and bewilderment. Wondering why a dungeon break occurred. Wasn't there a team assigned to the portal in this area? He caught on to a key point in what someone said. The hunters were at the portal. Now he took a moment to watch the current developments as the rescue team was being assembled to come here. All of them were users of magical starlight. Magical starlight is a stimulant created by melting the faith of the mist. While the traces of faith that accumulate in their bodies usually have no significant effect if we use T-Ball's amplification ability to enhance their faith. I would love to see them with visible faith glowing on each of them. He immediately ordered to prepare to verify his hypothesis. Those who are blocking our way. Step back. Yep. Keep quiet. The person replied lazily, taking a step back. In the meantime, the monsters continued their brutal slaughter. A poor woman was stabbed from behind while trying to escape, screaming until her cries gradually diminished. The woman was entirely overpowered by the monster, which kept stabbing her until she went silent. She reached out in agony, pleading with them. "Help me." He watched the life of the woman gradually extinguish. Feeling numb. Creatures exist for the Creator, divine. Therefore, I once thought that the reason for existence was simply to fulfill your wishes. But why do humans have desires? These creatures have desires. Something only the Creator is allowed to have. Do these weak humans think they are superior to us? While observing, they ran away in fear, desperately wanting to live. Regardless of the means, he followed the crowd, thinking, a dungeon break. I can't believe this is happening just as I arrived in Korea. Another unfortunate man groaned, cursing as he crawled away from the monstrous creature. But fate had it. He waited in despair for the death blow. In the critical moment, a god appeared. He struck down the monster, then redirected its attention to save the man. He defeated the monster while saying, "I will stop these monsters. Run now." He watched in shock as one monster after another was taken down, with fast and precise attacks. In Sung Suho's eyes, it was all about fighting now. A hunter in a black mask, he observed while pondering. At this time, his subordinates had also noticed the changing situation. According to what he heard, I heard a hunter in a black mask wiped out the Hyena Guild. Combining this, he completed his deduction. Could it be that he is the troublemaker Lee Min-sung mentioned? Amidst the fierce battle, the monsters continued to chase innocent people, wielding swords and preparing to strike multiple times, causing the man to scream loudly, with a wicked grin showing sharp teeth. The monsters seemed eager to devour the innocent, without a second thought. Suddenly, the powerful light of Suho swept over them, causing incredible damage, tearing them apart. Glancing behind him, he thought, the Hunters Association would never approve of a dungeon break happening at a portal, which would lead to heavy casualties. What exactly has happened? Standing before the corpses lying on the ground, Suho remained contemplative. I need to get everyone out of here first. But it seemed he was unaware that someone was watching him. Was Pak Dojin, his face contemplative with sharp eyes, seemingly plotting something. He thought, with the belief of the mist not existing in his body, this masked hunter has not absorbed stardust. Then assessed. His magical energy is on par with Lee Min-sung or slightly higher. Arise. A voice rang out, unleashing some kind of magical power. Suddenly, monstrous figures appeared before Suho. He sternly commanded, I want you to help those who can't evacuate on their own. His words sent shivers down Dojin's spine, making him sweat. Thinking of the image, the power to command the darkness. Dojin stared at the man in front of him, contemplating. I can't believe there is a human who can use the power of darkness. If that person is related to the darkness, Then it makes sense for him to attack the Lin Siu Guild and start his factory to disrupt our plans. Seemed Suho sensed something and glanced back at where Dojin was standing, causing him to feel a bit apprehensive, turning away to avoid Suho's gaze. He thought, right now, I need to hide. Dojin exited. But strangely, a large truck was hovering in midair for no reason, yet Dojin remained contemplative. We must not let him realize our presence in this world. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the truck behind Dojin. Behind him, a familiar figure appeared, exclaiming, "Why is a truck flying all the way here? That is absurd." Suho. He blocked the truck, saving Dojin, and calmly asked, "Are you okay?" Good. His face was fierce as he glanced at something in front of him. A huge monster appeared through the thick mist after the explosion. It let out a roar of fear, but it seemed to have no effect on Suho's spirit, who remained focused on the road ahead. However, Suho was sweating profusely and asked, "Is that guy the leader of the monsters?" Baru poked his head out from his collar and replied, "Sir, I sense a Taram's energy from that monster." Upon hearing that, he responded, "If so, this dungeon break might be related to a Taram." Baru seemed to sense something, but still muttered to himself, shaking his head, "Did I misjudge something?" Meanwhile, Dojin, with unchanged eyes, stared intently at the two of them without speaking. The monster roared loudly. Unafraid, Suho prepared to unleash his attack, thinking, "I will pour all the points I earn when I level up to 35 into my strength. Strength 70-77. With one strike, the monster also blocked it. Neither side was willing to yield. Dojin stood far away, bit surprised. He called me. He seems to think I am just a human child. Watching Suho fight the monster, Dojin remained contemplative. Although he can use the power of darkness, compared to the darkness, he is too weak. Suho continued to unleash all the techniques he had. However, he could not fully assess his potential. Sigh. Dojin's expression darkened. Fortunately, I encountered him here. I will eliminate him. Suddenly, footsteps approached slowly, along with a gentle voice. "I have arrived late. Let us wrap this up quickly." The voice continued. Simultaneously, his hand was preparing to execute some technique. Fireballs appeared from his hand, flying over the heads of the lower-ranked monsters. It seemed the fireballs almost touched Dojin. But fortunately, once again, Suho intervened to help him. Seeing the new technique, Suho was surprised. Fire. The space suddenly fell silent. No one moved or spoke, but the fireballs still hovered in the air. The man did not hesitate and continued to execute his technique. Clenching his fist, the fireballs in the air began to explode, incinerating the entire group of monsters. Suho was taken aback, seeing that a mountain of fireballs suddenly appeared and attacked the monsters in just one technique. Nearly all the monsters were burned away. Suho was astonished at the result of the explosion. It is hard to believe that so many monsters were wiped out at once. Suho looked towards the source of the explosion, thinking to himself, "A fire-controlling hunter. Could it be? Is it that sssrank hunter?" The face of the sssrank hunter also showed a bit of surprise. Seeing that the largest monster was unfazed by the previous attack, the sssrank hunter praised, "I did not expect you to withstand that attack. You are quite tough." If so, he interrupted his words, preparing to execute some technique. The flames in his hands began to form, gradually taking shape into a fire bow. The monster seemed unafraid of this attack, only opening its mouth, waiting for the fire arrow. But it did not expect that the power of that arrow was so strong that it soared into the sky. The flames kept burning, causing the ground to tremble under its power. However, it was also that flame that restored the water damage in that area. The fortified walls gradually began to recover. The civilians rejoiced at the sight, shouting, "A hunting hero, one of humanity's best." He smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said, "Thank you." After the work was done, he glanced around as if searching for something, thinking, "It seems I have seen a child around here." Rong picked up the jacket from the ground. Pondering, the hunter fought until I arrived, yet he did not take any credit. Why would he do that? Suho sighed in relief after hiding, thankful that he showed up. "I can't reveal my identity. For now, I have to hide somewhere else." His face suddenly grew serious. "Forget about that. Itaram has always acted secretly, keeping everything under wraps. I can't believe they attacked civilians in such a crowded place. What are they plotting?" The afternoon slowly turned into evening. A figure stood in the vast room, gazing at the distant tall buildings. Was Dahlin. His face remained expressionless, deep in thought without saying anything, seemingly waiting for something. A spatial portal opened, drawing his attention to it. It kept glowing like that. Dahlin spoke first. "The third shard. You have arrived." A voice resonated from the spatial portal. "Long time no see." "Second shard." Dahlin continued. "Before handing over this body, he began to speak. Among humans, There are beings in this world that possess magical energy known as hunters. Among these hunters, there are beings called sssrank, those who possess immense magical energy, and we must be cautious of them. Additionally, there is a variable in this world that we need to eliminate. The voice from the portal echoed again. Stop there. For details, I will review the memories after absorbing the body. You have completed your duty and will be absorbed by me as planned. Again, that expressionless face. He did not say a word, feeling the silence. The voice in the spatial portal asked again. What is wrong? Second shard. Is there a problem? But Dahlin, the second shard, replied. Nothing. All right. I hand everything over to you. I feel sad about disappearing from this world as the new personality takes over, but it does not matter. After all, completing all of this is for the benefit of the great creator. The second shard begins to absorb into Dahlin's body. A dazzling figure passes through the glass door. After finishing, he says, this memory, the variable that the second shard refers to, Suo's image appears. The existence of having the ability to use powers like darkness is beyond my expectations. Dahlin's body undergoes a tremendous change. He clenches his fist, deciding that the final choice of a person is wrong. Eliminating the second shard would be a waste. Still, it is a bit like a devoted follower. We can even control the dead. At night, Suho sits back in his chair. Looking up and sighing, Beard appears from behind him and asks, you seem tired during the day. Lacking a monarch. Suho, with a tired expression, replies, of course. As Suho speaks, he recalls being scolded by his uncle. Remembering the effort to protect the earth is good, but your own safety must come first. If something happens to you, I do not know how to face your parents. Suho looks back, then quickly stands up, tossing the towel back on the chair and says, let us head to the dark dungeon. Beard, seeing his master like that, worries. I think you should rest a bit. Suho casually replies, resting can wait. Suho looks concerned and says, I rushed back and could not finish today's mission. I can't miss out on the daily rewards anymore. Hearing this, Beard quickly guesses that it seems his master has become overly addicted to getting stronger. In the dark dungeon, aside from the desolate and pitch-black scenery, there is nothing else. To Suo's surprise, the system notification appears. You have eliminated all the outer residents residing in the dark dungeon. The daily mission ends here. Suho, confused, says, what the hell just happened here? Suho looks at the system in front of him. Amuth, Ray is making noise, and Esso is fidgeting and says, when the scene of Amuth defeating the goblins appears. Esso says, Amuth has killed all the goblins in the dark dungeon overnight. Amuth, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky, says, I simply cleared out those disgusting servants of Tanak that I saw looking pitiful, covering his face, saying, do people really use that many goblins? There is no daily mission. My growth rate will soon slow down. Leaving Esso, Amuth, and Ray unsure how to handle it. Amuth says, if what you want is to get stronger, I can train you. Suho, upon hearing this, shows an expression of disbelief. He asks, can you really? Amuth replies, at the beginning, I was also quite strong. I know exactly how to deceive. I will train you and make you stronger. Then the system shows the task notification. You are getting stronger. It has appeared. Do you accept it? Suho's eyes widen in surprise. A daily task. I have to agree. Suho clicks agree and says, okay, I count on you. He looks at the system with a serious expression, saying, let us. Task log. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 100 kilometers. Is this the way to get stronger? Amuth says, that alone will be painful enough. Under the enchanting light, Amuth places a hand on his chest, saying you will have to carry me while doing all those tasks. In front of Suho, another line appears. You must carry Amuth while performing the task. After hearing this, Suho is stunned and looks at Amuth, saying, you want me to carry you while doing the daily task? Esso, standing behind, also gasped in surprise. Looking at Amuth, Amuth says, perhaps my current body will make it hard for you to carry me. Then Amuth shrinks down, saying, it is because my body has been destroyed and rebuilt too many times. I can change now. The three of Suho, Ray, and Esso must also show surprise as Dick appears. And soon, a pair of legs gradually appears. Amuth, from a giant monster, is now only slightly bigger than Suho. He approaches and places a hand on Suho's shoulder, saying, this should be fine. Suho must also exclaim, Amuth has shrunk. Amuth says, let us start the training. Shall we? Lacking a monarch, Suho immediately places both hands on the ground and says, all right, let us do it. But internally he is screaming, Suho thinks. Perhaps because the power gap between us is too large. I must meet the conditions to unlock the connection skill for both of us. The system warns due to the significant fighting ability gap between the player and a myth. The connection skill will be sealed. Please increase your level and unlock the connection skill, Suho says. Can I have a teammate through a mission? Actually, that does not sound too bad when a myth sits on Suho's back, saying, oof. It feels like a huge weight is pressing down on him, making the ground sink. Suho wants to foam at the mouth right there. Eso. Right. And Beerut, seeing Suho in such pain, are extremely worried. Ashley says, lacking a monarch. Amuth says, wait. Quinn did not warn me. Even though I can change my body, I can lessen the load with my hands. I am still straining to hold on. Bluish veins start to show on his face and arms. He thinks, oh. Do I really have to do 100 push-ups like this? It feels like my arms are going to fall off. Amuth scratches his chin and says, I know it is very difficult, but you must persevere. Destroying and rebuilding oneself is the only way I know to become stronger. In some desolate place near Paju, the dungeon environment, the tortured screams of a person echo at one point. He looks straight ahead, thinking it is not like that at all. He stands calmly, watching the scene before him. He brings the cigarette to his mouth and asks, how long must I keep doing this? Momu, standing behind him, replies, human. You should feel honored to be part of it. He is the demon Momu supervising the Stardust factory. He continues, the Chosen One has saved us from that filthy life, has not he? Lamin, holding a cigarette, asks, filthy life. Ilash, with a single blow, Momu's tentacle is cut by Lamin Sung. Lamin Sung's veins begin to bulge. His eyes turn red with anger. He says, a mere monster like you dares to judge my life. Do you want to die? Momu, looking at the angry man with a knife in front of him, falls silent. Lee Min-sung puts the knife back in its sheath and asks, where's the kid? Momu, the apostle is busy. Lee Min-sung continues. Lim Ta will soon return to Korea. Tell him to keep his promise. Momu takes out a yellow stone and says, human. The Koreans have received this too. Why do not you use it? A scene appears from a third-person perspective. Momu is facing a group of people, combining with his words. The Chosen One is the savior who appeared before me after the Dark Monarch destroyed the demon world, and I was expelled from the space rip. A scene of a kingdom submerged in a sea of fire appears. Thanks to transformation, along with poisonous blood, Stardust has been able to spread throughout the demon world. From there we could destroy the traitor, the Ladai family. Lee Min-sung lifts the cigarette to smoke, looking at the stone in Momu's hand, listening to him continue. If you submit to me, you can gain powers beyond what you currently have. You will be able to defeat the one you call Lim Tia EU. Lee Min-sung throws the cigarette on the ground and says, what do you know about the Arnais? Don't act like you know everything. Lee Min-sung turns his back, leaving Momu alone. Then says, do not talk to me about that faction. I won't be using that. Moose. Human. You are truly foolish. That is why you will always remain a failure. Lee Min-sung steps out of there. His expression is annoyed, saying, I just need to endure until that kid kills Lim Tia EU. After that, I will expose everything to the Hunter Association, and they will handle all of them. He recalls the image of his child and says, I am bringing everything back to what it was. Back to the wonderful person I was in the past. As Lee Min-sung's car speeds away, Miho's figure is seen following his actions. Miho stands on a utility pole. She begins transmitting information to the other end. President. Lee Min-sung just left the environmental dungeon in Paju. I guess that is where Stardust was created. On the other side, Kim Sung-soo frowns and says, okay. Keep following him. Miho. After finishing, he hangs up and puts the phone down. Choi Janet, sitting on the sofa holding a piece of paper, says, it seems we are about to uncover Lee Min-sung's plot. President. He thinks of the staff rushing to explain and says, in the airport dungeon collapse incident, all association personnel managing nearby gates said they lost their memories at the same time. All of them are hunters who absorbed Stardust. Choi Jong-in continues, we have discovered hunters exhibiting strange behavior in many places. Kim Sung-soo places the papers on the table and says, they all have one thing in common. They have absorbed Stardust. Kim Sung-soo states, due to the suspicious situations arising, the Hunter Association plans to ban the use of Stardust. Choi Jong-in looks over at Kim Sung-soo and asks, how do you plan to handle Lee Min-sung? Kim Sung-soo frowns, his gaze sharpens, and says, we must capture him and those behind him. Choi Jong-in also shows a fierce expression. He adjusts his glasses and says, my association's hunters will support you. Kim Sung-soo silently looks at the photo on the table. He begins to recall the words from the past. The president did tell me that Suho returned safely. If Suho is also a growth-type hunter like his father, then it is likely that the system will also hinder him, just like what his father went through. In the photo, There is no one else but Kim Sung-soo and Lee Min-sung standing closely together. Hunter Sung. I will do everything I can to help Soo-ho. Back to Sung-soo-ho. He is gritting his teeth, enduring the weight of Amith while doing push-ups and counting. 99. When he counts to 102. His arms are drenched in sweat after doing 100 push-ups. Soo-ho lays flat on the ground, his arms bleeding like waterfalls, and Eso frantically runs over, saying, "Oh no. The young lord's arm is broken." Amith remains calm and says, "Young lord, are you done? You have only completed today's push-up count." Biru angrily shouts, "Stop." Soo-ho still struggles to raise his bloody arm, saying, "Status window," while Biru rushes in to scold Amith. "You damn crocodile. What have you done to the fragile young lord? We have to stop the training now." Soo-ho presses the purchase button on the status window. The four Amith, Gray, Biru, and Eso turn back, stunned. The medicine bottle lies on the ground, with a little red liquid left. Soo-ho's, "Great. Actually, I wanted to get stronger before fighting Lee Min-sung." Soo-ho, "I only have 3 tasks left." "Right." Amith, upon hearing this, sighs deeply. After drinking the potion, Soo-ho's body gets a healing energy in green, and the arm that was once covered in wounds is now calm. Sweat soaks his shirt, revealing a firm physique. He wipes his face and says, "Let us continue." The process of grinding to become stronger begins. Golden numbers appear. 21. 22. Surprising Biru and Eso rolls his eyes, raising both hands to cover his mouth. Soo-ho, with white hair, is meeting the ground while Amith is sitting on his stomach. Next, he carries Amith while doing squats. The medicine bottles are scattered everywhere. Soo-ho squats while carrying Amith, counting 47. 48. The number of medicine bottles is increasing. Soo-ho carries Amith on his shoulder, running while shouting, "Jiha." Amith, seeing Soo-ho's efforts, silently admires him, even though he still needs to use skills to surpass basic training. Before that, I did not think he would do it. Looking at the exhausted young man, sweat and tears streaming down, straining under his weight, he thinks the young lord never gives up and will always find a solution. Perhaps, one day, he will surpass Tanak or the remaining monarchs. The dim light shines through the corner of the old building. Soo-ho's voice echoes, "My back, buy me medicine." Gray, puffing smoke, lies next to Soo-ho. Soo-ho lies on the ground, looking drained. Blood, tears, and saliva all flowing out, his mouth still smoking. The status window appears, and Bick, the mission reward is here. Do you want to check the reward? Soo-ho sits beside, worried, calling, "Young lord," and But looks down at Soo-ho and says, "Well, that is the end of today's training session." Soo-ho struggles to press the window button, saying, "Even though the training is tough, with the daily mission rewards and my effort, I will be able to level up my endurance and strength by 1 level." The status window appears. Strength 77. 78. Endurance level 3. Physical defense 40% to 60%. Soo-ho tells himself, "I do not know if this is effective yet, but if I complete the daily mission easier, then I will definitely become stronger." Soo-ho gives a thumbs up and says, "Ambut, tomorrow, I will count on you again." Ambut replies, "All right." Young lord. Biru brings a blanket and drapes it over Soo-ho. Biru looks at Soo-ho and scolds, "Just get home and fall asleep right away." Young lord. Today was a great day. Biru takes the opportunity to turn on the TV and says, "Finally, some private time. I am watching television now." The news bulletin appears on Aviv. The Hunter Association announces a new regulation related to environmental dungeons. Following the explosion of the dungeon at the airport, 2 news reporters say, unlike dungeons inside the gates, environmental dungeons allow for finding and carrying materials such as essence crystals from beasts. Therefore, the association will change the ownership rights of environmental dungeons to smaller guilds, so they can profit greatly from them. However, regarding this incident, the Hunter Association will quickly take measures against the Reaper and other guilds that own high-level environmental dungeons. One side, Lee Min-sung is holding a paper. Reading, he lowers the paper with a puzzled expression, asking, "What is this?" The staff in front of him calmly says, "Hunter Lee Min-sung, the Reaper Guild owns too many environmental dungeons. We cannot allow environmental dungeons to cause severe damage to the world in the current situation." The staff wearing sunglasses continues, "According to the Hunter Association's orders, we must destroy the B-grade environmental dungeon in Baju, which belongs to the Reaper Guild. Moreover, over the past 6 months, you have not performed any work as hunters. You gods, participate in the Baju raid if you want to keep your hunter licenses." Lee Min-sung sighs tense. He remains silent. Lee Min-sung thinks of the situation where Kim Sung-soo has him tightly in his grasp, This is definitely a move by President Ujin Chun targeting me. Unbelievable. Why choose the largest factory? He thinks. I must refuse to do this. Even if it means turning the Hunter Association into an enemy. The long-haired man sitting in the middle speaks up. We approve the Hunter Association's request. Causing Lee Min-sung to turn and look at him in surprise, the staff wearing sunglasses says. Thank you. D'honor. Guild leader. Hunter Lim Du. It turns out that man is Lim Taeyu, srank hunter of the Reaper Guild. He sits leisurely on the chair, holding the paper and says. Yep. Of course we must follow the orders of the Hunter Association. Lim Min-sung's face immediately turns grim. Thinking. Guild leader, full of resentment directed at the calm face of the man named Lim Taeyu. Look, one of the staff says. Look how quickly he returned from the mission abroad. He came to hinder me. The Hunter Association will assign hunters to raid Baju along with you. The room falls silent, leaving only the image of two men. One sorrowful with his face in his hands. The other grim-faced, Lim Min-sung, with his face in his hands, says, please form a team with them. Lim Taeyu, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Lim Taeyu sits quietly, arms crossed, answering. Do you have any idea how valuable environmental dungeons are? Lim Taeyu continues. Do you think the Hunter Association's real goal is to destroy environmental dungeons? Lim Min-sung begins to feel something is off, says. Perhaps they realize what you are secretly doing. Did not I tell you not to underestimate them? Not only did you ignore my warning, but you also dared to use the guild members while I was away. Lim Taeyu starts to exude a fierce aura. Looking at Lim Min-sung, gritting his teeth, says, Min-sung, do you still think I am just a driver who is used to serving you? Lim Min-sung, facing the overwhelming aura, can only fearfully remain silent. The tense atmosphere is suddenly interrupted by the ringing of Lim Taeyu. Quotes phone from his pocket. He picks up the phone to check. Then he puts the phone on the table, sliding it towards Min-sung, saying, a recruiter just called me earlier. He said a new rank hunter has just appeared in Korea. I am going to the Hunter Association for a bit. I want you to prepare a salary contract. He adds, Min-sung, maybe you can still turn things around. So do your best to clean up that mess. After saying that he leaves, leaving Min-sung sitting alone. Head down in the room, Min-sung's expression begins to distort, showing signs of anger. He silently thinks, another rank again. Anyone who gets this rank is just lucky. Yet they always show off. He thinks to himself, when will that damn extraterrestrial brat grow up? When will that shard come again? Just remembering the image of a white-haired boy holding a book, his eyes redden. Thinking, hurry up and kill that Lim Taeyu. He must die so that I can. As he is contemplating, suddenly the phone cuts him off. Min-sung looks at the phone in a daze for a moment. Then suddenly a smile spreads across his face. His expression becomes even more bizarre as he reveals his teeth. Min-sung looks at the teenager on the phone, thinking, that expression of his is so annoying. He is definitely planning something interesting. At a place like a square, the crowd gathers in one spot as if waiting for something. One among them says, that person is the newest rank hunter of Korea. Their eyes begin to focus on the young man with white hair, saying, his name is Glance of the young man. A man steps forward and says, congratulations on becoming the new rank hunter of Korea. Hunter Pak Dojing. It turns out that person is Choi Jong-in. His appearance here surprises the others. One of them says, that is Hunter Choi Jong-in of the Hunter Association. Choi Jong-in ignores what others say. Looking at Dojin, Choi Jong-in stands across from Dojin and says, have we met before? I feel like I have seen you before. Dojin bluntly replies, we have never met, but I know you. Jong-in says, I see. Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. Jong-in continues, putting that aside, do you want to sign a contract with the Hunter Association? Dojin replies, thank you for your offer. Dojin points behind Jong-in and says, but I have a guild I wanted to join beforehand, so I can participate with you. Footsteps sound from outside, along with a voice. I on time. Lim Taeyu just arrived. The person Dojin pointed at. All eyes are now focused on him. Newly arrived, puzzled, asks, but over here. Dojin shows a sinister expression as he points at Taeyu. Bitch Minho, and a rank hunter, steps forward with a friendly smile, saying, I am here to participate in the Paju raid at the request of the Hunter Association. I am Bitch Minho from the Silver Lake Guild. Min-sung cheerfully approaches, responding, I am Lim Min-sung. Thank you for coming here. Perhaps the environmental dungeon is making you work overtime. Minho responds cheerfully from outside. It is nothing. Helping out is only natural. But in reality, she has started looking at him with a judging gaze. Thinking, it is no wonder he is such a good actor. Minho watches Min-sung happily conversing with others. Thinking, be careful not to get hurt during the raid. Internally she thinks, he is completely rotten inside, yet on the outside, he portrays such kindness. After all, everything that happens inside Paju will come to light today. I will personally rip off that mask of his. Minho glances, thinking, if a variable unexpectedly appears, it will be. Any glance at Dojin, the newly joined rank hunter of the Reaper Guild. Baked Dojin is also participating in this raid. The Reaper Guild. Dojin remains expressionless, but Min Sung beside him can't help but show a smug smile. At the Hunter Association, Minho's expression begins to tighten, thinking, well, something unusual is happening. I have that now. Preparations are almost complete. She begins to give orders. Okay. Excavation team, everyone, take a weapon. Everyone listens and picks up a weapon for themselves. After that, they stand in a line with their weapons ready. The Paju raid officially begins. A few days ago, Min Sung leans back in his chair, arms crossed, saying, I did not expect that after a short time apart, you could grow so quickly. He continues, I guess all outsiders are like that. Facing him, Dojin maintains a steady expression, holding a cup of tea, saying, I simply chose a smaller and younger body to survive in the early stages after collecting more shards and regaining my power. I do not have to think about my body's appearance anymore. A sneaky expression appears on Min Sung's face as he says, what about the name Pak Dojin? And have you decided to become a hunter? What are your intentions? That is the name I can use externally. As for becoming a hunter, I can do much more. Min Sung looks at Dojin and says, because of the incident you caused at the airport, the Hunter Association has started hunting me down under the pretext of me causing damage to the civilians. If this continues, the factory at the Paju site will be discovered by them, and we will be doomed. Dojin sets the teacup on the table and looks at him with a blank expression, saying, I will make all the hunters participating in the raid turn into a mess, and then they won't be able to find anything. Min Sung, after hearing Dojin's intention, smirks, saying, a strong move right from the start. But do you think you can handle this rank hunter? Lim Teo. Dojin's golden eyes look down, recalling the image of Lim Teo, saying, are you referring to the promise to help eliminate him? Now I am certain after meeting him. Min Sung freezes, a few drops of sweat rolling down his face upon hearing Dojin say, if I fight as rank hunter now. Min Sung suddenly breaks into a bizarre smile. He speaks, I do not care who dies, as long as you keep your promise. At the building, Kim Sung-soo sits at his desk, saying, the Paju raid has begun. He rests his hands on the desk, thinking, Lim Min Sung and Stardust. We need to gather more evidence in this raid. He remembers Min Ho and Choi Jong-in and other shadowy figures, thinking, thanks to the support from the White Tiger Association, a rank hunter Min Ho has joined the raid, so right now, I do not need to worry about other participating hunters. In case something happens, we still have the hunters, Choi Jong-in and others rank hunters waiting for orders. Then, Kim Sung-soo's mind shifts to the image of Dojin and Min Sung, thinking, however, the news rank hunter, Baked Dojin, who suddenly appeared, could very well be an unexpected variable, because he joined the Reaper Guild just as we began the Paju raid. I can't help but think everything will lean towards Lim Min Sung's side. While thinking, another matter worries him. His gaze drops. That is the information file of Suho. That Suho is also participating as a member of the excavation team. Sung-soo's gaze fixates on Suho's image, thinking, I do not know if this is coincidence or fate. Although I approve the boy's participation in the excavation team, I do not know if that was the right decision. Kim Sung-soo sits in his chair, deep in thought, wanting everything to be part of Suho's plan. Then I will support him with all my might. In Paju, a monster is preparing to spew fire to attack. The monster begins to spit fire towards the crowd but is stopped by shields. One of them anxiously says, this attack team, I can't hold on much longer. Minho Tigia slowly steps forward. The guy holding the shield is surprised to see her step up. The monster, still unaware that its time is running out, continues to spit fire. Minho quickly lunges, landing a punch squarely on the monster's face.
Yep.
A loud thud echoes. The monster has been punched by Minho without missing, blood spurting from its mouth. Minho's gaze flashes with sharpness. She quickly dodges the sharp claws of the monsters effortlessly. Minho easily jumps onto the back of the monster, catching it off guard. Then she leaps away. She lands lightly on the ground. Minho gains momentum and charges straight ahead with the reflection of the monster's gaze. Minho's silhouette appears with red eyes and a fist ready to strike. Minho punches straight into the monster's head, leaving it unable to react. The large monster is knocked down by a girl's punch, crashing to the ground. Debris flies everywhere. Two monsters are soon lying on their backs with their bellies up, tongues hanging out, while Minho stands calmly watching them. She glances back, looking at Menhung standing at the end of the line. She thinks, Lim Minhung won't join the battle. It is shameful that he was awakened as a rank hunter. She keeps staring behind, thinking, does he think being a hunter is a joke? Not noticing another monster approaching from behind, raising its claws towards her. When Minho turns around in shock, I got distracted. Suddenly, Dojin appears and knocks the monster down, making it slam its face into the ground. leaving Minho utterly surprised. Dojin's expression remains unchanged as he looks down at the monster. Dojin's sharp gaze glints as he says, "Hunter Minho, please be more careful." Causing Minho to feel tense facing Dojin, Minho stares wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking he can easily take down a salamander in a single blow. Hunter Dojin, since he is wearing casual clothes during the raid, I thought he was just a kid, even if he is an srank hunter. Dojin calmly pulls his shirt up to cover his mouth, but those golden eyes remain cold and indifferent. The salamanders are swiftly taken down by Dojin's speed, some even losing their heads. Minho witnesses Dojin's terrifying strength as he easily defeats the salamanders, thinking, indeed, srank hunters are on a completely different level. Purple blood splatters across the ground. Minho assesses the situation around, saying, "It seems everything is over," finishing faster than expected. Minho lowers her head, saying, "But I did not think the Paju area would have so few beasts." Minhung stands not far away, holding a cigarette, saying, "Hunter Minho, did you realize?" Minhung stands next to Dojin, smiling professionally, saying, "Our guild regularly cleans up monsters for the dungeons we own. That is why this place is not a threat to the outside world." Minho glances at the salamanders lying on the ground, thinking, regularly cleaning up monsters, since they do not need to enter the dungeon every day. Other guilds often do not pay attention to this issue, she judges. But there is definitely something wrong here. Minhung, still calmly holding the cigarette, glances and says, "All right. The worm's den is just over there, in the darkness." He smiles sinisterly, deeply telling himself, "No matter how hard you search, you won't find anything to catch me." The image of Momu envelopes the entire factory. The demons have disassembled the factory and hidden somewhere in this Paju area. Minhung looks at Minho and Dojin, both sharing the same cautious expression, thinking, "So do not expect to find any traces of the factory, or think about escaping from here." Suddenly, Dojin breaks into a faint smile. "Soundos?" With a normal mind, Mumu strokes his tentacles. Behind him, two large henchmen stand. He says, "It is a pity. What a waste of opportunity." Mumu stands before the living corpses and says, "I can believe we get to meet the apostle even though that day is right here." He looks at the living corpses and continues, "We should have created a pile of dust during this downtime. It is such a waste to let the materials just gather here." At some point, someone stands at the door. Sohu commands, "Beru, did you say you sensed the presence of a demon here?" Beru replies, "Yep." "Young lord." Sohu slowly pushes the door open. The door opens wide, catching Momu and the others by surprise. Momu quickly turns and asks, "Who's it?" He just asked and is hit in the face. So rushes in, punching Momu back. Mum was thrown far away, causing his two subordinates to be stunned. Sohu strikes a cool pose, wearing a mask and striding forward with his equipped arm. Sohu frowns. Beru next to him says, "Your Highness, I did not expect you to punch a demon's head off in one hit. Looks like doing daily quests with that damn crocodile pays off too." Sohu observes his surroundings and thinks, "These people have lost their minds sitting here. The Paju field really is a dust factory." The voice of Mevim echoes, the black mask. Sohu's sharp gaze suddenly turns to Minho. He got hit and is lying on the ground but can still talk. "I did not think the human obstructing our plan that the apostle mentioned would come here." Those tentacles suddenly stir. The enormous shadow begins to cover Sohu, but he is unafraid and looks at him with a hateful gaze. Mtimi says, "Very well." Moma has now grown larger and more terrifying. He looks down at Sohu and says, "Then you will become a wonderful gift for our apostle." They toil away, one strike after another, repeating this countless times for who knows how long. Exhausted, the hired hand digging mana crystals complains, "Digging forever and still not finished. How can a dungeon managed by a guild have so many mana crystals? Do they need to make money another way? Selling these crystals should already make them rich." After a while, this guy continues to chatter, voicing his doubts, pushing that aside. "I heard there is an E-rank member with us. Have you seen him? I can't believe they allowed an E-rank hunter to enter a B-rank dungeon like this. What are they thinking? I wonder." Smiling nervously, "Don't be too harsh on him. He is still young. Don't you feel happy seeing such a young person working hard?" The guy doubts. "Don't tell me you assigned that rookie to work at the dungeon entrance. That safe place. Did you realize that?" He awkwardly smiles, making the guy furious. "I can't believe this is real. But you always push me into dangerous situations." Suddenly he shifts to a completely off-topic conversation. "It seems like his cart can carry 4 times the normal load. When we are done here, we will go help him. It is all digging the same dungeon. Why the difference in treatment?" The guy thinks that is too nice of you. The entrance to the tunnel is filled with mana crates stretching out. In another corner, not lit by mana and somewhat dim, a mysterious meeting is taking place. Beerut whispers urgently, "Your Highness." The magic power of this guy. Sung Suho interrupts, My awareness stats have increased. So I can feel it too, at the very least. He is on par with a hunter like the Gundam we met at the Pyramid Dungeon. And not just in magic power. Even his physique is very muscular and weird. After saying that, he sinks back into his own mysterious thoughts. I thought there must be some reason the Hunter Association sent the Grim Reaper Guild to raid this dungeon. That is why I signed up for the mining team. Could the association have discovered something related to Stardust? The association is interested in the abnormal development of Lee Min-sung. It will be very hard for me to gather information about Apostle Aterim from him. Thinking carefully, he decides to speak up and ask directly. Where is that apostle? The reason he chooses to ask instead of continuing to probe is partly because he believes. Just like the apostle is chasing that masked man, he is also looking for him. Successful people often have their own paths. Seems more irritable than he thought. He does not bother to answer and directly uses his tentacles to wrap from below, grabbing him with absolute strength and announcing, "You will meet him soon. Because I am about to crush you to present to him. Now, my tentacles have captured you. You won't be able to escape my overwhelming strength." He is surrounded by tentacles, significantly restricting his movements. And the arrogant words provoke a laugh, impassively repeating that arrogant remark. Overwhelming strength. Not long ago. Covered in dirt. Trudged along. And Muth exclaimed. Impressive? I did not think you could complete my training in just 5 days. Your Highness. Your body has become much more muscular than before. Really? He replies indifferently. Then looks around, suddenly laughing. Haha. Then collapses to the ground before everyone's shocked gaze. He thinks. It really was right to combine all the points from the daily missions into strength stats. Moreover, I also received skills that help boost your strength percentage. Others curiously gather around him. Amuth says. Yeah, sure. Right now, you are the strongest human I have ever met. That is true. Even with an opponent one step ahead, he can't be fazed. Sung Soo-ho shows him what true strength is. He can't react in time. Shocked. What? You have completely broken free from my control. Calmly holding a severed tentacle of MO, strength 120. His eyes shine. The fun has just begun. Suddenly, a powerful light appears, forming electric sparks around with lightning speed. Sung Soo-ho rushes toward Mom. He can't react in time and steps back a few paces. Sung's completely unfazed, radiates a sense of strength, glaring at his opponent. Where is Apostle Euterium? He wonders in confusion, then he accelerates his attack. While Umamo challenges. I absolutely won't tell you, he responds with a sneer. Really, as soon as the words leave their mouths, both sides engage in a fierce battle. Memoru strikes like a god, both are evenly matched, and the surrounding rocks are shattered by the impact. Suddenly, Sung Soo-ho tightens his grip on the sword in his hand and attacks his opponent. The blade glances past Mmom's body, lightly injuring him, but Sung Soo-ho raises his powerful hand. Then I will find out myself. You do not need to say anything. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Beerut quickly responds. Yep. Your Highness. Beerut's body begins to disintegrate. Apostle. It is a pity I won't get to see the picture you are painting. Beerut fades away. But before disappearing, he adds, with your help we could eliminate the Ladia family. Those despicable traitors of the demons. With that, I am satisfied. As soon as the words leave his lips, he vanishes into thin air, not knowing how long it has been. Eso also wakes up. She holds her head, glancing around with a puzzled expression. Wondering. What happened? My body suddenly feels lighter. Beerut, blushing, speaks up. That octopus is quite tough. Sung Soo asks. Beerut, have you found any information about Apostle Euterim? He stammers in response. About that, Beerut reports. He regards Apostle Euterim as a brilliant light. However, I could not find much information about him. He walks around the factory. Suddenly sighs. Another dead end. Do I have no choice but to get information from Lee Min-sung, who oversees the entire Stardust factory? Sung Soo-ho silently thinks. I need to start evacuating the people here first. His friend in the group looks around startled, then begins to stand there in hesitation. The presence of the demon has disappeared. This is not the work of the Hunter Association. Right, everyone is ready. This is the monster's room in the Paju environment. Bitch Minho wonders. On the way here I could not find anything. Is not the Paju environment where Stardust is produced? Sung Soo-ho smirks. It seems she is confused about why nothing was found. He glances at the person beside him and instructs. We will cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. If everything ends without a problem, it will be better for us. Bixui Jin maintains a cold expression. Saying nothing, he can't hold back any longer and speaks up. That does not suit me at all. Bitch Minho shows doubt. Looking around and thinking. Could it be on land instead? If not, I will have to check again after clearing the monster. Suddenly, she stops and announces, "Let us go." I do not know what he saw ahead that made his face turn pale. Devoid of blood, he glances back, sweating profusely. Awkwardly asks, "What are you doing?" The other party replies. Simply put, he continues, "All the hunters in this group will become my followers." As he speaks, he implants a yellow gem into the back of his neck. He adds, "The person we choose to stand with us must have a certain value. Collaborating with an A-rank hunter like you to kill a 5-rank hunter like Lim Tae-ji-woo from the start was already a proposal." His whole body suddenly stiffens. He stands there rooted to the spot. The other party leans close to him, preparing to whisper something. His voice is filled with challenge. "To capture Lim Tae-ji-woo, I will have to use you." Sung Soo-ho hears this like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widen, gritting his teeth in anger. He brings up this rank matter. "You little." His face turns pale with rage, turning around to shout, "Am I going to be brainwashed by a person like you?" Sung Soo-ho clenches his fists, standing tall to show his determination. He raises his face slowly, his eyes wide open as if realizing something dangerous. Suddenly, a powerful light shines. The other party commands, acting on the will of the Almighty. Sung Soo-ho's face darkens, his eyes vacant. He stands there staring into the distance. Ba Jin walks over and places a hand on his shoulder. He smiles rarely. "Now, everyone hurry inside. Let us move on to the next target." Right outside the dungeon, a luxury sports car is parked there. Inside the car, a flame shaped like a bird appears in Jong-in's hand. He breaks the silence. If this summoning disappears, it is a sign that the team has encountered difficulties. Jong-in squints and continues, "The summoning artifact will inform us of the situation. I did not expect to solve the problem of non-functional equipment in a dungeon like this. That is a brilliant idea." He anxiously looks at the bird flame, hoping that rank hunters won't get involved. Jong-in looks at the man who is equally worried as himself, softly saying, "I hope Lim Min-sung won't cause any more trouble." "Hunter Lim Tae-yu, are you worried?" Taeju stares at Jong-in and asks, "Are you trying to annoy me?" Jong-in replies, "Of course not." Ju scoffs, his tone laced with annoyance. "I guess you are jealous because S-rank hunter Park Do-jin joined the Grim Reaper Guild, right?" Realizing Taeju's sarcasm, Jong-in bitterly responds, "Not really. We already have plenty of talented hunters." Taeju shows no reaction to Jong-in's response. He opens his mouth and takes a long breath. Taeju's eyes reveal shock. He covers his face with his hands. "I can't believe Lim Min-sung is the main culprit behind distributing that untraceable stimulant. As the guild leader, I am responsible for what happened." Jong-in listens silently to Taeju. "If anything happens, I believe you will keep your promise not to interfere if I can control the situation." Jong-in clasps his hands together. "I would be very happy if you did, because I do not like hurting others." The scene shifts inside the dungeon, where the beasts are actively firing. The hunters are not to be outdone, working together to fight back against the beasts. The scorching flames of the beasts, along with the hunters' skills, a clash with each other. Miho glances back skeptically at Dojin, who is calmly standing with his arms crossed. Miho frowns, thinking, acting like an S-rank hunter while letting others do the work. After all, we are his seniors. The beast has stopped breathing fire now. It charges directly at Min-sung. Min-sung uses his sword to block the attack, but due to the pressure, he gets pushed back a distance. Dojin observes all of Min-sung's actions from behind, silently evaluating. It is very tough for an A-rank hunter to fight at S-rank level with just the awakening effect from a piece of stardust. Dojin's fingers touch together, creating a strange light. He thinks, if that is the case, one of Tull's 5 abilities, one of the main body fragments, has a blessing that enhances the characteristics of the person it possesses. The trust of the mist stored in the status and the unique characteristics of the weapon will all be enhanced. The special characteristic that Lee Min-sung possesses is that it enhances battle energy. Dojin smirks. "Lee Min-sung, show me. Can you reach the level you desire after receiving the blessing?" Watching the beast clawing at Min-sung, Dojin is excited. "The S-rank hunter level you aspire to." Min-sung coldly looks at the beast, raising his sword high. His eyes show a strange seal. Just as the beast approaches, Min-sung points his sword straight at it. A wave of golden power pierces through the beast. That wave of power even shatters the ceiling. Va Jingyu waiting outside the dungeon is left wide-eyed in amazement. Amaiho is stunned, as if frozen in place. Bewildered, before Amaiho's eyes, the monster has been taken down, lying unconscious after just one blow. Min-sung stands there like a god. After defeating the beast, Min-sung's facial muscles relax. He turns and walks past Dojin, who shows no emotion. Coldly thinking, the fatigue caused by empowering hunters above level 6 is significant. People can only reach S-rank in a very short time. Most enhancement effects have worn off. Finally, it is Dojin who speaks up, attracting Min-sung's attention. "It is a pity. Lee Min-sung seems not capable of holding the strength of an S-rank hunter. Immediately after Dojin's words, Min-sung's gaze becomes confused. Mio looks up at the hole in the ceiling, thinking, that attack is not something an rank hunter can execute. Regaining her composure, Mio glances back. Is not Stardust ineffective against rank hunters, or is there some other stimulant besides Stardust? Just as Mio turns to look back, the sight of Dojin being stabbed through the heart by a sword catches her eye. Dojin's face turns pale, his voice trembling. Lee Min-sung. Min-sung grips the hilt tightly, stabbing harder. I told you. Did not. Min-sung's demeanor becomes unusual. He smirks as he says, I won't be brainwashed by someone like you. Min-sung's voice rises. I will use the cursed power that you have given me in vain. Dojin's body falls backward onto the ground right before the eyes of the other team members. Miho looks at Min-sung in anger, shouting loudly, Lee Min-sung, why did you attack a fellow hunter? Are you on drugs? Min-sung does not care about Miho, what she says or thinks. He thrusts his sword into the ground, holding his head and mumbling, damn it. Is this how it ends? Min-sung grits his teeth, sweat pouring down. I can hear endless voices, because there are S-rank hunters waiting outside under the orders of the Hunter Association. If I do not get out quickly, I won't be able to escape. His gaze sweeps across the faces of the hunting guild, thinking, I have to escape quickly. Miho seems to have realized Min-sung wants to flee, and shouts loudly to everyone, do not let him get away. Min-sung grits his teeth in anger. He emits a terrifying aura. Min-sung shouts threateningly, if you do not want to lose your life, get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, Min-sung has passed all the hunters to escape outside. Miho clutches her painful arm, her voice filled with anger. Damn it. Miho turns to her teammates. Hunter Lei Cheong-sung signals the S-rank hunters outside. Cheon-sung hurriedly responds. Yep. At that critical moment, the person who should have been taken down by a fatal blow slowly stands up before me. Otaku's astonished eyes. Dojin smirks, holding his hand to his wound. As long as someone has a strong enough mind, they can resist the divine power of the mist regardless of how much magic power they have. Right. Very good. Miho looks at Dojin's wound, wide-eyed in confusion. Hunter Beaks, how are you still alive? That last attack pierced your heart. Dojin does not answer Miho's question. Silently, he uses his bloody hand to brush his hair back. His eyes glow strangely. His mouth curls into a sinister smile. As for Min-sung, he runs for his life. Damn it. While running, Min-sung mutters, I have gained the strength of an S-rank hunter, but I am still running away. It is so ridiculous. Min-sung thinks angrily. That damn alien. The Grim Reaper Hunter Association. There is no one I can trust. Now I have to flee to the nearest city. From somewhere, a sword wrapped in power flies towards Min-sung. Fortunately, Min-sung reacts quickly and dodges the attack. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Min-sung grimaces. What is that? From the darkness of the forest, a cold voice rings out. I am wondering what caused the sudden explosion. I did not expect you to come out on your own. The mysterious figure steps out of the shadows. I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and Apostle Era Rim. Suho's face gradually comes into view. He looks at Min-sung with a cold gaze. Suho emerges from the shadows, hands in his pockets. I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Mundo of Era Rim. Min-sung's heart races at Suho's words. He thinks, not only does he know about Stardust, but he also knows about the Mundos. Could he be someone important? Staring at Suho's appearance, Min-sung suddenly realizes. Now I know. I have heard that the one who defeated Brocky and disrupted the supply of Stardust raw materials wears a black mask. Could he be that person? Confused by his own thoughts, Min-sung grits his teeth in anger. Forget it. If he slows me down here, those hunters will catch up to me. He draws the sword at his side. Sensing the amount of magic power from him, he is no match for me. After deciding quickly, Min-sung swiftly swings his sword towards Suho. Suho calmly exhales. He effortlessly blocks Min-sung's attack with his hand. This surprises Min-sung, thinking, he blocked my attack. I can't pull my sword back. Just how strong is he? Suho blocks the attack and gently spins around, delivering a kick that sends Min-sung flying several meters. Min-sung is kicked into the air, blood spraying from his nose and mouth. Looking at Suho, he can't help but doubt. He has less magic power than me. How is he able to do this? BR hiding inside Suho's clothes observes Min-sung's expression and thinks proudly. It is normal for him to be surprised. After all, people's classification as hunters is based on the amount of magic power they have. Observing that Min-sung is indeed struggling to withstand Suho's attacks, a thought crosses Beirer's mind. The one who can truly perceive, know for sure. Although the little monarch is increasing his strength stats, thanks to his training with a youth previously, his strength has reached its maximum. Suho's cold gaze meets Min-sung's. BR firmly believes A rank hunter cannot match the physical strength of him. Returning to the battlefield. Beneath the ground is a large crater from the massive explosion. Miho approaches Dojin, clutching her injured arm, asking curiously, "Hunter Beaks, how are you still alive? That attack just pierced your heart." Dojin's bangs fall over half his face, and he silently refuses to answer. From inside his sleeve, a yellow crystal slips into his palm, and only then does Dojin speak up. About that, he does not even finish answering before Miho is surprised by what is in front of her. A familiar voice comes from behind Miho. "Hunter Miho. What happened there?" She joyfully looks at the newcomer. It is, Miho calls out, Hunter Choi Jong-in and Hunter Lim Taeju. Seeing the figures of the two newcomers, Dojin hides the yellow crystal. Two srank hunters. For now, Jong-in jumps down from the edge of the crater. He approaches the hunting guild, asking as he walks, "We arrived right after hearing the explosion. What is going on?" Miho quickly responds, "This is caused by Lim Min Sung." Jong-in can't help but wonder, does a rank hunter Lim Min Sung have such skills? Miho calmly replies, he emits an enormous amount of mana, as if he has used a stimulant. Also, it seems the effect of the drug caused him to attack Hunter BC Dojin. Jong-in, upon hearing Miho's words, looks at Dojin's condition and is surprised. Although he is injured, Hunter Beiki Dojin seems to be doing quite well. Dojin smirks, responding, "I have a healing skill." Jong-in strokes his chin, looking at Dojin thoughtfully. "That is interesting. You have quite an advanced healing skill." Miho impatiently interjects, "Let us put that aside. We need to quickly chase after Lim Min Sung. If we let things go on like this, he might reach the city and hide there." Jong-in looks back. "Right. Hunter Lim. You heard that? Right." He then looks up at the ceiling where Min Sung broke through. It seems that Hunter Lim Min Sung caused trouble. According to his words, he suddenly saw Taeju. And in the next moment, the guy was acting strangely. Jong-in's face goes blank, confusedly saying, "Do not tell me that." On Dojin's side, he is just as uneasy. "This is not good. I have not cut off my connection with Lim Min Sung. I did not expect he could resist the belief. The desire of a human is truly captivating." A thought crosses Dojin's mind. There is a high chance that no one will believe what Lim Min Sung says. But if I do nothing, they will suspiciously look at me. My hand looks back to remind him. "Hunter Park. If you are still not well, you should rest here." Dojin closes his eyes. Then that is it. He silently decides, "I will abandon Lim Min Sung. I have to take over Lim Min Sung's body and force him to commit suicide. Although doing so will cost a lot of divine energy, because he is just an A-rank hunter. I just need to find another A-rank hunter." A sudden fighting scene flashes in Dojin's mind. What is this? He is currently fighting. A familiar face appears in Dojin's mind, leaving him stunned. Do not tell me Lim Min Sung has already clashed with an S-rank hunter. Dojin stands there frozen. What is that black-masked guy doing here? Could it be that black-masked guy is also chasing Lim Min Sung? Just like the Hunter Association. Dojin's heart races unusually. I never thought I would meet that black-masked guy so soon. This rank entities in this world, Lim Sung, who can resist the belief of the mist. Since we stepped into this world, nothing has gone according to plan. Dojin pulls his collar up to cover half of his face. Everything is different from when everything was completed according to the holy scriptures. A wicked smile appears on his face through the cloth. But why am I smiling? Back to the tense battle in the dark forest. Suo lunges to attack Min Sung without hesitation. Suo's moves force Min Sung to only defend. I can't let him hold me here any longer. Min Sung suddenly shouts, "Wait!" causing Suho to freeze in mid-air. He clutches his stomach in pain. Min Sung asks, "Can you let me go if I tell you the answer to your question?" Suo is taken aback, suddenly asking, "What are you talking about? Are you colluding with the Tarim's subordinates?" Mentioning that makes Min Sung furious. That bastard stabbed me in the back. He swings his sword fiercely, his voice tinged with bitterness. That is because he said he would kill the one I want dead for me. My Hanektra is astonished. You are working with the Tarim to kill someone. Min Sung angrily grits his teeth. After the great disaster, everything I built in my life changed. He sarcastically asks Suho, "Are not you also hunting to kill that outer god?" Suho's eyes widen in shock. He immediately yells in rebuttal, "I do not intend to kill him if we can talk." Min Sung cuffs Suho's words, smiling slyly. "You do not intend to kill him, even though that outer god is here to invade this world. You have the demeanor of someone who disgusts me when I was an actor." His gaze is filled with disdain, as if his emotions are about to explode. A character who only knows how to hope but has no personality, kindness, or ethics. Just social choices and what others give you. You do not even know what you want. Those words stab Suo's heart like a thorn, always surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. If before you were not fortunate enough to gain that strength, you would live your whole life just as a redundancy. Gradually there would come a time when you would be caught in a situation, and have to make a decision. The more he speaks, the more Min Sung's emotions explode. I will create that situation for you. Your identity must be very. But before he can finish, from deep within Min Sung's consciousness, he is held captive in a giant palm, and the one behind all of that is Dojin. He coldly says, Lee Min Sung, I won't let you speak anymore. Dojin smirks down at the tiny Min Sung. I thank you. I have gained a lot from many people. He continues. I will retract what I said before that you are useless. I will use your potential one last time. Min Sung's eyes widen in shock. What? He shouts. I won't let you do that. But it is too late. Dojin intertwines his hand with Min Sung's. In the outside reality, Suho is stunned, covering his eyes from the golden light emanating from Min Sung. Suho, confused, questions himself. Is that? The energy of Itarim is even stronger than Braki's energy. Min Sung's body transforms. A gigantic sword appears, looking both beautiful and powerful. On his arms grew a pair of white wings. Suho has to take a few steps back due to the power radiating from Min Sung. A strange voice echoes. Surprising Suho. I understand now. Dojin has completely taken over Min Sung's body. Speaking. The attack on the Stardust factory coldly looks at Suho. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. The Black Masked Destroyer. Dojin glares at Suho with cold eyes, now raising the sword toward him. I also want to meet you. The Black Masked Destroyer. Suho squints at the unusually transformed Min Sung. He can't help but be surprised. Min Sung suddenly changes, and judging by the way he speaks, Suho questions but already has a hunch about the answer. You are the apostle of the gods sent from another world. Dojin smirks. Indeed. You know about our existence. He laughed wickedly as he continued. Yep. We are here to claim this world. Hearing Dojin's words, Suho could not help but feel enraged, thinking that his father could not return because of these guys. Suho's gaze was sharp as he looked at Dojin. Yep. Right, the person he wanted to meet. Somewhere else. A familiar figure was quietly observing both Suho and Dojin. The guy shouted loudly, and with it came a pressure weighing down on both Suho and Dojin. Enough already. The two were stunned by the overwhelming pressure. From now on, neither of them was allowed to move until he permitted it. Anyone who did would be made to regret it. The mysterious person from within the forest took aim with a bow at Dojin and Suho. It turned out that the mysterious person was Taeju, who aimed the arrow at Dojin, who was in the body of Min Sung. Lee Min Sung, what are you really? What have you been doing all this time? In Taeju's eyes, there was pure rage. He seemed like he wanted to tear Dojin apart. Suho widened his eyes at Taeju, suddenly thinking, an S-level hunter. Limti? Dojin softly said. It seems our deep conversation can continue here. He looked at Suho, his voice dripping with malice. Let us meet in a higher area in this place. Black Mask. Taeju, hearing what Dojin said to Suho, was filled with rage. Where do you think you are going? Min Sung. The moment he finished speaking, he shot an arrow at Dojin. I said you can't move without my permission. Dojin glanced at the arrow flying toward him with a calm demeanor. He gently flew up into the air with his wings and dodged the arrow. Taeju was frustrated by the missed attack and created 3 arrows of destructive power from his palm. Annoyed, got into position to shoot 3 arrows at Dojin. The 3 arrows flew swiftly toward their target, and then Dojin smoothly dodged all 3 attacking arrows, a cunning smile always present on his face. Meanwhile, Suho also tumbled and lightly dodged all the piercing arrows. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. It seems like the liming worker Taeju has also come to catch Lee Min Sung. Biru curiously asked. Are not you going to counterattack? Lacking King. Dojin responded to Biru's question. Looking at the reaction, it seemed that the liming worker Taeju was not related to Itarim's apostle. Besides, he still has not shown his true skills. Ju smiled. But inside he was not happy at all. He said bitterly. Those bastards dodged my arrows like it was nothing. He once again knocked an arrow in his bow, aiming at Dojin. Right now, the priority is to take down Lee Min Sung. No need to worry too much about that guy. The killing intent in Taeju's eyes rose another level. He muttered. It seems that wanting to capture you without causing harm is just my selfish desire. Min Sung. Dojin anxiously thought. That mana is too dangerous. At Taeju's place, a gust of wind carrying dark magic swept by, making his spirit tense like a taut string. Taeju vigilantly aimed his bow toward the source of the dark aura. A goblin peeked out from behind a tree trunk, and Taeju aimed his weapon straight at the monster. The goblin, unaware of why it was there, looked aggrieved and pointed at itself, about to cry. Taeju's face went blank, looking at the goblin. Why is there a goblin here? But just a few seconds later, he realized something, quickly turning in horror behind him. Damn it. Taeju stood frozen in the space behind him. Both Dojin and Suho had vanished long ago. Taeju cursed under his breath. Damn it. He angrily gritted his teeth. Voice rising. Lee Min? What the hell are you thinking? Elsewhere, A mobile phone on the table rang. A hand reached out to answer the call. After hearing the person on the other end, Sung-soo felt a bit disappointed and replied, "Lee Min-sung has escaped." Taeju's voice carried an apologetic tone as he replied, The association president was my mistake. Lee Min-sung does not look normal. It could be due to drug use. Plus, there is another hunter." Jong-in was startled by Taeju's words. He focused on listening to Taeju talking to Sung-soo on the phone. There was a masked hunter with him. Jong-in shouted at Taeju before he could hang up. If it is a masked hunter, does he look like a fighter? Taeju looked at Jong-in in shock. How do you know? Jong-in's face grew tense. The hunter I saw at the dungeon entrance was also wearing a black mask. He single-handedly stopped the rampaging magical beasts. Along with the magical beasts. If it is the magical singing beasts, then it is the hunter Sung Jin-woo. In the office? Sung-soo sat on the chair with his hands clasped, thinking to himself, has the missing hunter Sung Jin-woo returned? If it is him, he would quickly handle the situation. Sung-soo pondered. Then, could it be? The scene shifted to a mountain range, where a pair of feet quietly ascended to the peak. Sung-ho cast a sharp glance straight ahead, sensing the person he was waiting for. Doo-jin smiled excitedly, and T stood on the cliff looking down. The person Suho was approaching with his hands in his pockets. Doo-jin tilted his head, sword pointed at Suho. Surprisingly, why are you helping me? Suho showed no expression, replying as he walked. Naturally. Would not I throw away Lee Min-sung's body and disappear if it became too dangerous? Doo-jin smirked slightly. Continuing softly, I have heard from the demons that the darkness is known as the Dark King in this world. He coldly asked, what is your relationship with the Dark King? Suho narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing a terrifying killing intent. It seems you have many questions, but I see no reason to let you hear them. I will crush you and use that to extract information. Biru, hiding in Suho's clothes, appeared and reminded. Be careful. Lacking King. I can't gauge Lee Min-sung's power while Ataram's apostle has taken over his body. Suho reassured. Do not worry. Biru. I have prepared something for this time. His shadow expanded, revealing more dark power. Suho softly called out, arise. It seemed Doo-jin had predicted Suho's next move. He smugly grinned. It is certain, Doo-jin thought to himself. It is just like the dark power I witnessed on the battlefield. Each summoned shadow beast of Suho appeared, the first being the Swamp King Kasaka. Rank the dubbing. The second beast was the Green Poison Fang. Rank the dubbing. The next beast was named Chukasi Pup. Rank the dubbing. And the last and strongest beast, Gravekeeper Saiga. Rank 10. Suho's powerful voice rang out. These are all the beasts I have been saving for this day. Two more figures appeared beside Suho. The fifth beast and Izu. Suho clenched his fist. Lightly provoking. Let us battle with everything we have. The shadow beasts summoned by Suho were complete. Dojin looked at the shadow beasts with delight. Grinning widely, suddenly, the system displayed a notification, announcing that an emergency mission had appeared. The mission: defeat Lee Min-sung. Ataram's apostle. Defeat Lee Min-sung, who has been taken over by Ataram's apostle, and seize his memories. Defeat Lee Min-sung. Ataram's apostle 0 out of 1. Upon hearing this, Suho's mood suddenly fell. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, the mission is to defeat Lee Min-sung. And Dojin only provoked Suho with his sword. From deep within, Dojin clasped his hands together, closing his eyes and bowing his head. After understanding what emotions were, the changes happening inside him felt very strange. The memories of his body remained in a shard. He thought he understood the feeling of encountering darkness, a curious feeling before a strong being, one from another dimension, possessing the power to stop an entire army from the outside world. He was curious about that being of darkness, a solitary figure standing amidst his army. Dojin slowly opened his eyes, radiating a golden light. He wondered if he could obtain answers from that being. Outside in reality, the beast Kasaka initiated an attack on Dojin. He calmly watched Kasaka rush. Then Dojin only took a few seconds to swing his sword and cut Kasaka in half. But immediately after, another beast attacked him from behind. Dojin's eyes showed surprise. He was startled and took a few steps back. Suho chased after Dojin like the wind. Suho threw a thunderous punch, but Dojin used his sword to block it. Dojin finally realized Suho's trick. He used his minions to distract him while he charged into battle himself. Is he really that confident in close combat? Dojin angrily swung his sword hard towards Suho. As the sword's blade was about to touch him, Suho quickly leaned back and dodged. Suho landed on the ground, and Dojin followed him down. Isu seized the opportunity to attack stealthily from behind. She gritted her teeth, determined to defeat Dojin to avenge Kasaka. But unfortunately, Dojin easily dodged Isu's attack. Tightly held on to Isu's spear, he flipped her upside down. Dojin questioned, you are not a dark soldier, are you? Isu's tears fell. She looked at Dojin with eyes full of hatred. Suho flew toward Dojin to rescue Iso. The mask on his face had a trace of blood. Dojin shot a cold glare at the person who attacked him. Dojin voiced his question. Why do not you use your dark soldiers in battle? Suho blandly asked back. Dark soldiers. He continued. If you want to see so much, then watch this. As soon as Suho finished speaking, Seiga appeared right behind Dojin. It used its technique to envelop Dojin. Seiga's large hand trapped him inside. Dojin shot a cold glance at Seiga, seizing the opportunity of Dojin being trapped. Suho unleashed the power of the Vulcan horn to swiftly take him down. Suho's gaze turned cold. Raising his fist high, Dojin's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Suddenly, a large explosion blew everything away. Dust and debris filled the air. Dojin squinted, quickly retreating to escape the blast's radius. Suho exhaled heavily. The sand covering him had exploded. A hazy figure appeared within the smoke. Dojin, like a ghost, attacked from Isu to Suho. It seems I can feel the excitement I once experienced back then. Isu was hit, curling up in pain. The beast also became Dojin's target. It suffered a loss of a body part. The poison fang on Dojin's hand also showed signs of breakage. His eyes lit up in surprise. Dojin finished his attack, coldly shaking his head at his group. What a disappointment. He disdainfully continued. The soldiers of that dark being are all seasoned warriors with their own intellect. It is as if they are a well-trained army. Your power may be similar to his, but your abilities are worlds apart. Dojin continued, while Izu and Suho were struggling to withstand a series of attacks. I really can't believe that someone with such power can win. Dojin scoffed. You are too weak. Suho coldly glared at Dojin. Damn it. Because that Ataram apostle has taken over Lim Min Sung's body, everything has become more difficult. His power, Suho realized in shock. It is almost on par with an S-rank hunter. Before he could recalibrate his thoughts, Dojin lunged to attack him. The reason the dark being looked so solitary is because there is no existence that can rival him in this world. Suho struggled to defend against Dojin's continuously attacking sword. After all, who could understand someone with absolute power? Suho thought to himself. How lonely he looks at that moment. A cracking sound of something breaking resonated. Suho stared. His eyes widened as he looked at the gloves shattering into pieces. The system displayed a notification. Item. Vulcan horn has been destroyed. Not fully understanding what had happened, Dojin quickly flew toward So, stabbing him through the abdomen. Suho, heartbroken, cried out in despair. Lacking King. Dojin stared at Suho, his sharp gaze. You know nothing about the power you are possessing. From within his depths, a spark of ambition arose. That is why I will take the dark power away from him. Looking at Suho struggling on the opposite side, a cunning plan emerged in Dojin's mind. I will turn him into a believer, and then I will do whatever it takes to obtain that power. Once that is done, I should understand the feeling of darkness. Every part of his body ached. But he still had to try to pull the dagger out of himself. Sweat poured down Dojin's face. He swallowed the pain inside, gritting his teeth. Know nothing about the power I am holding. Thinking back, Lim Min Sung had said something similar. Suho recalled Min Sung's words. You are someone who always appears hopeful but lacks any personality, kindness, and moral superiority. Those are just things others imposed on you. You do not even know what you want. If you are not lucky enough to possess strength, then you will just be like a background character throughout your life, eventually facing a situation that forces you to make your own decisions. Suho questioned himself. My stats and skills. Do I need something else besides them to become stronger? Beerut suddenly called out. Lacking King. He voiced his question. Why do not you use weapon projection? Suho was pressing the TV remote, glancing at Beerut as he replied. That is because the Vulcan horn has more attack power. Suho stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. It is also a bit difficult for me to use both linking skills and royal authority while commanding dark soldiers in such a battle. Moreover, I am not confident that I can use weapon projection. Beerut asserted confidently. You are a genius. I believe you can do it. Beerut. Guarantee that. Suho replied to Beerut vaguely. It is. He glanced at Beerut asking. Besides, did not you say that your father does not always use weapon projection in battle? There must be a reason he uses it. So I think something might go wrong if I use it. Beerut was silent for a moment before replying. If you think so, then so be it. A stream of thought crossed Suho's mind. When did I start easily setting limits for myself? Remembering himself sitting on a chair and drawing on paper, Suho sighed. His eyes dimmed due to the habit of easily accepting defeat before he had awakened. Suho asked himself. Thinking back. How long has it been since I last drew after awakening? I really love drawing. Once again, Min Sung's words echoed in his mind. You do not even know what you want. If you are not lucky enough to possess that power, then you will just live as a background character throughout your life, Suho nodded.
Yep.
Just as Han said, Suho thought to himself, I have entrusted the task of finding my father to the system. And finding my mother has always been something I wanted to do once I became stronger. The reason I want to become stronger is because I can find strength in myself. Negative thoughts kept pouring out, slowly poisoning his mind. Why am I trying to follow in my father's footsteps like this? But what my father needs is not a copy of him. Suho resolved. I must find something that only I can do. Returning to the present. Even though blood was pouring out like water, Suho still swallowed the pain inside. Suho raised his trembling hand high, pointing at Dojin. Suho gathered all his strength and shouted. Dojin was very confused by Suho's action. Then he realized. Thinking back, are not dark soldiers immortal beings? They will resurrect even after death. He glanced back at where Suho's dark beasts had been defeated. Looking down on Suho's group immensely, he said with disdain. But no matter how much your soldiers attack me, they will never stand a chance. Inside, Dojin was wondering. Are they merging together? I have not seen this happen in battle with darkness. Looking at the Kazaka, green poison fan, and Saiga merging into one. Dojin wondered. A chimera. Issa looked at a beast suddenly appearing from the third space. She exclaimed in surprise. Gray, a dark shadow enveloped Suho's body, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. Childhood memories suddenly flooded Suho's mind, like a movie rewind. Suho's voice became determined as he wanted to become a police officer like his father. His father looked at Suho with a thoughtful gaze. Suho cheerfully asked back. Can I? Because you look so cool. Then he joyfully looked at his mother. Or I could become an athlete like mom. I can be as strong as mom. Right, Suho happily asked. Can I? His mother remained silent and did not respond. His mother placed her hand on his head and replied. Suho. Your father and I agreed as soon as you were born. His mother bent down, gently stroking her son's hair. We won't hinder your dreams. Just do what you like, Suho replied. But I want to be as cool as dad and as strong as mom. His mother looked into Suho's eyes, smiling gently. If so, then you should strive to become like us. As long as you are sure that is what you desire. Suho smiled faintly. He wondered why he suddenly remembered his mother's words from before. He recalled everything at another time. Teacher Dojin commented on Suho's beast drawing. Normally, when you draw something too many times, you get stuck in a loop. But it feels like I am drawing better. Dojin pointed at the drawing. Suho also looked in the direction the teacher pointed. Like this one here. The teacher asked a question that Suho could not answer. Does this still count as an ant? Suho bent down, his hand still resting on the sword. The reason I learned to transform faster than my father is that the system has adapted to my body. I won't underestimate it anymore. Fighting style using royal transformation, with the ability to extract shadows without limits. Always the strength of combinations with small lightning bolts emerging. Dojin stood there, staring at Suho warily. Bilu looked at Dojin suspiciously. The dark warriors lately are being drawn to the lacking lord. It is getting harder to maintain their form. Suddenly, Isu appeared and rescued Bilu from Dojin unless it was drawn in. She questioned it. Bilu, what is going on with the lacking lord? Bilu sighed thoughtfully. He replied to Isu's question. I do not know either, Bilu continued. But the lacking lord is likely evolving. Dojin squinted. Was he awakening his potential? A sense of alertness struck Dojin's mind. This is bad. I need to quickly defeat him and force the shard into his body. The dark power radiating from Suho knocked Dojin back a bit. His face became serious. Dojin flew up into the air. What? As far as I know, a hunter's ability cannot change. Is it a reawakening? Suho was filled with darkness. His body gradually transformed. The dark power slowly dissipated, revealing the silhouette behind the black smoke of Suho. Suho's body changed strangely. His eyes looked like those of a bloodthirsty predator. Suho's hands also grew sharp claws. His wings transformed into the arms of an imposing beast. Suho wondered. Is this form of darkness a way to weaponize dark power? Kasaka was resurrected again, rushing to attack Dojin. Suho thought. Remembering the flexible changing characteristics of darkness, I can transform it in many ways. With a single strike, he split the beast Kasaka's body into 2 equal pieces. But if Kasaka fell, there was still Saiga, the beast from behind attacking Dojin. Saiga slammed the club into the spot where Dojin stood, aiming a fatal blow at him, but then it gritted its teeth, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Dojin blocked Saiga's attack with his sword. He disdainfully said, I have told you. These little shrimps can't do anything to me. After speaking, Dojin raised his sword, unleashing a flurry of cuts on Saiga, shredding it into 100 pieces. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy, 100 times stronger than before, radiated from Dojin, causing him to look up in shock. Suho slowly approached Dojin with dark energy. Well then, I also have this. The system displayed a notification, announcing that the connection skill, Demon Lance, has been activated. Suho's hair grew long and turned white. Suho leaped into the air, The ground beneath him shattered. Suho swiftly flew toward Dojin. Dojin narrowed his eyes. Seriously said. That man is quite dangerous, like taking candy from a baby. Dojin easily dodged Suho's attack. He scoffed. But I won't fall for such an obvious attack. Moreover, he turned back and slashed at Suho's shoulder. Suho fell back. The wound on his shoulder spurted blood in all directions. Dojin closed his eyes. Chuckling softly. Do not worry. You won't lose your power. Just one leg. Suho remained oddly calm. His gaze became sharper. An astonished voice rang out. Suho exclaimed in surprise. So the king form also has this capability. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark power and the beast appeared unexpectedly right behind Dojin. The darkness unleashed a tremendous punch into Dojin's face. The force of the impact created a huge explosion, shaking the ground. Rubble flying into the air. Dojin was punched back against the cliff wall, causing it to shatter as well. Rubble fell. Dust swirling everywhere. Dojin lay still, while Suho and the beast stared at him. Deep within, Dojin was also affected. Bright red blood flowed from his eyes, transferring skills to his subordinates. He could not help but say, a fresh power is new to me. Seeing Dojin's gaping mouth but no sound came out, Suho thought to himself, he can't make a sound anymore. Perhaps his jaw is broken. Dojin struggled to stand up. Suho silently assessed. But his body can still move. I might be able to endure a little longer if I sacrifice him. From now on I must not be reckless. Dojin's face had been distorted from the punch of darkness. He screamed inwardly. What the hell is this? That damn bastard has done this to me. Inside his subconscious, Dojin opened his eyes wide, wondering. Lamin? Did the impact from the previous blow awaken him? Dojin picked up his sword, thinking to himself. Did the impact from the previous blow awaken him? A powerful sssrank hunter was being beaten up by a subordinate. Dojin and Min Sung fought for control of the body. Dojin threatened Lai Min Sung if he did not shut up. Min Sung scoffed, retorting to Dojin with a look of contempt. So what? I could be even worse than this. Do you think I fear death? Min Sung looked down at his trembling hands. He hated being looked down upon the most. He hated being ignored by others. He clawed at his own body. If I could make those damn bastards taste suffering, that would be great. I will. Suddenly, Min Sung stopped his actions. His eyes widened, seeing familiar legs approaching. Min Sung thought. Come here, you damn bastard. Looking up at Suho's figure, Min Sung said to himself, even if I can't be the main character, I will still play my role perfectly. He shattered the armor on his body. Min Sung licked his tongue, his face full of madness. In his mind, a hint of insanity appeared. Let us see the final power of a villain. At the same time, Suho felt that his opportunity had come. He quickly rushed toward Dojin. His gaze turned cold toward Min Sung. A punch filled with Suho's love and affection aimed at Min Sung. Suho's thunderous punch pierced through Min Sung's abdomen. Before he even realized what was happening, Suho punched through Lai Min Sung's body. Then he lifted Li Min Sung up. Li Min Sung's hand was stained with blood. He could not accept this and screamed loudly. The screams grew louder. He even let out some growls. Li Min Sung thought, is it so bad that I now have a hole in my stomach? Has my jaw broken? Can I even give a last word? When that damn alien appeared in front of me, I thought the chance to change this damn world had finally arrived. And yet, is this my end? Since the catastrophic event occurred, my life has been like a dead dog. In Li Min Sung's mind, the image of Li Min Sung appeared. He did not like this very much and cursed. Why at the last moment of my life do I remember that damn Li Min Sung? Li Min Sung uncomfortably thought to himself. Do not look down on me from above. Lamin, I am a superstar. But why does that kid look at me like he is pitying me? Just then the system displayed a notification, announcing, you have received experience. Notification. You have leveled up. Mission. Emergency mission. Defeat Li Min Sung. Itarim's apostle. Defeat Li Min Sung, who has been taken over by Itarim's apostle, and seize his memories. Defeat Li Min Sung. Itarim's apostle 1 out of 1. Notification. You have completed the mission. At this moment, Li Min Sung had collapsed, and Sung Su who approached him. The group of Isu also just arrived in time. Seeing their lord, Isu happily smiled and said, Lacking King, you did it. I knew you would defeat Itarim's apostle. Sung Su-ho remained silent, his eyes full of contemplation. Looking at Li Min Sung's corpse on the ground, Sung Su-ho finally spoke. The one who laughed at the last moment must be Li Min Sung, not Itarim's apostle. Right. Although he could not speak much, he gave me the feeling of someone who poured all their heart into their desire. Beirut seemed to understand Sung Su-ho's feelings at this moment. He thought, this must be the first time Lacking King has killed a kindred spirit. He must be feeling conflicted. Sung Su-ho sat there looking at Li Min Sung. He told his teammates, thanks to Li Min Sung, I realized one thing after becoming a player. My purpose in life was only to find my mother and become someone who could help my father. But now thinking back, I have no goal of my own. That must be the reason Lee Min-sung said, I am someone who does not know what I want. Suddenly, I recalled the fight with my father at the end of the training. That was when I felt the greatness of my father. My father's voice echoed in Sung Soo-ho's mind. Although you are my enemy, I still respect you. Dare I say, I can be as strong as you. At that time, I truly longed for victory. So I felt immensely frustrated. I do not know when my father became so distant and great. Someone I could not even imagine reaching out to. I think I need to say this, having big ambitions is also a good thing. Right. Suddenly sharing like that. Isu and Bira completely did not understand. Sung Soo-ho seemed determined. He pointed to the sky and proclaimed loudly. The stronger I become, the more I desire to be the strongest. I will surpass Ataram's apostle, the kings, and even my father. That is the model I want to become. Isu felt a bit emotional hearing these words. She wanted to tell Sung Soo-ho, lacking king, but her words could only come this far. Beard also expressed his opinion. Although I think that is unattainable, I will still support you. Gray chimed in. I think becoming stronger than the king is quite difficult. Sung Soo-ho helplessly replied to them. Thank you for ruining this atmosphere. Even though he said that, Sung Soo-ho also understood why they thought that way. He quickly set this aside and focused on checking the rewards. The system displayed a notification announcing, you have received rewards. Notification, you have gained experience. Notification, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Notification, the player has reached the required level. Notification, you will receive an advanced mission. Do you want to accept the advanced mission? Facing this notification, Sung Soo-ho felt conflicted. He thought, an advanced mission. Seems reaching level 40 will allow me to receive an advanced mission. The system still had more notifications. In the status window, it displayed information. Sung Soo. Level 40. Profession. None. Fatigue. None. Title. Slayer. Health 8,250. Mana 780. Strength 124. Endurance 60. Agility 49. Intelligence 47. Consciousness 54 plus 5. Remaining points 4. Passive skills. Endurance level 3. Martial arts level 2. Strength enhancement level 1. Active skills. Roll authority level 2. Shadow extraction level 2. Windblade level 1. Reading this notification, Sung Soo-ho felt happy that he was finally about to receive a profession. The group of Sung Soo-ho stood there looking into the distance. The group was embraced by the soft light of the sunset. Across from them, someone secretly observed their every move. It was Lee Min-sung. He smirked arrogantly, saying, it seems I have let my guard down. I did not expect that masked guy to have such great potential. I must turn him into my own. One of the powers I gained when I absorbed my shard is the equivalent exchange. It allows me to exchange something ordinary of mine for something of equivalent value. I will convert the vitality of the believers around me into mana. Thinking is doing. Lee Min-sung immediately used the power of the equivalent exchange to gather mana. He enjoyed the result, delightfully saying, it will be something like this. From Lee Min-sung's hand, a mana orb formed. Looking at the result in Lee Min-sung's hand, he was satisfied. On Sung Soo-ho's side, Birus, the missing prince. Now, I will try to search for information about the one who threw the Vita rim in the memories of Lee Min-sung. And Sung Soo-ho agreed for Biru to do that. Sung Soo-ho was still thinking about Lee Min-sung. He thought, could it be that Lee Min-sung hated the world after the disaster if he did not become a player? Deep in thought, Sung Soo-ho suddenly opened his eyes wide. Something pierced through his ribs. This was incredibly strong, causing Eol and Gray to be startled. Sung Soo-ho was frozen, not understanding anything. A series of questions appeared in his mind. An attack. From where? It was Lee Min-sung attacking from afar with the mana orb he had just cultivated. Knowing he had hit his target, Lee Min-sung laughed in delight. Another mana orb shot at Sung Soo-ho, who had now collapsed. He felt something was invading his mind. The system also issued a series of warnings. Longevity effect. You will be immune to all diseases, toxins, and status effect. And you will have extremely strong regeneration when sleeping. 3. Failed to remove abnormal status. Longevity is analyzing the abnormal status. 3. Longevity confirms that this abnormal status is similar to mana infection. Longevity will attempt to remove the abnormal status using data from mana infection. 3. Experiment failed. Due to the presence of strange substances, the system has become unstable. Longevity will attempt to heal you using data from mana infection. 3. Experiment failed. 3. Lee Min-sung observed from afar, a smug expression evident on his face. He said, with this, we will gain the power of darkness. His eyes opened wide, full of madness. The system of Sung Soo-ho was still analyzing his condition. 3. Successfully analyzed abnormal status. The longevity effect has removed the abnormal status. The system recovery process begins. The body of Sung Suho trembled. The group of his Ho, Biru, and Gray were in panic. Sung Suho noticed the transformation process was halted in the midst as Ho's voice echoed in Sung Suho's ears. The missing prince. Are you okay? Sung Suho thought. Longevity is activated successfully. I need to use darkness to cover the wound. The system of Suho issued a warning again. His blood was slowly decreasing. Suho thought. At this rate, I need to find a way quickly. He pressed the agree button on the system screen. It was a notification about receiving an advanced quest. Suho's system displayed a new notification. Starting the advanced quest instantly. The surrounding space changed. The system provided new information. Only players can enter the advanced quest to ensure seamless connection. Your teammates, the heirs of the princes, will be transported to the dark dungeon. Isu and Birit were astonished to hear this. They did not want to leave Suho behind. Lee Min-sung in the distance was watching Suho's every move. Suho was in pain, his eyes tightly shut. After a moment, the space suddenly changed, and a new energy appeared. The space was now completely dark. With a voice rising, "It is too dark. I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts too much. I can feel a warmth somewhere around here. If my stomach hurts like this, does that mean I am still alive? If so..." Instantly the space lit up. It was Suho. Carefully assessing the surroundings, suddenly he noticed something. Suho was now sitting on a long corridor. He wondered, where is this place? At the place where Suho and Lee Min-sung fought earlier. A foot landed. It was the entity of Lee Min-sung. He looked at his body lying there. Lee Min-sung stared at himself and said, "There is no magic left around me." Suddenly a portal opened and took the black-masked guy and his soldiers away, but it did not take Lee Min-sung away. Which means only he and his allies could use the portal. Darkness and the black mask. Every time I fight them, it always surprises me. How interesting. In the space where Suho had just arrived, he supported himself with one hand on the ground, and then stood up straight. Suho said to himself, after arriving here, the wound on my stomach has completely healed, which means my body has recovered. Speaking of which, Suho paused and stood up from the ground. Then he opened the system to check and said, "The advanced quest does not allow other heirs to participate. I can use the dark dungeon key. Which means I can use the connecting skill, or the key to the dark dungeon. This must be a guidance dungeon. The dungeon that my father created for me." Suho recalled previous memories. Thinking, although the me that grew up in this place is gone, the memories here will remain forever. But there are no knights to defeat and level up, or weapons to gift anymore. Why do I have to choose when the horns of glory are blooming? At this moment, a series of questions appeared in Suho's mind. Why is not there a detailed explanation of the quest? Do I have to open the portal and climb the tower like before? Do I mean to say I must complete everything without using weapons or connection skills? Is this place always a maze with so many paths? This place feels both strange and familiar. Noise coming from all directions. Suddenly something caught Suho's attention. There was a door ahead. Suho stood before the door, scratching his head in confusion. The path is still there. But why is there a boss room door like this? Is the advanced quest half finished? Suho stood there thinking for a moment. Then he decided to open the door, feeling a little anxious about what would be behind it. Once the advanced quest ends, will I become stronger like I used to? The first thing I encounter in the dungeon is a knight. The door opened, and Suho stepped inside. Inside was completely dark. Suho felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking, darn it, I can't see anything. But there was someone over there. In front of Suho, a shadow was vaguely sitting in a chair. Suho saw the hands of the person sitting. His eyes widened. It seemed Suho was familiar with this person. He stood there looking ahead, looking at this somewhat familiar figure. Every word spoken was me in the tutorial from the past. Suho exclaimed in shock. I have to fight against myself. Back then, I could easily beat Biru with full power. Suho was a bit worried, thinking, he has already defeated Biru. The past Suho clenched his fists, seemingly ready to fight. Instantly, the past Suho burst out his power. A straight punch aimed forward, targeting the current Suho with the attack. The current Suho did not have time to react. He exclaimed, wait a second. But it seemed like the past Suho did not pay attention, wildly attacking with full force. 3 lamps lit the room. Suddenly one went out. Suho slammed his hands down on the ground. The room echoed with his scream. Suho's face suddenly looked like he had just experienced something terrifying. The room returned to normal. Suho sat in the middle of the room, saying, this place, I will be reborn if I die. Right, he lost clarity, showing fear and confusion. A series of questions reappeared in Suho's mind. Why do I have to fight against myself in the boss room? Could it be that the advanced quest is to defeat my past self? Is that even possible? Suho fell into contemplation. He thought very quickly. Suho stood up and said, the system was created to help me become stronger. If my quest is to defeat what is behind the door, then there must be a way to do it. Unlike the guidance dungeon, this place has many paths, and the boss room appearing there like that is strange. Surely there are other doors in different places. With that reasoning, Suho immediately took action. After a while, Suho, drenched in sweat, looked ahead happily and said, I knew there was another boss room. And he was now standing in front of another door like the first room Suho came to. He stepped up, intending to enter, but Suho hesitated, thinking, wait a second. What will be in this room? Suho reassured himself. Do not think about it anymore. Whatever it is still better than facing my past self. With that thought, Suho placed his hand on the door and opened it. Inside was a space filled with children's toys scattered all over the floor. There was a little boy sitting there playing with the pile of toys. Noticing someone, the boy looked towards the door. Suho was shocked again and thought in his head, is that me when I was little? What the hell is this dungeon? I have to fight against my younger self. Even if it is myself fighting against a child, that is still wrong. While Suho was thinking, the child attacked. The toys in the room floated in the air, each carrying power. Suho could not move. He thought, is that the power of the ruler? The boy pointed at Suho. His finger moved in various directions. The space changed again. Another lamp went out. Suho sat in the middle of the room again, his whole body aching. Suho did not understand what was happening. Recalling earlier, he could not believe the questions. I was little, just breaking my neck and killing myself instantly. Right now, I can efface both of those versions. How can I complete this quest? Wait a second. Suddenly Suho thought of something. He thought, if I only have 3 lives like in the tutorial, I have already died twice. That means I have only 1 life left. One lamp was still lit, but suddenly many more lamps appeared in the air, more and more. Suho looked up. Confused, Suho exclaimed, what the hell? But before he could finish, the space showed anomalies. The system announced, duplicates from the parallel world. Due to interference, the system encountered an error. Defeat the entity behind the door with your remaining life. The entity behind the door has less than 1 until you complete the advanced quest. You cannot leave the dungeon. Suho looked at the lamps in the air, wondering, do not tell me. All these flames represent the lives I have. Is this a good thing? But then Suho realized, but there is no way to level up here. He began to analyze the situation. Due to the presence of strange substances, the system had become unstable. The reason I received such an unreasonable quest is because of a system error. Right. The system now had a new notification. Defeat the entity behind the door with your remaining life. The entity behind the door has less than 1 until you complete the advanced quest. You cannot leave the dungeon. After reading the notification, Suho thought, if that is the case, there is no guarantee that those flames truly represent my lives. But I can't give up here. Suho moved on. He knew that the only choice he had was to move forward. Suho continued to analyze the seemingly random paths and the rooms of the clusters appearing suddenly. It is highly likely that there are still other rooms existing. But the problem is I do not know how vast this maze is. Suho walked while observing and analyzing the situation. Since I have plenty of time, I will take my time searching thoroughly. But suddenly something caught Suho's attention, up ahead. It seemed like there was something. Suho approached a teddy bear floating in the air. Then many other objects appeared, including little Suho. Suho saw clearly. He exclaimed, why am I as a child here? Did it come out into the corridor through the door I just entered? I have to run. Without thinking much, Suho immediately ran away, but the little boy reacted faster. An attack was launched, aimed at Suho's legs. Suho was injured, his calf was severed, and Suho collapsed to the ground. Suho could not believe it, asking himself, did I just get hit by a toy and my leg blew up? Can the royal power create such terrifying speed? How can I complete the quest in this state? Is someone appearing now? It was Suho from the past. The current Suho could not understand the situation. He clenched his jaw and said, that is ridiculous. The past Suho immediately attacked the current Suho with a kick aimed straight at his face. Time passed again. Suho's hand tightened into a fist and hit the wall, feeling helpless. He said, the fact that bugs can walk in this corridor is cheating. Why is it this difficult? Did my father also go through this type of advanced quest? However, the fact that I am still alive proves that those flames are indeed my remaining lives. If the condition to complete the quest is to defeat the creature in the room, then I do not need to communicate with them. I just need to continuously challenge and find another room. The past Suho appeared again, continuously attacking Suho. Suho faced this, thinking, even if I die, it is, after all, I have nearly infinite lives. I just need to keep challenging. I will surely find another bug room. Suho maintained that spirit and continued to fight against himself. But then he thought, but what will I do if, due to a system error, no other rooms exist here? Suho realized this was not a solution. He sat down to think. Infinite lives, but facing unbeatable enemies, and there is no way to level up. Isn't this hell on earth? Suho recalled the words he said before entering the dungeon. The stronger I become, the more I crave to be the strongest. Thinking about this, Suho suddenly smiled. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, those very words have become chains and pushed me forward. Damn it. All right. Then I will redraw the maze map every time I die. Saying this, Suho wiped his bloody finger on the ground. I must do everything I can. He began to redraw the maze from memory. Outside in the world, information was being discussed. The Guild of Hunters had just announced a ban on using stardust stimulants. Stardust was once a popular narcotic among hunters because it was thought to have no side effects. But most users have shown symptoms of memory loss. Currently, hunters who use stardust are undergoing medical checks. Another piece of information. The vice president of the Guild of Death, head of the stardust distribution, was just discovered dead at the foot of the mountain by a group of climbers this morning. A former star who was once seen as a hero in the hunter community now shocked the world as his crimes were exposed. The Guild of Death will face an investigation from the Guild of Hunters. Lim Tae-woo, after hearing the news, had a guilty expression and blamed himself, saying, "It is all my fault. If I had not let Lee Min-sung escape back then, this would not have happened." Another person comforted Lim Tae-woo. "Hunter Tae-woo, do not blame yourself like that." Lim Tae-woo, deep in thought, expressed his concerns. "But there are still some things that trouble me. When I found Min-sung, he looked unusual. He had never had the skill to change his appearance like that. Could it be a skill created by stardust?" Choi Sung-in asked. Lim Tae-woo replied with uncertainty, "I am not sure. But it is possible that such a skill does exist. Besides, the black-masked hunter who fought with Lee Min-sung. Could it be the one who killed Lee Min-sung?" This character intrigued those present in the room. Choi Sung, while reaching into his inner pocket, said, "Speaking of which, a minor in the group has been reported missing. His name is Sung Soo-ho. He is registered as a D-level hunter. But looking at the current situation, it is not excluded that he might be an impersonator." Saying this, he took out Suho's photo and tossed it on the table. Did you ask, "Can I see the picture of that person?" Choi Sung-in did not refuse and replied, "Of course. After all, he is related to this case." The hunter of North Dujin took the photo of Suho. Kim Sung-soo looked at the photo in his hand, thinking, it is highly likely that Suho is the black-masked hunter, but the kid is missing again. What is happening with Hunter Sung Jin-gua? I hope the kid is still safe. North Dujin carefully examined the photo. Suddenly he smirked. In the dungeon where Suho was, on the ground, the maze map was drawn. Gradually, more and more details were added. After a while, the map was as large as the room. Suho sat staring at the map for a long time. His eyes narrowed. Outside, the group of Ezo worried for Suho's safety. Biru, not knowing what to do, kept flying in circles on the ground. Ami saw this and said to him, "Flying in circles won't bring the little prince back. Why do not you calm down?" Biru retorted, "Cold-blooded reptile. How can you ask me to calm down when no one knows how the missing prince is doing?" Biru cried out. "Little prince. Biru, I'm so worried that I can't even sleep." Ezo spoke up in defense of Biru, saying, "I understand why Biru is acting like this. It has been 2 weeks since the little prince entered the portal." Unlike the coldness when talking to Biru, Amit gently shared with Ezo, "You seem worried for the little prince too." Ezo told Amit, "Are not you being too cold? You are also a companion like us." Amit did not hesitate to give his opinion. "If that is the case, are you truly looking straight at the little prince? I understand that in your eyes. Compared to the great existence bearing the name of the Dark Prince, the little prince is nothing more than a child. But I have never met that Dark Prince. I only know the little prince, who has never uttered a word of giving up, even when his bones are crushed, his flesh is torn, or his spirit is pushed to the limits. Firmly believe that, no matter what challenges he faces, he will still be safe." Biru was taken aback by Ametis' words. Ezo also praised him, saying, "You are not wrong. All we can do is trust the little prince." Inside the dungeon, Suho was counterattacking, attacking while saying, "Do you think I will keep dying at your hands?" Suho was facing his past self. The young Suho was also present, but the child was now sitting and watching the two fight. Even counterattacking, Suho was still not gaining the upper hand. He voiced, "I have long given up counting how many dozens or hundreds of times I have died in these repeated deaths. I realized I could see their status window. The younger version of me, who could tear a person apart with psychic abilities. Little Suho has no player level skill. The hand of the ruler. Maximum level ability to manipulate objects with power without needing to touch them. However, his skill, the hand of the ruler, had reached its maximum level. The tutorial version of me could destroy everything with just a touch. The occupation of the novice Sung Suho is Soul Master. The system displayed the information of the tutorial version of Suho. Name Sung Su. Level 99. Occupation Soul Master. And he is a monster level 99. Suho was reborn once again. He hurriedly ran down the corridor, feeling a bit annoyed, cursing, "Damn it. I have not gone far enough to mark it on the map." Through the continuous deaths, I gradually began to get used to the fear. Suho remembered what he had just experienced in this room. He continued, "This time, I have gotten closer to you. Do you hear me? But this feeling should only exist in here. I know I should not underestimate death. So I must always try to survive at all costs. Countless deaths through countless challenges. Amid all that, I feel I am starting to become more resilient. Suho looked at the map he had redrawn. Still facing an empty space, Suho calculated in his mind. It seems that place is the only one I have never set foot in. Which means there is no way to complete the quest to level up without defeating those two. It is strange to think back. I encountered those two much faster than before. Just finishing that thought, Suho's opponent appeared instantly as he predicted. Suho looked at his younger self, feeling as if he was trying to block his way forward. With that thought, Suho used his speed to dash towards the boy. He reasoned. The hand of the ruler uses an invisible hand. If so, if I also wrap myself in it. Suho was about to clash with the boy's power. Suddenly something covered Suho's entire body. Then he fell into a free-fall state. The younger Suho also seemed to lose control. The younger Suho noticed something abnormal. Suho's coat flew in the air. Suho took the opportunity to quickly observe the surroundings. He looked into a corner and guessed correctly. That is right. The left path. The only one I have not been to. Please. Suho maximized his speed and turned into the left path. He arrived just in time, standing in the corridor leading in. Suho exclaimed in surprise. It is a portal. Just as I thought. There is another one besides those two. As he spoke, Suho quickly rushed towards the portal, but suddenly his eyes widened. Suho looked deep into the corridor, silently cursing. Damn it. He is coming. Just as Suho predicted. The past Suho and the younger Suho were attacking. Suho stood before the door, looking for a way to open it. Suho thought, I need to hurry and step into the portal. If they are really trying to block me from reaching this portal, once the Soul Master gets here, everything is hopeless. The past Suho quickly found Suho. The two were now very close to each other. The past Suho stepped closer to Suho. He quickly aimed at his targets. A powerful attack was unleashed, but luckily, Suho managed to enter the door just in time. Suho's body stiffened as he continued to gasp for breath. He gradually regained his composure. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Suho wondered. Can he get through the portal? Right. He leaned his hands against the door for support, sighing in relief. Finally, I have escaped from those bastards. Although he had escaped from immediate danger, Suho did not let his guard down. He began calculating. But it is not over yet. The important thing is the one in this room. Considering the two from before, it is very likely that the entity here is a past version of me. The only ones I can think of are my version from the tutorial, or perhaps at that time. If it is not one of the two, who will appear this time? As Suho anticipated, a shadow appeared behind him. His eyes became alert. Footsteps approached slowly. It was another version of Suho, holding two weapons, filled with killing intent. He approached. Suho and his opponent faced each other. Suho looked at the person in front of him, thinking, this round is my version using the dual swords. Sung's, the tutorial version, and Sung Suho, the child version, were different versions of himself from the past. And the weapon he wielded was Reiken's Fang, another sword called the Joy Horn. Is this made from some mixed thing? His stats are. Suho stared intently at the notification screen. After reading the information, he smiled slightly. Then Suho proactively attacked. He thought, finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. This time, Suho seemed very confident. After reading the information, Suho knew that his level and stats were far superior to his opponent. The status window displayed a notification. Name Sung Suho level 32. Occupation none. No fatigue. Title Slayer. Strength 75. Stamina 41. Agility 41. Intelligence 41. Reflex 41. Suho paid special attention to the strength stat. The status window displayed the current information of Suho. Name Sung Su. Level 40. Occupation none. No fatigue. Title Slayer. P 8250 x 8250. MB 780 x 780. Strength 128. Stamina 41. Agility 49. Intelligence 49. Reflex 54. It seemed Suho was enhancing himself while using the sword. The system continuously displayed new notifications. The body enhancement skill has been activated. The attack and defense power of the player have been amplified. Wind skill of the prairie has been activated. Your movement speed and attack speed have increased. The giant skill has been activated. Your defense power has been enhanced. This enhancement made Suho astonished. He thought, body enhancement. This is a skill that Wood used. And why does he have so many effect buffs? Not giving Suho a moment to think further, the opponent attacked continuously. A series of skills were activated. The skill Wind Slash has been activated. These skills made Suho exclaim in surprise. He can even use Wind Slash. Suho quickly drew his sword. The Wind Slash was unleashed. Suho managed to block it. He held the sword in his hand, feeling lucky that he had kept it in case his weapon broke. Even so, Suho was still injured. Suddenly, a flood of old memories appeared in Suho's mind. He thought with some worry. What are these memories? Aren't they the memories of me defeating Broke Key? Is it a mental attack? Suho was now being attacked both physically and mentally. Fragments of memories appeared in Suho's mind. But he was still clear-headed enough to realize another memory that was not his. Could it be that I will receive more mental attacks every time he injures me? The current Suho was pushed back. The sword-wielding version of Suho was filled with killing intent. He chuckled softly. Then he gathered energy into both swords and slashed towards Suho. Suho could not dodge in time, and could only directly block the attack. The person attacking Suho at this moment was not the sword-wielding Suho but a knight. Everything was becoming more and more surprising for Suho. Suho was now facing two enemies at once. The enemy is attacking relentlessly. Suho thinks he can summon a shadow warrior from thin air, which means he has the ability to store shadows at level 32. The longer the fight goes on, the more I realize the memories flooding my mind are Suho's. They are my experiences from another world. In that place, there is another version of Biru, along with other versions of Isu, Ray, Anamuth, and even me. Someone can help them solve that event smoothly. The system has assigned him a challenge appropriate for his current state, and he grows stronger after each challenge. I do not know if it is because of some glitch in this place that he was created or what. Suho is still struggling to fight. Each attack is increasingly powerful. Having to fight like this, Suho shouted uncomfortably. Wow. Why do people always give us challenges that are too difficult for us? Why do we always have to push ourselves to the limit like that? But those two ignore his words and continue to attack as if they were programmed to do so. But the other two did not pay attention to these words and continued to attack as pre-programmed. Suho still fights alone, who realized that what he discovered after dying countless times and experiencing countless despairs was that if he just sat there and did nothing, he would never improve his situation. The problem here is not whether the system is faulty or not, but the way we use the system was wrong from the beginning. It is not the system that keeps me going. I have to be the one to take advantage of it. The collision of three people created quite a stir. Suho put his hands on the ground. The whole person was upside down in the air. Suho told himself, I will no longer follow the path that the system has created for me, because your future will change based on your decisions. Suho dodged the attack and counterattacked as well. The sword-wielding Suho was now knocked back. Suho did not stop. He took the opportunity to gain momentum and prepare to attack. A punch aimed at the sword Suho and did not go anywhere. The sword Suho hit them. A powerful punch, but Suho also got backlash. The space was shaken by the conflict between the two powers, and Suho was buried in the rocks and soil. He quickly stood up. The system gives a notification. Your mission is to destroy the existence behind the door, with the number of lives you are given. Survive behind the door one-on-one. The player has completed the job transfer mission. You have received the title of one who overcomes adversity. The title of the one who overcame adversity. This is the title given to the one who has spectacularly overcome adversity. The more stamina you lose, as your stats increase, you will gain a percentage of your stats for every % of your stamina lost. The sword-wielding Suho was knocked down. Suho stood before him. He said tiredly, the help was over. The system is still receiving notifications, analyzing your movements, and determining the appropriate profession. You chose the path of fighting instead of bowing down to an opponent much stronger than you. Your will did not collapse even though you died hundreds of times. You have grown both physically and mentally even when faced with situations that have prevented you from becoming stronger. Your creativity will always come to a positive solution in times of crisis, and your unwavering determination will inspire those around you, ensuring that everyone achieves their goals together. You can choose one of the following 3 professions. 3 professions later. Suho wondered. The system gives each profession. The first profession is the inheritor of darkness. If you choose the above profession, the system will become your guide to become the successor of darkness. The second profession is soul warrior. After reading through the past data, you are given the choice of the profession of a spirit warrior. Your previous stats will not be restored, and the shadow skill will disappear. The third profession is, this is the recommended profession based on the player's characteristics. This hidden profession will depend on the achievements you get in the profession transfer quest. The dark skill will disappear. Suho analyzed. Choosing the first option would change nothing. Choosing the second option would mean following the path of the past, and choosing the third one means losing everything and experiencing something new. Suho found something absurd and said, are you kidding? I have gone through countless painful deaths here, only to receive a reward for such unreasonable hardships. I will take it all. Suho then proceeded to perform the skills to receive the profession. System notification. You have completed the job transfer. What is your job? Beard is short-lived and lacks a king, letting it rest peacefully in his arms. So could not hide his disappointment and interrupted. It has been 3 weeks, and we still have not heard anything since that day. From their expressions, it can be seen that Barrett is the latest name here. It really needs a confirmation to comfort the soul that has been suspended for so long. Ugly eggplant without a king is fine, right? Honestly, even Amuth was not much different from them. He was so absent-minded. I did not expect to lose contact with that day for so long. Maybe something happened that day. While Gray silently appeared behind Amuth, hearing the strange noise, Gray immediately raised his head and looked around warily. After all, his hearing here was top-notch, so he was very sensitive to noise. Especially at this time. The man walked up step by step and asked if everyone was well. Long time no see. It was Suho who was safely walking out of the teleportation gate and comfortably waving at them. The whole group was so shocked that they suddenly stuttered and kept saying the same thing, finally got out a word. Missing the king. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, inside a room on the top floor, the atmosphere was gloomy and scary. Jinho was absent-minded for a moment. A drop of nervous sweat spreading down his cheek. He hesitated a bit, then asked. Still no news of Suho. The person opposite him. Kim Su. Although he really did not want to waste time answering. But the Hunter Association has no information on any such person. The current atmosphere in the Hunter Association is also tense, with many people believing that Suho was the one who murdered Lim Min Sung. Just as Kim Sung-soo gave the only valuable information regarding the person named Suho that this person asked for, he suddenly stood up and led the confrontation. There is no way Suho killed someone. Kim Sung-soo first made Jinho's mood better and added relevant information afterwards. I do not believe Suho could do that either. Maybe Suho is related to the Itarim he mentioned. Calming down his mood, he said decisively, in the previous world, I could not help Sanji-yu, who always had to fight alone. I won't let Suho fight alone. He just listened silently. Suddenly the phone rang repeatedly with a red warning. Wait for me a moment. Then he picked up the phone. And Gan thought to himself, how many times is this? The Hunter Association must be able to control this. Unbelievably, another dungeon break site appeared. And soon the scene shifted to the death dungeon with countless other hungry monsters wandering around looking for prey. They destroy everything in their path that comes before them and launch an attack with their large bodies and overwhelming strength. They can easily suffocate a person who is still breathing with just one hand. Jinho and his teammates stood close together to form a formation that was easy to attack and easy to defend. He angrily cursed. Damn it. Why did such a large dungeon appear right in the middle of the city? What the hell is the guild in charge of this area doing? At the same time, in another area nearby, he sat leaning against a ruined wall, looking at his hands, boredly muttering. So bored, looking up at the sky. He was lost in thought. In order to join the core of the Sand Workers Association, he needed to achieve real success. The greater the damage and the more the event is discussed, the easier it is to tie in some achievements. This is what I help experience. Monsters are truly strange creatures. They only remember the one people mentioned, without paying any attention to the names of the workers, who rushed to save people, but unfortunately lost their lives. Obviously the truth has proven that, and now it is no different. The monsters easily subdue most of them. And the levelers with the determination to let go to protect the people do not flinch and rush forward. The monster was quickly dealt with. Landing, Jinho shouted, ordering the squad behind. Everyone, quickly hide behind me. We are safe. It is the B-class worker, Hong Jiang. Eavesdropping here. Beidou Jin clasped his hands together, creating a faint golden light between them, muttering to himself, Brank, that won't do. I must get rid of this disease. The main character of this stage that was about to be signed had to be me. And so somehow right after that golden light flashed, the monster was stimulated and roared. The attack on Jinho was so strong that he could not resist. The sudden impact was so strong that the echoes still lingered, and dust and smoke surrounded him from behind. He was sent flying several meters away, his back pressed against the nearby jagged cliff. Wondering what was going on, the monster's magic power suddenly increased. The aftershocks were deafening. The monster seemed to be on steroids. One attack after another came in waves. It attacked. Jinho and the squad were stunned on the spot. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Accordingly, the monster's figure sitting down next to a large patch of blood appeared. Witnessing this scene, Jinho was shocked and thought, damn it, I've been having a lot of luck lately. Earning a lot of money to fix my leg. Even buying new weapons. I think I can make money as a hunter again. A low-class hunter like me trying to save someone was no different than risking his life. He stood there and looked at the whole scene. Only move until attacked. Obviously if he had the strength to resist, he could not let himself die in vain, and immediately counterattacked. But then something happened that made him unable to hide his surprise, his eyes widening in the jungle. When the Meki appeared, he was also there, with his familiar mask, and yes, that was the root cause of his shock. It was not difficult for him to recognize the person who came. That mask. It was associated with his story of waiting for food to fall into his mouth. The motivation that made him continue this life or death profession was the boy calmly entered the dungeon alone before. I heard he was a bad guy, but he easily killed that monster. For me, I only had one thought right now. This was a good opportunity for me to try out the skills I got after leveling up. Seeing them hover near him, he gasps and hugs his body tightly. What is this? A brand new outfit suddenly appears and is set on them. A brand new set of equipment suddenly appeared and was set on them. Looking at their whole body, they were confused and said, what is this? Luckily, he had some knowledge. Several black equipment suddenly appeared. Beru quickly understood. The young king. That is, He was able to use transformation on other people. About this, he also did not want to hide anything. This skill was not transformation. It is actually classified as an item. Specifically, this is a Naga Warrior Shadow Blade item. Creature grade. Normal. Dry type. Attack power plus 40. Strength plus 3. But the people who possess the equipment will of course get the corresponding accompanying effects. For example, the body feels lighter. And this is the Naga Dark Shadow Warrior Gauntlet item. Creature rank. Normal. Gauntlet type. Defense power plus 15. Stamina plus 2 and the Naga Shadow Warrior Sword item. Creature rank. Sword. Sword type. Attack power plus 55. Eavesdropping on a part. Then looking at his unique mark. He was surprised in his heart. He used shadow soldiers to create items. Even the Dark King had never had this kind of ability, so this is the power of the young king after he promoted. This is the ability of the abnormal white shadow. Meanwhile, because he was free, he felt a bit comfortable and did not need to think. Now that he thought about it, he did not need to cover his face anymore. He spoke out of nowhere. If you guys can still fight. He looked at him in confusion. He suggested, could you give me a hand? On the high castle, northern capital Jin side. He finally appeared. This ability is new. He is completely different from before. Rushing around. Is he any different from the darkness that always fights alone? Shouldering everything alone. As for him who was facing the monsters that northern capital Jin had increased the difficulty of and strengthened in his spare time. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was ready to fly into battle. His current status after leveling up was clearly shown on the status window as Name Sungho. Level 42. Abnormal profession White Shadow. Spirit of the Untamed. Title of the one who overcomes adversity. Color 8525 out of 8525. Magic power 820 out of 820. Strength 130. Agility 51. Reflexes 51. Stamina 60. Intelligence 61. Current points. Passive skill anti-summon level 4. Martial arts level 2. Strength enhancement level 1. Active skill ruler's authority level 2. Shadow chisel level 2. Storm slash level 1. With exclusive skill this time is Shadow creation skill level 1. Exclusive job skill that does not require mana. Tay, India. At the Azura Guild. After the battle, a large section of the wall was deformed. Randall lay on the ground, using his last bit of strength to send his thoughts to the distant lake. I am sorry for repaying your kindness this way. After finishing off their group, Thone left the place and received news about the new case. You mean the one who killed our man was a Korean? We are going to Korea. I will not forgive anyone who dares to touch my things. He exclaimed. The sky was blue. The clouds were white. Suddenly the clear weather was destroyed by a black vortex. She stepped out from the clouds. She walked in the wind and snow. The figure gradually faded, making no one know where she is or who she is meeting at the moment because both figures are blurry, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and fantasy.